let's get this underway here. The winner of this match plays the loser of CURSE.EU and CLG Prime.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, a little interesting.
So, I mean, CLG Prime, that's going to be America versus America. Going to be a much more standard match. CURSE.EU.
Yep, another nation kill.
Yeah, yeah. CURSE.EU, if they do go end up in losers, that'll be a new match for everybody.
Yeah. That'll be... I mean, it's so weird because we had so many, like, we've had the teams, we've had the curses, we had the CLGs go up against each other. It'd be interesting to see the curses go up against each other, too. Just to, you know, try to seal the deal. Ensure that it is only just the one, no finals. No same team finals here.
All right, bans coming out from Curse so far. Twisted Fate and Shen. Twisted Fate being aimed over at Takashi X. Karth is also being aimed at Takashi X, trying to ban him out. So that's going to be interesting. Diana being banned out by TD Oriana as well. That's a lot of Takashi X champions. I'm kind of wondering what he can play. Rengar being banned out last, though, that makes sense because Rengar is scary and broken, as we've been seeing in a lot of these matches.
You know what? It's something we haven't seen in a while. It's actually something, a big champ that is a strength for both the AP mids in these teams. Because Nyjacky and Takashi X are both very big Morgana players. And it's been a while. I like to see that.
Well, Morgana has a problem.
What does she have?
Well, look at characters like Karthus, like Oriana. Their cooldowns are much shorter. Or
yes, they are.
Morgana, I mean, Tormented Soul does ridiculous amounts of damage. Her binding does insane amounts of damage. The only low cooldown she has, really relative to anybody else, is going to be the ultimate. Everything else, though, it has a long cooldown. If you miss it, if your Tormented Soul is not in the right spot, like, there is no recourse. You miss so much damage, and it really sets you back. If she gets ahead, she can do well, but it's not a reliable pick, and I think that's why people haven't been picking her up as much. She's still safe in lane, but she just doesn't do as much as other APs once they leave the laning phase.
So anyway, we have to think of some other alternatives. You know, when you look at Nyjacky, he's got some other options. There's other bigger played chances like Zyra, Cassiopeia.
Ooh,
hey, there it is.
All right. They're going for Morgana. They're going for Morgana first, too. That's kind of scary. That's a very, very manly pick coming out of TD. And I think, did they just try to ban each other out? They both try to ban each other's mid lanes.
Yeah.
Katarina's still open. Katarina, not the strongest pick against Morgana just because she can never really go aggressive. Morgana can survive her burst. She can use a Black Shield, not take too much damage. And her ultimate combo, that'll just wreck a Katarina.
But we could also be seeing the Katarina top.
That could be top arena, yeah.
Top arena.
Top arena.
Top
it's
arena.
like a battle arena.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it's Oriana's band. Yeah, top arena. I like
but
that.
I mean, top Katarina can work out. It's a really solid pick. I don't know if that's necessarily Voyboy style, though. I mean, has he played a lot of top Katarina in the past? I have not seen too much of myself.
I think he had a match actually earlier on in the weekend. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure he's got to get my notes going here. Let's see, they may have played it actually.
Well, just looking out, we have a Nunu being picked up by Curse. I'm assuming this is going to be bot lane Nunu. At the same time, they could do Lee Sin top jungle Nunu, which would be funny as hell.
Voyboy, he actually did. He actually both against Black Bean and M5.
Lee Sin top?
He did Katarina top.
Oh, Katarina top. Okay,
so they've done it twice before in the indie bracket. I said check my notes.
Wasn't able to catch those matches, so it's just one of the things where it's like maybe he did.
There's a lot of there's a lot of stuff going on here. We don't actually get the chance to see everything we'd like to. This is like, do I want to watch some of these matches, or or do I want to satisfy my hunger and not collapse and die?
Yeah, it's like, do I not want to collapse mid-cast? It's usually a kind of a small problem, just a bit. Hey, worst comes to worst, direct to camera takes everything over, which is its own problem.
Yeah, it's that's the last case scenario. I mean, we want to be here, we want to shout.
We want to be. Well, we just don't want to be collapsing. That's how I feel about most situations.
Yeah, because I don't want. Yeah, because I don't want to be dragged away by security and it's like they break out the hose to try and wake you up.
No, well, it's a different situation. I think if you're collapsing due to hunger, they take you to the hospital instead of to jail. But
I would hope so. I would hope so.
Elise being picked up. Okay, so I'm assuming it's going to be Nunu Cog bot lane, Lee Sin jungle because Saintvicious has been doing that a lot lately. Elise top lane, which Voyboy's been doing a lot himself lately, which leaves Nyjacky in the mid lane as Katarina.
Yeah, I have seen a few Elise's mid though. It's kind of like they still have that massive AD damage come into. Well, you can build her either way, really.
Well, I've seen a lot of Elise's top coming out from Voyboy though, so that's where I'd expect it.
Ah, okay. So there's options. Curse definitely has options. It's just a matter of what the last pick for TD is. Well, here's the thing. They could also let's see, what's Crank? Okay, never mind. So there's still a matter of where Olaf is going, if he's going top or jungle. And seeing as it's DTD, I'm assuming
jungle Olaf.
I'm assuming jungle. Just
well,
a crazy guess.
ZionSpartan can never practice Olaf just because every time they get it, it goes to Nintendudex. They just don't get enough chance to pick it.
Which
All
is,
right,
yeah.
there we go.
The Jax. Okay, so we got Jax last pick for Dynamic. But it's weird, though, because I've seen some of the stats recently for Dynamic, and Nintendo hasn't been doing too well with Olaf, actually. Granted, they're banned in over 60... Olaf is banned in over 60% of Dynamic's games, but yet I don't think Nintendo has actually gotten, too many wins.
I've seen the wins come out in smaller tournaments. It does happen. It's just so rare to see them play it, and I think a lot of teams, when they do leave the Olaf open, they have their plan in mind. They know what they want to do to shut that down.
Yeah, and it's just, when it comes to LAN, the Olaf just does not seem to perform. And also, remember, these guys got their debut at IPL4. They're still a relatively green team.
Well, I mean, this TD is not really the IPL4 TD in a lot of ways.
It's also true. That's also true. Yeah.
I mean, Paradoxical no longer here. Zig no longer here.
Yeah.
And from what I hear, Pixel after this tournament, just because of Season 3 qualifiers, won't be able to play with the team because he's too young.
That's right. I forgot.
He's only 16, turning 17 next year, but a little too late.
Yeah, actually, even same thing with a lot of other players too. Like, was it Reckless on Fnatic is like 16?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a real shame.
It's all about Sweet 17 when it comes to Season 3. It's actually there's a lot of players that are being shut out because of the age difference or the age limit. I know Pobelter and Light Soldier on Meat Playground are just way too young. Not even 16, I believe, still 15-years-olds. Not able to do anything when it comes to Season 3.
But to have that kind of skill and to actually make it to a big show, to make it a big lane like this, while being so young, very impressive. Still,
that's for sure.
Absolutely, very impressive.
All right, let's see who's got the better skins.
Well, they have all of them available, so I would certainly hope.
Come on, Rusty Blitzcrank, Rusty Blitzcrank. Well, Piltover's okay. Piltover Cousin's pretty awesome.
It's the honk, man. You have the honk. It's all you need. That's all you ever need in life.
The story of Rusty Blitzcrank. It was literally the worst skin Riot ever released. It was one of the release skins, and it was honestly Blitzcrank, but like a darker shade of brown, and it looked terrible. It gave you the feeling that it was just a bad skin, not that it was rusty. And then they remade it after discontinuing it, and now it looks awesome as hell. So it's like, cool. I want Rusty Blitzcrank just so badly. But it's gone forever, and I missed my chance because it was a bad skin, and Riot decided, hey, let's make it a good skin.
Passing moments and missed opportunities, but...
Whoa, boots.
Whoa, boots. We got boots.
We got boots, no wards, no boots
shoes
or potions so far coming out of Rhux. This looks like a completely ward-based start. Yeah, not even potion. That's kind of rare, but
wow. Well, that is actually that is definitely something new, something we don't see too often.
Look at those pings. Everybody's pinging around bot lane.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Oh no, that was me Playground to talk to about this. They said they were going to try and troll with their pings.
Oh, let's not be doing anything like that. We're trying to keep it at the very least.
Oh no, they told me they were going to do it. So.
They told well.
Which I'm okay with.
Fortunately, we got TD here.
TD might be doing... Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually try to do it themselves.
All right.
Oh, they can get this grab up. Cop's not going to know
anything.
anything.
See them right overside. The bind actually not landing. He was off on the side, so Curse knows they're being invaded here down in the bot Tribrush. They don't know exactly how many members of Dynamic, but they know at least Morgana's with them, and they are still traveling up onward over to the tri-ramp area. They're going to camp out this bush.
And Takashi X actually went for a weird angle. I think he assumed Cop... we trying to juke that binding by standing in a different spot. Oh,
Curse is ready. Just look at this. It's just standoff, and they don't even know it.
If Zion gets a grab, though, I mean, it
could be disastrous.
This is going to be huge for either team if TD goes for it, even if Curse goes for it.
The most nail-biting moment, and neither of these teams actually have any idea how close they actually are.
This could determine the game right here. Curse, they're breaking off, but they can retreat, though.
They can retreat, but it's still a dangerous situation.
Oh, God.
They got the vision. They know Saintvicious is there. I don't think he actually saw them over on the ramp.
Are they going to wait for the red buff?
They might. They may just pull the red buff actually over. But this is a huge commitment, though. You have ZionSpartan hasn't even backed yet to actually go catch up with top lane, but look at Saintvicious. He knows he's playing very cautious at the moment. Off TD transitioning down. There he is. Rhux going out in front. There is the hook down on the Rhux. Trapped in the brush. First blood ambushed by all of Dynamic here over in the red. Wonderful first blood. Wonderful kill.
Hey, what's Voyboy up to?
What is Voyboy up to? Let's see where he's going.
He's doing the blue buff.
He's doing the blue buff. He's getting very low while doing it. That would be don't.
Okay.
Yeah, don't die right now, boy. But that'd be disastrous right now.
I mean, losing first blood. Actually, gank going on mid lane. It looks like.
You got Katarina coming in now around the side, but Takashi X is here with Nintendude to help dissuade. One axe should be more than enough to keep the Katarina away.
I mean,
yeah.
Unfortunately for Curse, they didn't have a chance to put a ward down once they saw the binding come out from Morgana. They didn't move quickly enough.
Right.
And they kind of made the assumption, they're like, well, they haven't started doing red buff yet, then I'm assuming that TD isn't here, and the assumption just wasn't right. Who got that first blood? It's going to Nintendudex. It's going to be a very nice start in the jungle, and the pause is coming out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Saintvicious right now, his red buff was stolen. They left one lizard alive, so it's not going to respawn until, well, he kills it. It still hasn't been killed. And he's still level 1. So is Nintendudex, but he has that red buff. He has a better start. He's going to, be in a solid position. And more importantly, there's still 2 buffs alive in his jungle. So give it to Saintvicious to either go for heavy ganks or get some really good counter drilling done to shut down Nintendudex and really keep up with him. If not, he will fall behind. And his ganks, I mean, Lee Sin can die when he goes for ganks if he's behind in levels.
Right.
He's still effective. He still has a really good slow. But he's so squishy without those levels that it's really dangerous to go forward.
Yeah, that is the inherent risk of going with him. It's like when you're not getting those ganks, you end up playing a little bit more defensive. And we've seen this before earlier on in the tournament, where you'll see Lee Sin's actually invest more points into the shield, into the W, as opposed to the Q. So there goes a lot of your inherent damage when you're going in for those ganks. But you do have better presence in the team fight. So if he does get denied, but Curse decides to force team fights earlier on than normally would, he's still going to have a fantastic presence.
Okay, and Jacky's doing what he needs to do early on in this lane. He's just hanging out, using lots of Sinister Seal, being aggressive, being forward with his push, because right now, Takashi X can't really do anything. It's going to be if he uses Shumpo that Jacky will really be in danger. Yeah. So it's a skill-based matchup. If he ever feels the need of Shumpo just for a CS, it's punish. Oh, Rhux getting pulled in, taking a lot of damage. We'll be surviving though, but still, that's not a... Well, Ignite and Arcane Shift being used, but Arcane Shift did not hit. That would have been the kill right there. That
could have been, that could have been very interesting, but fortunately enough though, did not happen. DontMashMe though will have a little bit of extra time there to free farm, but you also see Saintvicious is actually making his way on down just to play a little bit of interference and be the guardsman, make sure that they're not getting completely pushed to tower. Meanwhile, Nintendude, he's having ball, man. He's already got that early heart of gold. He's gonna have that extra income. He's just having a blast, taking all the jungle camps, and he's gonna be a very big OOF, very damaging OOF very soon. So we may see those ganks come on in, especially seeing as Nyjacky's push up a little bit too far, trying to deny Takashi X over the tower. And here he comes over from the side. Shunpo straight to the OOF. Nyjacky just wants to clear the distance, but there's the pool. Where is the bind? Takashi X not enough mana, but. Yeah, bind already used. The mana is also low. Nyjacky forced to use the flash. So flash
they got
used,
what they needed.
They got what they wanted. Flash used, successful gank.
And the truth is, Jacky just wanted to force the flash as soon as he could, and that's why he tried to bind so early, trying to get just that used. Because frankly, you can't really catch someone. Nintendo going for the gank though, spotted by the ward. Voyboy gonna bait this out. He is Elise, and Elise is not someone who can really gank.
Yeah, it's quite difficult, and top lane Elise, mid lane Elise, either one. It's like, oh, you're going for the gank? Well, whoop, I'm
just gonna go float in the air for a bit.
Yeah, I'm just. It always reminds me of that one Simpsons episode, like with Poochie. He just floats out. Like, I need to go now. My people need me.
See, now I need the Poochie skin for release. Where is that skin?
Oh man, just imagine little Poochie. That'd be
awesome. Terrifying, but
awesome.
All right, but looking back at the game, CS difference actually closing that first blood gold, only a 300 gold difference out in favor of TD. They're really keeping this equal, keeping this aggressive. Jacky, it looks like he's roaming bottom, not really any ward coverage. This could punish TD hard.
This could be pretty huge, and Pixel's still a little bit too far out in front. He knows he still wants to be aggressive. DontMashMe trying to get some shots off. Over to Brush. Rhux looking to bait it out. He does get pulled. He may actually go down here. It's just a matter of can Nyjacky capitalize. He's only level 5, does not have the ulti. That could have been a lot bigger.
And it looks like Takashi X was going for the run. I'm just going to go ahead and keep farming that mid lane. Takashi, by the way, really not keeping up in CS with Jacky this game. He's 6 behind right now, but early on it was about an 11 CS difference. And frankly, I think that's why Jacky's feeling confident to roam, just because he has a CS lead. He's doing well. And he's going to go ahead, get all that mid CS right now, and just kind of catch up and get a bigger lead once again.
You also saw top lane Nintendo with the attempt on top, but Elise, one little exploding spider actually caught him out over in the top rush, so that was a gank averted, and he's just going to go back and grab his small bullets. And there you go. That's what we were talking about right now. Elise needs to go. ZionSpartan going to be wasting that stun, unfortunately. And Voyboy throwing down some harass while he's in retreat, and the wave is actually pushing up towards Voyboy, so he has the potential to freeze it here and get a little bit far from himself, but damn, she does quite a bit, and here comes Nintendude. Surprise! from the top rush. There's a flash being forced out by the Elite players.
Oh, he's stunned!
He is stunned underneath tower. Can he get out of there? ZionSpartan does dive right back in. But the tower shot, the minions are too much. So 1 for 1, but there's still an exchange and advantage of TD because they did get the assist.
They got the assist, and look back at that top turret. Look at all those creeps dying. This is what makes top lane hell. That's a good 10 CS. That's a level. That's going to be Voyboy coming back barely at level 6 with ZionSpartan going to be very close to level 7 himself. And that's why top lane could be hell. That 300 gold difference, so there's a lot of CS being denied.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the lane though. I mean, Zion's at 27 CS. Voyboy's at 41. He's not really doing that well in the lane. I think a lot of that problem is because Elise does have a lot of early game harass. You really can't avoid her skills.
And she also had that early blue.
The early blue buff definitely helped out. And now that ZionSpartan's hit level 6, we've seen him go aggressive. He definitely has a bit more fight in him, but I mean, it's going to be hard. But Takashi roaming down bottom, spot by a ward. What's going to happen now?
He does have the ultimate up, but that ward I think is allowed Curse to clear enough distance to make sure that ultimate is ineffective completely. And unfortunate enough, because that ward in the tri-brush just died. 10 more seconds. If Takashi waited 10 more seconds to go on down, that could have been a completely different story.
They probably saw it die. He probably walked back in the brush. It was already gone at that point. And just, you see the ward corpse hanging around for a little bit. Looking at mid lane though, once again, they're keeping up this 300 gold difference. 1 for 1 in kills up top lane. It's a very equal match. It's going to come down to the first dragon attempt, the first big team fight. Looking at CS though, I mean, top lane in favor of Curse, mid lane in favor of Curse, jungle also in favor of Curse, but they do have the assist and kill on the Nintendudex. So this is kind of scary for TD if they keep falling behind in lane. If they don't start making those plays, they're going to give up their gold advantage. Right now it's only 200. It's even shrinking at this point. And they might just fall behind because of laning.
Yeah, and Nintendo, he's trying to make a difference here in top lane, but it's not getting the best returns. The wards catching him out, and if anything, just 1 for 1. Takashi using the ultimate inside Nyjacky does miss the bind, but the second part of the ulti does pop up. Saintvicious makes his presence known and forces out the flash from Morgana.
Right there, Takashi getting a little bit nervous, trying to use a bind before the ultimate lands, and well, that could have been a kill, maybe not, but not a lot done.
Nintendu just peeked, just tripped out of the bush, gave away his positioning while Curse is going in for the invade over onto their red. You got 3 members of CURSE.NA looking to steal that right now. Nintendo's not happy with it, but the Lizard is being dragged out, and that is going to be a grab from the Lee Sin. It's like, hey, you took mine first one in the game, I'm going to take yours.
And I mean, forcing Morgana off the lane, that's really what allowed them to do that. Katarina is going to have her ultimate up before Morgana does, but the Ignite was burned. Takashi might have a bit of fight in him left, but it's going to be hard for Takashi to get a full ultimate onto Jatt at this point because he has a flash up, and he's probably not going to use his ult offensively until he has Ignite up or has Saintvicious coming for a game.
ZionSpartan doing a little bit of harass here on Voyboy and Elise.
She hurts.
She hurt. Where does all this damage come from? She's got those
all
boots.
The damage.
All the damage
comes from ZionSpartan's HP. The way Elise works, because it's percentage-based damage, it doesn't really matter how much life ZionSpartan has. He's going to take the same amount of damage no matter what. So yeah, Neurotoxin, and even in her spider form, her Q still does percentage-based damage. So her spells always kind of do the same damage, but it's going to be based off the HP. Her AP ratios, nobody ever really thinks about just because it scales so weirdly. You just go for penetration, and it's effective with that.
That's pretty good. It's not too bad. It's not too bad at all.
It's a lot of damage.
It makes me think is why we haven't seen as many Elises, just period.
I believe Zuna has run it himself, Voyboy's run it himself. It's common in North America, hasn't really picked up in the rest of the scene. Elise does have a problem. She doesn't do that much in teamfights. ZionSpartan going aggressive, but as you can see, every time he goes forward, he gets hit by the stun, and if Voyboy does miss a stun, he can just go in the spider form, leap up in the air, and that's the aggression gone. He's gonna miss a stun, and if he misses a stun, well, there's not a lot he can do. And the truth is, I don't think he's maxing out Counter-Strike second.
Let's check out. No, he's actually he's going for the W. He wants the empowered. He wants the empower, which is, I mean, it's the right thing.
It's the common build.
It's the common build. It's the auto attack reset. It's just a little bit more damage in quick burst.
They're
looking for the duel. The Ignites going off on each other, but meanwhile, bot lane, you got the presence from Saintvicious. You also got Takashi X. Does he have the ultimate up? He does. He's waiting for the right moment. Flash is down, unfortunately, but he's only getting cop, and cop flashes away from it. Opportunity
Wait, what's
lost.
going on with Chase on the top lane though? Voyboy makes it out of there. Still has his flash up, showing just the escape abilities of Elise. But I mean, ZionSpartan does have a Vampiric Scepter, going to have a lot of sustain. It's weird because Elise does have built-in sustain, but it's based off her melee attacks in spider form with her W up, but that's not really reliable. Dragon now be attempted by TD. It did a lot of damage. Pixel is low. And Jacky's in the area. He can get a lot of kills if he gets the reset.
Yeah, Pixel, he's aware that if anyone from Curse wants to contest, he will be the first one to go down. But at least his positioning right here allows him to get an opportunity to grab. Nyjacky, though, just with the ultimate one, gets the reset, gets two with that double kill. Nintendudex, Kenny Cordy he has the ultimate popped, but that is another triple kill for Nyjacky.
That was like 5 seconds. He got that up, just picked it up, boom, reset, you're all dead, just nothing. I gotta say, can you click on Takashi X for me, just like on his portrait? I gotta ask one big question.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, 48 magic resist. That's not really enough to survive against the Nyjacky damage. Look at that. He has sword shoes and haunting guys. Those are his only items, and he melted everybody. But that is Katarina. Her base damage is incredibly high. The tough part with her is staying alive. And there you go, Jackie going for the low HP targets. They didn't have time to respond. I mean, Takashi got the binding, used his black shield, wasn't even close to enough.
Yeah, and Pixel, he was on the side, like, waiting. With all this, you see, like he could have gotten the grab at the very least. You know, sacrifice himself for the better of the team.
Well, you can't sacrifice yourself against Katarina though, and that was a big problem. That was just that's one of the situations where maybe it would be an okay dragon against a lot of characters. Katarina's one guy or one girl. They could not do that against one lady, the one woman.
It's rough. It is very rough sometimes.
And that's gonna hurt. Look at this gold difference now. 3.7k in favor of Curse. That's gonna be rough.
And you were talking about that first dragon too, and that was a convincing. That was a convincing fight.
That was a convincing 1v4. That was and the rest of Curse kind of showed up. Okay, they did some damage, but that was that was Jackie.
That's
Copland and some living artilleries did good DPS, but the truth is they set themselves up to be murdered by Katarina.
Pretty much, and with that sequence of events. That is about 2k the lead that Nyjacky actually has over Takashi X, and that is pretty huge to have pre 20 minutes.
He's got the CS. He doesn't have an assist, but he does have 3 kills, and that's CS lead. Takashi, I guess a problem Morgana does have is Torment Soul. It's great at farming, and they did take out mid turret too. Yeah, it's great at farming, but not till level 3. So at level 5, Morgana pitches for farming. Jack's been farming well this entire game, and it's really been hurting TD and really hurting Takashi X in particular. Top lane, though, at least, well, ZionSpartan has been doing okay. Still behind in CS. He has a lot of fight in him, and the truth is, Jax, if he's behind in CS, that's okay. Because he's going to be a more effective late game than Elise is. Elise is always going to kind of do... She will always be useful. It's like you don't make her scale that well. She just survives longer.
Right. And once Jax hits level 11, level 2 in the ultimate, he has a little bit more punch. He's got a little bit more defense. So
he's got a little punch right now, though.
He's got quite a bit. Voyboy being ignited. He's going for an aggressive play to top. He got the leap strike, but here comes the rest of Curse. It's like, oh man, that's trouble. I got to get away. Flashing out of the web. Will not be stunned underneath tower, but Saintvicious, he's still hungry for a kill. Nyjacky, Shunpo over to the ward, wants the bouncing blade, but ZionSpartan has cleared a little bit too much distance. So right now, Dynamic, they know we're losing top tower. At the very least, to make this even, we need to make a push down here onto the bot tier 1.
I would love to see Rhux use the ultimate just to defend the turret. But I don't know if you noticed, ZionSpartan actually auto-attacked a creep with his ultimate, which used that proc and missed a lot of damage onto a Voyboy. Oh, can they fight this? Takashi X, I don't think you want to be there. I think that binding might have just cost you your life if you can't get out of there.
It does still
Wraith respawn, though. That actually saves him some time.
Good. It's like, hey, I was like, we could go for the kill. But there's that blue Wraith. You know how I feel about that blue Wraith. I mean, he's so delicious.
The problem was that they couldn't get a resonating strike over the wall, so Takashi X just got a free walk out of there. Like, all right, thank you, blue Wraith. But then that's also blue Wraith and Saintvicious, a little bit more farm, and that gold lead, it's getting ever so slowly just bigger and bigger. Top tower still stands, but
it does. But also
it's low HP and it's getting scary.
But look at all of these wards.
That's actually that's a really good ward they have, the one that Jackie uses Shunpo to, just because it's going to tell you if anybody comes to help out top lane.
Right.
Like, it's a surprisingly strong ward, and that means right now, ZionSpartan, he's kind of naked up top. He has no idea where they could come from. There's only one ward by the red buff.
And he's recognizing, too, that he has to farm the golems. Because
there's a reason Saintvicious is up there. It's because he's going to have backup soon. They're going to go for the push. Nintendudex, though, he does have the oracles.
Good.
Very important.
He does, and the pings are actually going down. Curse has actually spotted him clearing out that one. But there are still many, many, many more wards to clear. But he's actually backing off Curse and picking up the Magic Man who wants to get to the defensive. 2 of them, actually. So one of them is going to go to the Merc Treads. The other one, what is that going to go to? Possibly, it could go for an Aegis or...
Probably an Aegis, I would say.
Yeah, Aegis or even... well, actually, Hex Drinker
it can be an option. It's not going to be the
it's not.
Wits End, though.
Yeah, it's more likely going to be the Aegis.
Actually, Wits End wouldn't be the worst thing on the He does get a lot of attack speed, but normally you want to build AD for his undertow, which is the bulk of his damage. Curse looking at that bot lane turret. Gonna be a 3v3 down here. I'd say they're a little bit stronger on Curse's side though, just because of their gold advantage. And
Yeah.
well, can they go ahead and get the pull? Oh, nah, not quite.
Does get the pull in the cannon minion, but that's minimal. Seeing as how much damage
Ooh.
Curse is capable of doing down here. But here's the thing: neither team knows that TD doesn't know Nyjacky's here, and Curse also did not know that Nintendude was nearby.
But now he's gone.
Now he's gone. So Nyjacky's still the ace in the hole here for Curse with this push down bot, and there's not a whole lot that Dynamic can do about it right now.
The problem is, Cop is so strong that he's kind of zoning out TD on his own.
Yeah.
So Nyjacky, he wants to push forward just to get the chance. They at least get the turret, so they're fine with that. That's a great situation. It's turret for nothing.
Saintvicious also coming on down along with Voyboy, but with all that, ZionSpartan has been left to his own devices, so he's getting a chance to free farm here up top lane and can definitely get some damage down onto that tower. Nintendude, he's going back and forth. He's on cleanup duty. He's doing the janitor work, just making sure that their jungle is clear, at least for the moment. Takashi X also wandering up their top lane, but now it seems that Curse is making a big push here in the mid. All 5 members are looking for that tier 2.
The big problem right now is if you look at the CS, it's that first fight. It's the CS overall that's really hurting TD at this point. They have 2 members over 100, 4 members of Curse over 100 to counteract that. And Jatt at 150. This is going to be a hard push to stop. They're doing a lot of damage to the turret. There's a lot of really good poke coming out from Curse. They have bouncing blades. They have Elise with the random little spiders running forward.
Right.
And of course, living artillery, even though Voyboy doesn't have that blue buff, still does quite a bit of damage. Though it looks like ZionSpartan's going for a split push top lane. This could be what they need. They can go ahead and keep Voyboy from going up there, but he looks like he will be making it.
Yeah, Voyboy's going to be going up top lane while the rest of Curse is actually distracted by taking this,
this resetting dragon.
This resetting dragon, but Dynamic, look, they are following through on Elise here. Voyboy making his presence up and top in ZionSpartan. Are they...
They're going for the blue buff.
They're going for the blue buff for a second. Or it's like,
no, they're not doing that.
Is this like old mono? Are they going for the super early Baron?
The super early, random, and incredibly dangerous Baron. That Curse, like, they're checking the area out. Actually, if Curse knew that TD had retreated, they can do a very fast Baron themselves because they have Cosmo, because they have Menu, and Lee Sin also. Actually, all of their team is really good at killing Baron.
They really are.
Katarina, but Katarina tends to do a lot of damage just because their steel has such a short cooldown.
Well, she would be out in front of the pit running interference.
She would kill all of TD before they can show up. Well, I mean, right now, they don't have a way to really deal with Katarina. Pixel can interrupt the ultimate very quickly, but while the ultimate is a lot, and I mean a lot of damage right now, it's going to be the reset side of the problem. And looking at Jacky's build, what does he have so far? Has the Haunted guys, has the Sork shoes, and that Zonias.
Oof. The Zonias is the biggest part.
Staying alive for 2 more seconds, that's a good chance for some members of TD to die.
Yeah.
That's just what you're looking for. You're not looking for the ace, you're looking for 1 kill at a time. You just pick them up in very, very short time spans.
Yep. So now all of Curse, they're happy with their dragon. They've managed to successfully push off ZionSpartan there in the top lane, and all of Dynamic there are in a bit of a defensive pose, chilling out just for a second. Nintendude actually camping out that side brush. Cop free farming down here on bot. Saintvicious clearing out the ward coverage there in Baron because they know they're going to be going for that soon. And it looks like Dynamic they're definitely fishing around their top jungle. They know Curse. They've been invading frequently. They know they can catch them out. They also want to make sure their ward coverage is clear. But they're recognizing too that there is a very early Baron opportunity for actually both of these teams.
It's going to come down to pixel grabs. Oh, Rhux almost grabbed very close there. It's like, as I'm saying it, you see the fist come out like, oh. But it's going to really come down to pixel and his grabs at this point. And that's scary. It's a big gold difference, but if they do catch Kog'Maw, if they do catch Katarina before the fight starts, we maybe burst her down before she can pop Azonias, and they do have the potential with Jax's CC, the Power Fist, and the Silence on Blitzcrank's ultimate. They can do a lot. They need a little bit of luck, and they need a lot of skill to really come back from this.
Yep. Curse pings out ZionSpartan there in top lane. They recognize he's there, and they know the team split. They know
what's down to.
They know at least the top laner is distracted. It's going
so
down
fast.
very quickly, looking for the grab.
Oh, grabs a spider.
Grabs a spider. Jerry, no, get out of there. Takashi X caught on the back end, forced to use the shield, but that's not going to be up for very long, and could still be disrupted. There's Nyjacky, gonna spin, gonna get nothing, but it's okay. They have the Baron bind going backwards, keeping Voyboy still, and Dynamic, they know they're in trouble. They just let Curse have a free Baron, and they were looking for the camp out. They were waiting for a free opportunity. It's like, hey, they may go still for an aggressive invade, but the moment ZionSpartan entered top lane, Curse knew it was theirs for free.
It takes so little time for Curse to kill that Baron. They have so much percentage damage. That's what really takes them down quickly. And of course, Kog'Maw with his Bioarcane Barrage, Elise with her 2 skills being based off HP, and Saintvicious with his Resonating Strike and his really high attack speed. And even Consume. What the hell? This team is so good at killing Baron. My God.
Level 1 Consume, but well, then again, it's pretty much.
It's still an extra. It's a lot of extra true damage.
It's true. Yeah. The fact it's true damage. It's true damage, free damage, and frequent damage.
Yeah.
So.
And it's really gonna be tough for TD to come back from this. They once again, it's gonna come down to Blitzcrank hooks, but luckily they didn't lose anybody. They didn't lose their inhibitor turret. They're still making normal minions. They're still alive. But they're not alive for much longer. They're on life support. There's a lot of beeping going on, just kind of reminding you that they're still around. But TD, it's a 4-2 game, and they've lost so much ground just from the pushes and the aggression coming out from Curse.
So let's actually do the math here. So they're down 2 kills, they're down 3 towers, they're down every dragon. These like 3 dragons.
They're down, yeah, 3 dragons, 3 turrets, Baron,
and then the farm difference, which is absolutely
huge,
massive.
I mean, Takashi X has caught up a lot to Jacky. Still 30 CS behind though, and the reason he caught up so much was because Jacky roamed and he got those turrets down. That's what his presence, his threat really helped those turrets go down. And well, they needed to get the farm off earlier. They needed to be in that at least equal position, and it has been happening. And frankly, Curse has a late game team.
He's in the brush trying to take the blue. Will
goes to Nintendudex.
Nintendudex. He's just as long as we have it, as long as they don't have it, we're in a good spot because they know they have to run. They know they're being invaded, and Curse still with the Baron buff for a good, a little bit under 2 minutes. We'll still be getting aggressive nicely, just in case. And you know what? I can't imagine anyone besides Nunu that TD would want to hook it. Even then, Rhux, if he has the ultimate, there's still not a lot of CC.
Gonna be Cop, gonna be Jacky. Jacky just because you need to burst him down. Voyboy, I mean, he's building tanky at this point, I believe. Looking at his build. Yeah, he's got a Frozen Heart Haunting Guy. Standard release build. So that's gonna be a hard to kill spider.
Haunting Guys into Frozen Heart.
That's actually the standard build, which is really funny, and I love about Elise.
Man, I need to play more
Saintvicious.
He's
okay.
They know. Right now, TD knows that one kick backwards.
That's the game.
That's it. That is the game.
They're out of outer turrets. They're gonna have to hold the inhibitor. Baron buff's still gonna be around for a good 45 seconds. This could be the last stand.
This is
TD. If Curse goes aggressive.
Pixel though with that positioning.
Oh.
A little bit too slow to trigger. He could have actually grabbed Saintvicious on that, but then again he could have also shielded right back over the wall if need be. But still, the push continues from Curse. The Baron buff about to get. You still got about 30 seconds.
Footage of Saintvicious missing ward.
Yeah. And right now, Curse, Saintvicious out in front, actually just going to decide to tank it. The True Shot Barrage only going to be hitting the Spider Lady. Coming back on down with the Spider. No, Jerry. No, got killed by the tower shot. No.
That's okay. They did nothing.
They did nothing. They'll come back. Well, actually, they can provide something huge because we saw they provide an excellent insect shield for those pixel grabs.
Yeah, Pixel can grab those, and the tower will attack them before champions. As long as champions aren't doing damage, those spiders do a lot in this specific situation. This is what makes Elise such a good pick right now. I mean, she can execute in teamfight. That's going to be a big role. She won her lane, and it's going to be so hard for TD to really deal with her at this point.
Those bindings only landing on minions and Nintendudex taking 1 minute damage. There's a cop full, but there's the rest of Curse. Nyjacky with so much damage. ZionSpartan going to be going down. Everyone getting an assist on that one. And Dynamic is too weak at this point. The Baron buff just expired, and Voyboy still getting aggressive, still throwing explosive spiders, and this is bot inhib down with really no worry for Curse at the moment.
And what can TD do at this point? Curse, they've got a 10,000 gold lead. It's one of the hardest leads to come back with, but importantly, they also have the inhibitor down now. That's going to be so hard for TD to do anything about. And it's the CS that I think is really built. That's what really locked them in.
Right.
The turret they can recover from themselves. They're not going to get that time spent playing free farming anymore. And Curse, now they have Cop. Cop is looking just beefy right now. How much gold does he have?
That's a good question.
Only 1,500.
He's got, but 9K total.
9K, that's a lot of gold.
9K total. He is the second most farmed game. There's a few hundred behind Nyjacky.
He only has 4 assists. That's why he doesn't have that much gold.
No
kills. I mean, Cop.
He
support Kog'Maw.
Support Kog'Maw.
But I mean, he still has Infinity Edge. He's gonna be finishing that fan bench. I believe he can afford it either now or. Oh wait, no, he just bought that Zeal.
Yeah, he just bought the
Zeal.
Zeal,
so he's got the Doran's Blade. Like, he went for a very safe build going for the 2 Doran's Blades. That's because you want to go for late game.
Right.
And that's fine. They're gonna outskill Ezreal. Nintendudex and ZionSpartan are very, very good at killing Kog'Maw, but well, they just don't have the items quite yet. I mean, only 112 CS on Olaf. He has a kill and an assist, and 130 on Jax. But that's not a big number.
That's not.
No Triforce finish. They just don't have the items on TD. That's
well, they do have one item they still have an Oracles, which is so vital at
They
this
have
point
it,
in the
yeah.
game. And if the
Well-
moment Nintendo loses that,
It's gone.
things go even further south than they already
Because they will
are.
never be able to enter their jungle. And like
Yeah.
right now, they're doing it, but they're very cautious about it. They're roaming as 5. They do pick up that ward.
Yeah.
But now Curse knows. Now they can go ahead and run back towards them. Actually, they ward on the way out, pushing that top turret in. And this is the plan from Curse. Push in top, as those bot creeps push in the bottom, the Nexus, as the inhibitor's already gone. And, well, once those creeps reach the Nexus, they're going to have to split someone off to defend it. And when they do that, they can push top and secure this game.
It's the slow play. It's the safe play.
It's
which is
Curse.
it's
They're doing it right.
Yeah, they're doing it right. They are a very seasoned team. They know what they're doing.
Oh!
Pixel,
So
almost
close.
so very close. That could have been a huge game changer. But there is the pop of the Shirley's coming in from Nintendo. Takashi off on the side, actually tanking most of the Nyjacky just from the shield alone. So at the very least, that is down for a few more minutes. We got Voyboy being hooked in by Pixel.
Oh, this ult's huge!
There is the new ult coming on in from Rhux, though. Huge damage down onto the rest of TD. Nintendo very low. DontMashMe, the only one healthy, but also the only one alive. That is a double kill for Cop, and all of Curse pushing on into the top inhibitor. This is pretty much it. DontMashMe cannot defend this 5-man push.
And I don't know if you saw Takashi X there. He got an ultimate on the 5 people.
Yeah.
He died. He died almost instantly before he could get it off because he went for the Abyssal Scepter first. It actually let him tank out Jacky's damage there, but, well,
Yeah.
he couldn't survive the actual
He
fight.
tanked out Jackie's damage,
But not the rest
not
of
the
Curse's
rest of
damage.
the
It's
team.
unfortunate. Great game coming out of Curse, though. Looking so strong.
Curse taking game number 1. If they take game number 2, they're moving on, and Dynamic will actually be out in the
We'll have to go
first
ahead.
round.
And I'd say, enjoy a lot of Vegas luxuries, but they're all under 21, so they get a...
Hey, there's
I don't know.
plenty. There's plenty to do.
All
in
right,
Vegas.
all right.
There really is. There's so much to do. So what?
It's a great city.
It's a fantastic city. We've had a blast here so far. We have to gorge on more food later tonight.
Definitely,
we have to do.
definitely.
But we still have. This is a best of 3. We are down to the bracket stage. What does Dynamic have to do to make sure this does not happen again?
Well, the bans were aimed at shutting down Jacky, but that still left Katarina open.
Right.
And in the end, because of that, well, Takashi X was left with Morgana, someone who did not really have the items to do what she needed at the end of the game. So maybe go for someone who can skill a bit sooner. Someone like Orianna, who, if you get a blue buff, she does a lot right there. If
Yeah.
not, she has reliable initiate, reliable CC, and even like the Morgana ultimate, normally that's your reliable initiate. That was never really that relevant this game. Maybe going for, I don't know, it's safer picks overall could be the issue.
Yeah.
They were very dependent on Blitzcrank to start the fights or skill shots overall, which meant Elise shut that down hard. So I'd love to see an Elise ban.
I think
That'd be really
yeah.
good.
Elise might actually work out here, but this is also the first time in this tournament that TD's decided to go off of their standard pattern, because we've been seeing a lot of Twitch from them.
Oh yeah,
a lot of Cho.
The Twitch Cho.
The Twitch Cho and
Karthus
Karthus.
combo.
Well, the
Maybe they
Karthus
need to
was
go for
banned out.
Twitch Cho Karthus.
Karthus was banned out though, so we may still see that ban going into game number 2.
I think I'd like to see ZionSpartan play Rumble. That might be their
Ooh.
thing, because
Ooh.
they needed someone who could survive without farm, and they just didn't have anybody who could do that
Right.
with their entire team. Olaf kind of can. He did get the Reverie. He got the most amount of farm really on his team. Actually, yeah, he's at 7K. The next highest is or the highest DontMashMe at 7.2K.
Yeah.
So he farmed well compared to the rest of his team, but they needed someone who could survive without farm, someone who could just stay top lane, not get camped by Nintendudex to really need to survive, and it would have been okay.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see where it goes.
Yeah, gotta see what they do.
Yep. Game number 2, CURSE.NA versus Team Dynamic. If Dynamic loses this next one, they are out. We are over onto the loser's side. It's unfortunately many NA teams.
One North American team has to go home from this, and one between Meat Playground and Team Fear.
It's unfortunate, but it is business that needs to be done. But we will be back with more fantastic games right after this. This is IPL5.
Alright, hey folks, Studio here at IPL5. Looks like picks and bans have already started, and by that I mean they didn't ask if casters were ready, and we were not. So, this is going to be Team Dynamic versus Curse North America. Team Dynamic already down 1 game, Curse playing a phenomenal game 1, and Elise Pick doing a lot of work. And, well, HatPerson is currently outside the room. I just saw him walk by because his hands are actually moving all over the place out of excitement. But bans have started. Orianna being banned out, Lee Sin being banned out. HatPerson, put on the headset right now.
They started without us. How rude.
I was just
How
I was
rude.
checking something. I'm like, then all of a sudden it just alt tab. Like, wait, what happened? Oh, picks and bans have started.
How
Thank
rude.
you guys. Thank you.
How rude.
I'm rooting for whichever team didn't start the game.
Yes, I'm with you on that one. We'll find out who's getting a punch in the side of the head when I see them later.
All right, so look at these bans. Lulu being banned out. Who did they leave open this game? They leave Elise open. They still leave Katarina open.
Yep.
Orianna being the big fear from TD, which I can understand. Jackie's got a really good Ori. But these are some pretty... Oh, Diana slipped through.
Ooh,
there we go. That's a good pick right there.
Yeah.
But so did Rengar.
So did Rengar, and I think that's pretty much all bases covered. So those are the two who've managed to slip through the cracks. But the dynamic, getting Diana. And here's the thing, though, is that we've seen more Rengar play come in from TD. But then again, also remember in the past, the Voyboy antics with Rengar.
I mean, did you see Calmei yesterday?
A little bit. I saw a little bit.
Oh my God! He was playing for what was that going to be? We versus Moscow 5.
Yeah, last match today.
He did an amazing play using the ultimate to juke inside Moscow 5's base and still escaping. There were 5 people there to stop him. He got out, barely lost any life in the process, actually. And so Rengar, he is just a strong pick. Is he going to go top lane or towards the jungle? My guess would be top lane just because Voyboy's done it in the past. So
yeah, I would guess the same.
It's going to make a lot more sense up there.
But it's a matter. Here's the question, though. Here's the $1 million question, or actually in this case, the $50,000 question for first place. Will he be running teleport?
Maybe. It's a possibility. At the same time, they could go for a 2v1 over on Team Dynamic to try and shut down Voyboy. Not let him do what he wants to do, which is kill everybody. But
that's what everyone wants to do.
Well, true.
Let's face it.
But the thing is, Rengar not really that strong in the 2v1 lane until he reaches maybe level 3, level 4. When he gets all of his skills, can really spam them to get more ferocity up.
Yes.
Use his roar to heal and stay alive in lane. Up until that point, it's going to be... I mean, just at rank 1 shout, that's going to be a good minute in between heals.
Yes, it's not really a shout, it's a meow at that point.
It's the occasional meow for HP.
I was like, I want to kill you. Like, that's it. That's all it is.
Well, top arena coming out.
Could very well. It's more than likely going to be the case because it could be a Diana jungle, could be an Olaf top, but let's face it, it's TD. They have Olaf. It's going to go.
Okay, they have Olaf, Katarina, and Diana. Takashi plays a mean Diana. Nintendudex plays a mean Olaf, and of course ZionSpartan plays. I think it was him and Yuzuki from Quantic were the first top Katarina players. And well, it makes sense they picked top arena for him. Could be very effective, very fun to watch top Katarina. She doesn't necessarily get that much CS like Jack we saw from Storm, but she can survive really well. She's very hard to get, kind of like the Elise pick actually, but a little less safe.
Now, what I'm wondering though is that Morgana, we may actually see a change of hands from Morgana over to Curse, but they're thinking about the Zilean pick, which would be quite interesting. Have we actually seen Nyjacky play Zilean before? I'm looking at some of my records.
Nope.
No, we have not.
And they're not going to pick him, at least not yet. Zilean would have been a fun pick. I could see him working out versus someone like Diana. The problem is, if you get your blue buffs denied, then your ultimate won't be up that often.
Right.
Takashi X playing Diana will be constantly going aggressive. I mean, I guess this could always be top lane Diana, but I've never seen ZionSpartan do it, so I would assume no.
Well, I remember, like, right before Diana came out, too, there's, like, a huge discussion. It's like, Diana will have this crazy inherent advantage on one side of the map because of the whole crescent thing. Wait, does it curve left or does it curve right? I can't remember.
It benefits blue side, I believe.
Yeah, which...
would be curving left?
Yeah, which...
I'm not positive, but there was a discussion about it, and the truth is, no, she's just really good.
Yeah, she's just playing good. It's like, it's not that. It's not the Q that you should be worried about. It's the R.
It's the Diana.
It's the Diana. It's everything, really. But, man... that is a combo I have not seen in competitive play
long time. Yeah.
Alistar does not get played in support very often anymore. He's more often into the jungle. But the #1 AD that you could possibly pair up with Alistar is Vayne because that combo is redonkulous.
I mean, the headbutt into a Gadem, into the wall, that's a lot of CC. That's a good 3 to 4 seconds of stun. Then you add the Pulverize, going to be a good 6-second CC. Because as you're in the air, as you're transitioning, you actually can't really react for a brief second when you land. And if they chain it together, and Elise coming out again. So going to be top Katarina versus Elise. That's going to be a weird matchup to say the least. Not one I've seen very often.
Yeah.
It's double AP versus each other top. There's going to be a lot of passive farming going on if they feel kind of nervous, which would... well, I'd be kind of nervous going up against Elise or top Katarina.
And also remember too that CURSE.NA, one of the big places where they shine is if they manage to stick it out until like the longer a game goes, just because of the playstyle, it benefits more in Curse's favor.
It's weird to say it, but TD, they need to be a bit more proactive. Last game, that was not a high kill game.
No.
It was, what, 4-2 towards the 20-minute mark?
Pretty much.
And that's a game that benefits Curse TD. If they have to play aggressive, they have to make the big plays happen. If not, it's just going to be one fight here, one fight there, and that's not how TD really ever benefits.
Yeah.
They need the constant action. They need the constant aggression. That is a weakness they have, but Curse, they're a team that if the game goes passive, well, they tend to win. That is how they played most of their games. IPL face-off, they had the longest, and having casted every game they played, except I think 2, they definitely had the longest and most passive series, but it was okay. Because that's how they played. That was their strength.
Which is strange, though, because the majority of the teams, here, I think this is like the most aggressive-oriented gathering of teams, I think, for LoL so far. Because
definitely,
we see a lot of new faces over on the NA side, and they're known. Teams like Dynamic are known for being super aggressive, early jungle invades and things like that, and we're not seeing it.
Well, we saw it last game.
We saw the one.
It's actually kind of fun because the aggressive teams that are really showing themselves are going to be teams like they've been super aggressive. I'd say the meta's shifting towards being hyper aggressive even. And that's kind of hard to deal with for a lot of teams. You just don't how do you deal with the constant aggression coming out?
Right.
Especially 5-men top dives. That's not safe. That's not easy to deal with. It's scary as hell. And it's what it's shifting towards. So maybe that passive playstyle, even CURSE or CLG.EU, they're known for being passive. Now they're playing not hyper, but they're playing a lot more aggressively.
What other adjectives can we use? Hyper.
They're playing
super,
mega hyper ultra.
Super mega hyper ultra turbo edition.
Turbo edition
2.
No, I play Rainbow edition because it's funnier. Shouts to anybody who's ever played a Street Fighter 2.
I know one of the programmers. It is hilarious, and you know what? We've now freshly announced if we can get a Rainbow edition.
Yeah, come on, Rainbow edition. Come on, Capcom.
So let's do real quick. I want to talk about Alistar real quick. Why do we not see him support as much as we used to?
Because he's not that good at it. Is the truth. Oh wait, before we say anything about that, TD, they're all grouped up. They're looking for it.
They do not have vision quite yet. Voyboy is right there around the corner.
Curse can't reveal the bush,
He has not bought his skills yet. We're waiting for the bind. We're waiting to see if he actually goes for the web sling.
If he goes for the stun and they land the stun, it's gonna.
Oh, there's Nyjacky there with the vines. Actually getting 3 members of Dynamic right there in the bush. But there's the full price. Nyjacky gonna be going down, but he's waiting on the pass just for a second. There's another kill down onto the Rengar. Voyboy, can you actually get out of there? There's the axe to keep him slowed. Flash is going, and there's the leap. Just to
is
stay
he out yet?
Is not out yet though. ZionSpartan taking the turret, cannot get kill number 3, but that is a huge start for Dynamic once again though. But will they hold on to this lead?
Well, this is 2 kills versus 1 kill, and a lot burn for Curse trying to get out there. So they had Jacky with the vines. Normally when you land those, you're just like, all right, that's fine. I was thinking maybe they'll have at least going with a stun to try and start off that fight, but because the vines always travel their full length, they didn't expect anything. And I really love that TD, they actually spent a half second there trying to retreat, but I mean, you walk into a bush with an Alistar in it, you die.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're gone, and I really love that. TD just kind of calling out. They saw the Zyra's really good invasions like that. Yeah. We commonly see people go for that try bush game. That's what happened last game actually, and well, that was a great punishment coming out from TD. Yeah. Now they have the 2 kills. They all bought some wards. Mid lane, Takashi going for that Doran's ring, going to be very, very safe now. That shield's going to be so hard to get through.
Those kills went to mid and to top.
Which exactly where we
need
to go.
The best possible split, I think, in this situation you could have, because these are two AP champs that can scale ridiculous if given any small lead, any small opportunities. But look at this, Cop here top lane.
Oh, this lane makes a lot of sense.
This is, and look once again, Voyboy actually getting that blue to go down into bot. Interesting. But then again, this is quite positive. I'm guessing Curse is not confident with the Elise Katarina matchup, but at the very least, remember, this is on Caitlyn.
I'd say this is more Caitlyn can really shut down Katarina. Watching ZionSpartan, he's already using a health potion. He has 6 health potions in his inventory, so that's going to be hard to deal with coming out from comp, but at the same time, it's not easy to be in the lane. Like, you see him, he tried to get 1 CS there, took about 3 auto attacks.
Right.
It's just going to get harder and harder to deal with as the game goes on, as the lane goes on. Eventually, you can just start getting hit by the ultimate, the ace in the hole. It's going to deal so much damage.
And Takashi actually doesn't quite care that he's taking damage, but he is taking a bit too much. So he may have to just chill out for a second, drink a potion, and sit on it just for a second. But he does have that early Doran's ring, so at the very least a little bit more healthy. He can spam the abilities just a little bit more, and all those abilities to come in a little bit extra punch. ZionSpartan now in a struggle just to farm underneath tower because those auto attacks from Cop just do a bit too much this early on.
They deal quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
I mean, if he gets the proc from his passive too, like that's gonna be the problem. That everything Cop has, it's gonna be efficient at shutting down ZionSpartan.
Right.
You have to be playing back. He has 10 CS versus Voyboy's 11 CS. He has more potions, so he can take a lot more damage, but it's just gonna be hard until he gets enough wave clear. Which, well, if you max out Sinister Seal first on Katarina with a normal build, you have to get into melee range to clear very efficiently, and that's going to be the tricky part.
So now we actually see both of the AD lanes looking to get their push onto the tower, but it seems that Curse is having a bit more success because it's new Caitlyn. That is a very push-oriented lane. But Alistar Vayne, that's very aggressive. That's a kill lane. You're looking for kills here, but
you can't kill Elise.
You can't kill Elise. You can't kill usually someone you're pushing to tower, and especially hard to kill Elise because she just goes up into the air. She's just gone.
They're not going to kill her in one combo. That's going to be the big thing. Like possibly if they get a headbutt pulverize into a condemn, maybe.
Yeah.
But the way Voyboy positions himself, he's never going to be in that spot. If he gets headbutt, he's just going to be safe.
If he does, it's his
own mistake, and he knows it. So that's why he's playing off to like the side, to the left side of that lane, but not sticking in the middle. The Nintendudex is down there. A 3-man gank could work out to catch him out of spider form.
He is outside of the tri-brush. There's the headbutt and pulverize up against the wall, and still manages to get out of there, but cannot stay up in the air for long. There's the exhaust going down, and Voyboy going down underneath his own tower. Nintendu taking the turret the entire time, but there's the leap from Saintvicious from the tri-brush, managing to take out the Olaf, and here comes Nyjacky. There's a lot of CC in that Zyra. Can you get it? No, does not land the vines on the Alistar. He flashes out of there, but Takashi also coming down to make a visit, but will not have any opportunities there.
I'm actually surprised he went for that flash. Could have just tried to bait out the fight, but I mean, that's kind of the problem that Voyboy poses when you try to gank him. Like, that was a cool gank. That was a great kill. But they spent so much time there. That gave time for Saintvicious to get just in range to really lock down and cement that kill. So that's kind of the problem they have ganking Zyra, or ganking Elise. But you know what? They got the kill. They went 1-for-1. It's still an okay situation.
Right. And but also keep in mind, top lane, look, how is this tower doing?
Ooh.
Not very well.
800 HP, and you know, these waves, they're not going down very quickly. He can't clear them too efficiently just because he has to get so close to deal that damage.
Yeah, and I'm expecting the moment that tower goes down, Curses are going to switch on back and try the same thing back down bot. But as we mentioned before, though, this is a very aggressive kill lane from TD. They may just stay up there and keep pushing.
That could be what they want to do. They want to try and make sure that Caitlyn doesn't fight Vayne if Vayne's on equal farm, especially once she's hit level 6, because Vayne, with her chase potential, can really punish someone like Caitlyn who's based entirely off the range. She's just going to stay in auto attack range, keep shooting her with that mini crossbow, and there's not a lot Caitlyn can do about it. So this is the point where Caitlyn could do well against Vayne, but they're using that time to just pressure top lane, and it is working out. 23 CS to 23 CS, despite the fact that Elise has died. And Vayne, she's only 5 CS behind, so not getting that big lead, but I think they're confident shutting down Katarina right now.
Nyjacky low on mana here in the mid, and Takashi, he's been doing actually a pretty good time. He's having a pretty good time farming here. He's 10 up, double Doran's ring, has plenty of damage and mana regen on there, and also the important part is that Takashi is now level 6, now has the ultimate available, and is capable of a boatload of burst wherever he may be. Staying mid, go for the gank bot top wherever he needs to be.
Yeah, he can roam efficiently. Actually set up a really good kill top lane if he gets a chance to go up there. I mean, that could be his plan right now. ZionSpartan himself also level 6, so that's going to be a really deadly combination. They're roaming straight up top, but looking at Curse, they're already gone. Because ZionSpartan hold this turret. Oh, how low is it?
So close.
40-17. Oh, come on.
Minions, OP.
That's actually a really important tower kill. Now they can't try and bait out the dive or bait out a push from Curse. Can't gank them for it. It's kind of a crappy situation. DontMashMe taken to about half HP. Voyboy doing a lot of damage there. And will Curse keep pushing down that top lane, or will he go ahead, swap bot, try to go for the drag control, and try to fight? Gold now dead even despite the 2-kill advantage for TD, but that's going to be the turret. So that's something that could very easily be made up at the same time. Turret defense is very strong. They have Zyra, they have Elise, they can really hold those lanes well. Caitlyn, of course, whatever lane she's in, it's going the other direction. It's not pushing towards her.
And Cop going to be returning to top lane, but it looks like Rhux on Nunu. He's going to be roaming just a little bit. He could also be trying for something here in mid. Takashi has been actually doing a pretty good job pushing. He's a little bit vulnerable for a gank, because remember that when you do go in with the ultimate, your displays a little bit. DontMashMe throwing down the ultimate here in bot. Voyboy up in the air just to try and avoid damage. Does get the stun, barely up against the wall, forcing out the flash, but there's ZionSpartan on the back end beyond tier 1 in mid with one Shunpo and some blades.
That's a bop right there. That's a bop coming out from ZionSpartan.
But ZionSpartan needed that though, because he's been denied so much farm, and that just put him right back into this.
Well, the big problem is that leaves that blue buff open top side to the new Caitlyn combo.
Yeah.
Though it isn't quite up yet. They were scouting for it. If they do feel confident, they can get a lot of push on. And ZionSpartan roams out of lane again. They're not going to be afraid to push. They're not going to be afraid to go aggressive.
Saintvicious, he may have a double take, do the same thing he did last time, but Nintendude wisely backing off. Wants to clear some distance for MashMe to get some damage onto the turret, but the creeps are pushing back at the moment. But it looks like Nintendude will just stay down here, just to keep the AD and support.
They want to keep the aggressive action going there. Unfortunately, topside is being pushed up for. Well, they were pushing up, but now they're scared because Takashi's going for this kill. It's going to be level 7, level 5 versus level 8 and level 7. This could be a hard fight.
At the very least, they're going to trap Rhux, but I think the prime target here is Cop. But Rhux actually going the opposite way. They are now split, and Rhux, he's going full Rambo mode, trying to escape death. And we'll see if he's actually going to be able to make it. You got Nintendude actually closing out his position too. Rhux just slowly
run away, Rhux, run away.
Run away. Can you actually do it? He actually has no boots, and he dispersed dynamic for so long. Sans boot. He's barefoot at the moment and managed to keep TD away for so long.
I mean, ZionSpartan, they won for that chase. He could not keep up because of the snowball. The snowball coming.
Now he buys. Yeah, now he's got boots.
Yeah, now he's like, I really need these.
I need some new kicks because those feet were just not working.
And well, had he had boots, he would have been able to run away in the first place because the snowball moving so fast. Oh, is that a fight going on?
That is Takashi X keeping Saintvicious behind. Does he wait?
He's ulted.
He has ulted. Leaping right down onto Pixel, still trapped in the bush, caught out by the ward. There's Takashi X getting the kill on to Caitlyn, but TD still looking to draw the line. Saintvicious trapped in the brush, flashes over the wall to the blue spawn. Voyboy going down the river, and Nyjacky should actually be safe with the Saintvicious guard. There is a little bit of damage though. Saintvicious, he's got brought below, and Curse wants to re-engage this. Voyboy dipping in and out of the Dragon Pit. Pixel very low though. Rhux looking to be a hero. He is back. Wants a little bit of revenge. He's only level 5, does not have the ultimate, and Elise over on the side with some spiders takes out MashMe.
Alright, DontMashMe getting mashed in the end. The big problem right now for TD is once again the CS has just not been in their favor. It's actually more or less equal this game, but
yeah,
it's a 1,300 gold advantage for TD, and they're up 4 kills. That's going to be more or less equal, just I think 500 once if this turret goes down right now. The push is pretty strong. I guess Rhux hasn't blood pulled yet. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an awkward fight though.
Like
it was really weird.
It was long. That was how what happened.
Yeah.
Rhux had time to show up back in the fight. If he had his ultimate, it would have picked up 3 more kills there. But
yeah.
luckily he didn't.
And it's really odd to see fights go that long this early on. It's like, well, do we want to re-engage maybe? I don't know.
So much got used taking out Cop at the start of the fight, and it really just kind of whirled them low. That Nyjacky come in from the side there really set up that fight perfectly. I mean, TD, they just had no HP. After they went for those aggressive dives, they needed to back up, and they stayed a little bit too long in the area. And well, they took a lot of damage in response. DontMashMe going down, that is not the best situation. He's at least 1-1-3, those assists,
right.
Like, that Bane trade potential is still there. But I'm just kind of worried. TD's lead, it's fairly small for how many kills they have, for how far ahead they should be.
And also, right now, Curse, they have vision. They know MashMe is down bot, they know he's farming. So they can push back on this push here in mid if they decide to. But it looks like they're going to do the safe play. Saintvicious is actually farming up, and Cop just does not want to leave top lane. It's like that. I mean, just look at this. Look at
creep
this.
wave. Okay, yeah, there's a reason he's going top lane. If Takashi X can get a kill up there, like one turret will really kind of get TD back into a more dominant position.
Oh, cupcake.
I mean, could Takashi dive Cop? Probably not, because there's 4 people now backing him up.
Yeah, there's way too much reinforcement here top now for Curse.
And well, he does deny Cop a decent amount of CS there, and really that's his main goal there. Just try and keep him from getting that much CS. Still a 20 CS lead over Ving, a decent amount, but this bot turret is going to go down. All right, TD, they're going to be 2,000 goal lead, a little bit more confident with how they're doing now.
Cop taking a huge chunk from that Diana Q. but wisely decides to back off with the net. Does not want to be ulted, does not want to be bursted down. But most of TD's focus, they are into the mid, into the bot, and Takashi, he's convinced that he can actually take care of this 2v1, but those slows are a little dangerous right now. Rhux throwing down the ultimate. Takashi cannot dive in, cannot dive out of that ultimate pass.
Whoa, where'd you go?
Where is that Voyboy at? There's Takashi X going down. He did not have the pullback to cancel out that ult. He just could not do it.
He could not get, like, he just kind of sat there. I don't know if you saw, he walked into the ultimate just so Takashi X did try to use his own ult to get out of that fight.
Yeah.
He could not do it. And unfortunately, Takashi X not able to pick up the kill. They do pick up Voyboy. They're taking down this bot turret. That is 2 people top lane to go ahead and secure that kill. So the other 4, guess what? They're taking out the other top laner, securing this bot turret. Nyjacky is here to defend. Saintvicious taking a lot of damage. He does have the ult to get out of the fight, though.
Yep, ZionSpartan did not have the ult up, could not, not the full damage potential, but enough to keep him away. And Dynamic happy with their gain of tower.
Oh, that's a scary push to be in. That's a very...
Wow. That is risky.
At the same time, Rhux actually pushing down that mid lane turret, so... I mean, overall, a kill for a kill, a turret for a turret, but that bot, those outer bot turrets are gone now.
Yeah.
They can kind of ignore that lane. They can send Vayne to a farm when the creep wave builds up back in their direction. And the TD, they've got a decent amount of map control. They have to apply their pressure. They can go down mid, go down top, though, and that's going to be their main focus. Going for the jungle, either the blue buff, or focusing on a push and camp in the red jungle for Curse.
Yeah. It's still, I guess there's still a lot of awkward fights. You know, the last few series of fights have just both been, strange, and we strangely started a little bit longer than we would anticipate fights to go on this early. And I'm wondering, the first full, everyone's full, everyone just busting heads, kind of fight. I'm wondering how that's actually going to turn out.
I don't know at this point. I'd say TD, they're scary to say the least, based on that flash coming out of Nyjacky right there.
Nyjacky was
low on HP, but still.
Diana's definitely still a concern.
Yeah. Diana's insane. Vayne's doing well. I think TD, this game's, the longer it goes, the more in their favor it's going to be. So they don't need to be dominant right now. I'd say that's just kind of how they like to play. But if they can just wait for a passive late game, I mean, they have, not at least, they have Vayne.
Yeah.
They have Diana, one of the best features in the game, and Katarina does not have weak late game to say the least.
Yeah.
Same time, Caitlyn not that well known for mid to late game. Late game is okay just because of her range, but not the same as Vayne's. Vayne has a really good late game, and Elise really gonna be more focused on executing people rather than just being in those team fights, being a heavy initiator. So she doesn't do quite as much as the other members.
So one of the problems that Dynamic used to have, and may still have, is closing out those games once things get super late. Having the issue is sometimes they'll go hey, let's just throw everyone in and hit it, maybe it'll go down. Do you feel they still have that issue? Do you feel that may come into play here?
I think every team has that issue, depending on the comp they're up against. It's going to be hard to push against a team that Curse has just because of Caitlyn and because of Nyjacky playing Zyra. So that's a hard group to push against. At the same time, Rhux being attempted. They had to force fights for objectives like this.
There's Saintvicious out in front. One gets the leap onto Nintendo, force him out of the fight. There's Zyra ult going down. Only gets the leap onto Takashi X, but he does go down mid pop-up. Saintvicious still in the brush, and that's not where you want to be fighting a Rengar. Pixel forced to use the ult, but left behind by the Zyra Vines. He's very low. He's a shred. Single shred of health. Will the Caitlyn ult get him? No. Nintendude blocking the shot for his buddy, allowing the Alistar heal to come out and make him a little bit more healthier, just enough so he can get back to spawn comfortably. But the dragon is still up and alive, and Curse can just fall back and grab it for themselves here.
And unfortunately for Team Dynamic, they're not quite tanky enough yet. Takashi X is doing well, but he doesn't have the bolt. The shield is decent, but he doesn't have his own use. He doesn't have anything to really survive these fights, and that showed there. Because he went forward first, which normally happens, but he died.
Yeah.
And he died quickly. So they need to really get their items. Zonia's is now finished on a Takashi X. Still, though, that was only one death, despite the fact that Pixel was so low, despite the fact that they really... I mean, they lost their main initiator and their, I'd say, biggest source of burst damage right now. Yeah. Vayne, she's getting scary, but doesn't have anything really completed. It has Zeal, BF Sword in her inventory. They kind of need to wait and just get more items. And they can really deal with the bulkiness of someone like Rengar. They can get past that front line, get someone like Jatt, get someone like Caitlyn, and deal the DPS. But right now, they don't have enough.
Yeah, but on the other side, Curse feels like they have enough to actually get through, because you saw how much Nintendo got bursted down. Takashi died, and Nintendude was brought down.
Oh, Rhux
may get caught out here. Takashi X with the dash, ultimately keeping him behind. He's got those Nikes now. He can actually get away. No, maybe not. There's Takashi X with the quick kill, and Cop over on the side wants to get a little bit of revenge for the support, but is actually pushed aside. Nyjacky, though, is still wanting to get aggressive, throwing down the seeds in preparation. Running side by side with Cop, but Dynamic has decided to fall back into their own jungle after placing a ward over out in front of the Baron.
I mean, I think Curse was hoping the fight would keep going on. Oh, actually, Cop.
Oh, the bush is warded, by the way. Okay, now you know.
Yeah. Cop, wasn't a bad spot there, and they keep catching out Rhux. Rhux right now, what's his score? 0-2-2. So actually, I thought he died a little bit more, but he's okay, given some of the bad situations he's been in.
Yeah, no more. Just no more from this point on.
Yeah.
Though.
They're looking for those easy catches. They're looking for just those quick kills, like Saintvicious right now going on DontMashMe's
Wow.
pride. Oh, he still gets sold by the end of the second bullet.
There
he
he's
escaped this.
He's trying to. The elite Voyboy just barely missing the stun. DontMashMe, though, the explosive spider doing quite a bit. Can he actually get out of Saintvicious taking the tower? But here comes Takashi X. The Vayne does go down, but Diana looking for revenge.
No mana, though.
No mana. Cannot do a whole hell of a lot in Saintvicious, though, with the interference. Manages to keep Diana aside.
A lot of damage being dealt to that. Oh, actually, no damage being dealt to that top turret, though.
Oh, wow.
That's an important kill. I mean, they have 3 people up top, but they can't push against that, against the Caitlyn without their own Vayne. And,
yeah.
I mean, if they can shut down Vayne, if they have someone like Rengar who can enter the back line, and, well, they do, and Elise trying to focus her down, too, that's going to be a big deal if DontMashMe can't survive against that combo. Still, looking at that chase, look at the fact that he cleansed and still got hit by a second CC afterwards and was able to get all the way back to his turret. That's an okay spot to be in. Eventually,
right.
DontMashMe will get the Zeal, will be moving a bit faster. He might be able to escape those dangerous situations.
Yep. And imagine what would have happened if Diana was there a little bit sooner. I mean, it could have actually prevented the whole
I mean,
mess.
that was a good, I'd say, half second to
Right.
save Vayne. That was almost an escape for Vayne.
Right.
That was so close, but Takashi just not there.
Or even then, imagine if Nintendo was there. Because remember, he is the one with the vision. He does have the pink eye. He does have.
They can go ahead, they can stop the initiation, or at least catch him in the process.
Right.
And the kite potential is really strong from TD, just because of the axes from Olaf. And if Takashi X doesn't initiate, he can always use his pull just to protect Vayne. And that's going to be efficient. Their main goal will be to protect Vayne in the late game, but I think they're going to be going for more of the aggressive front line. ZionSpartan dives in, Takashi dives in, and there are these big threats coming out from TD. Everybody is scary, even Pixel, just because he can initiate so well. So they have to deal with everybody, and the fact that that leaves Vayne open in the back is going to be important to them.
Yeah, Alistar is still a huge massive threat. It's AoE CC, end of sentence. That's it.
And that's it. You have to deal with it. You have to make sure that he either doesn't get in the fight well, or if he does, well, you have something planned out.
Dynamic camping out this bush, and this is very much like we saw earlier. And there is the axe to start the fight. Pulverizing 2 members of CURSE.NA. Got the Zyra ult popping up, 2 members of TD, and there's the Caitlyn ultimate to keep Katarina out of the fight. New ult going down. Also, Saintvicious does not get out of the brush this time. Another kill. 2 members down for each side. DontMashMe will not be able to get out. Zyra picking up that one for the double, and that is a 2 for 3.
And so much time spent taking out Voyboy, taking out Saintvicious, that left that very squishy backline for Curse open. Now they have 3 up. Now it's only ZionSpartan and Nintendudex. And unfortunately, the front line for TD is not dealing enough damage to those important squishy targets. I mean, they dove for Voyboy, they dove for Saintvicious, and those are the guys that want to be taking damage. What does Saintvicious have right now? Spirit Visage, a Heart of Gold, and now finishing an Aegis. He is going to be the bulky member of Curse, as well as Elise, now that she's going for, well, not the Frozen Heart we saw last time, but he just bought a Giant's Belt. So unfortunately, their focus wasn't there. They had a good catch. They had such a good bait, but just not the right people being hit in the end.
Right. And even then, you look on the other side, you look at Dynamic, you look at Olaf, he does not have his Aegis done yet. He's got his GP10s, but nothing really to help benefit the whole team. And frontline, it's Alistar. He has his ult.
So he can survive there. And, well, really, they sent the front line forward. It's like, we're going to go for these guys. And, I mean, no one's still that tanky. Pixel, even on Alistar, well, you kind of ignore Alistar if he has ultimate up. It's going to be a while before he has his stun combo up again. And, I mean, Nintendo doesn't have the HP. ZionSpartan barely got out of that fight, too. Like, they won in there, they got hit by too much AoE. They're setting up the same trap again. Can they really do this, though?
Hey, fool me once, as they say. Pixel over off on the side, though. Can he get the head of the yes, but only onto Zyra, and he is left behind, going down to half. There's the Zyra ult once again. ZionSpartan being popped up on that. DontMashMe needs to get out of there, uses the cleanse. Can he actually get away? He has the ultimate up. Takashi X go for the dive, wants to get the kill on Nyjacky, but he is alone. Katarina and Alistar have already gone down. awkward fight for Dynamic. This is not the right manner of approach, and 3 for 1 on that. And Curse, they're immediately following that and going straight for the Baron.
I mean, that was Pixel getting a CC, and I don't think he even got the pole by just the headbutt.
Just yeah,
on Nyjacky.
Yeah, well, even then, it's AoE CC that you used on one member.
And
one
like, okay,
person.
that's okay if you're going for the catch, but there were so many people around, and
Yeah.
you know, Pixel was off on his own. Nintendudex now being caught out. This Baron should be going down pretty much for free, but will he survive? He's trying to escape this. This
Hold on to
Oracle is
that.
huge. Oh, he's so close to dying. Uses the ultimate. Oh, the spider's
no.
blowing up in his face saying, no, Nintendudex, you do not get to live today.
Oh, that's
But
absolutely unfortunate.
Those fight, like, at the end, who was DontMashMe hitting? Rhux.
Right.
Rhux can die. They don't care if Rhux survives.
Right.
And that was giving time for Caitlyn to get free auto attacks. They just are not hitting the right people.
Yep.
And it's not necessarily the positioning, because positioning is insane in these fights. They're just not going for the right focus. They're not playing as a team. They're playing as 5 individuals. And it's showing right now.
And
Curse,
yeah.
they're playing really damn well right now.
They're playing really well. They know they have the right focus. And you saw that last. DontMashMe was immediately forced. I was like, okay, I gotta pop my cleanse. I gotta get out of here. Otherwise, I'm gonna die, and I'm no use to these guys
Yeah,
dead.
who died first? It was going to be ZionSpartan because he was caught out. Then Takashi. I think Pixel might have died because he was kind of in everybody at the same time. And then
Right.
DontMashMe, the second he shows his face, like, shoot him. Shoot him. He retreats.
Get that man.
Shows up again. No, get him again. No, he doesn't get to live. Oh, this inhibitor is being pushed down. Pixel's taking a lot of damage. Having to use the ultimate, that's a big deal.
Having to use the ultimate under tower.
Yeah, now he can't go for an aggressive initiation. Now they're gonna have to give up this turret most likely.
They're gonna give up the turret, and once they give that up, they're gonna have to let
inhibitor's gone, too.
The inhibitor's gone. It's just a matter of how long is it gonna take to get there. And
Curse-
this Baron buff is fresh. It's 3 minutes
Yeah.
still to go.
Curse, they're not necessarily ahead of like that much level to focus on. The confidence is the big issue right now for PD.
He got huge chunk damage going on in Saintvicious, but he will be fine. And Takashi
Oh,
next.
that might be
This
what
is
they
a
need.
little bit brave. He goes for the CC. Takashi with the Zonias in the middle of everything, and Rhux goes down right as the ultimate ends. Saintvicious taking some tower shots, also exhausted with Takashi X. The damage is too much. Caitlyn ult onto the Vayne. Triple kill for the Vayne, but does go down. 4 for 3. There's still plenty of damage on Curse. It's only Pixel defending, and those Spiderlings can take that damage, but Saintvicious can do so also. Well, did he have enough? Yes, that looks like they will. They're still gonna get the inhibitor off it. That was great. Fantastic kills for DontMashMe. He got all 3 of them, but still, though, you're still losing the inhib.
They're still losing a lot of ground, and when the inhib go down, you just lose so much map control, because
Right.
you're gonna have to retreat. You're gonna have to hang out at that top side inhibitor every now and then just to make sure you don't lose a nexus trade. You don't let the push go on for a bit too long.
It's still that was an amazing play though. That was a little. I kind of like, oh my god, are they actually doing it?
That was the all.
That
Like,
was-
they made it
that was
all in
perfect.
just to survive, and you know
Yep.
what? They at least got rid of the Baron buffs.
They get on 3 of the critical members.
Yeah, it was still a bad situation.
Right.
The Oracle's down for Curse at least, but
Yeah, but you got the important members. You got off Zyra.
yeah, they got it off
Got it
Zyra,
off of Caitlyn.
Off Caitlyn.
And Rhux doesn't count.
Rhux is just. I mean, hey, that's like an extra 180 damage on the ultimate, I believe. That Baron buff does a lot.
That's nothing to laugh at, actually.
So it is noticeable on Rhux, but still, I mean, that's what they need to do. They just need to be aggressive onto the right people, onto the front line. In the end, who survived? It was Saintvicious and Voyboy, the tanky members, but still, that
Right.
was a team with Baron buff. Curse or TD, they're gonna outscale Curse just because they do have Vayne. If they can hold, they can wait. We've seen the proper fight for them. It can be really efficient. They didn't even have Pixel ultimate. Had they had that, he could have stayed in the fight longer. Might have been able to get a second CC off. Might have been able to really turn that fight.
And the more farm Vayne can actually manage to get, she's actually not too far behind Cop, actually. It's a 1k difference between the 2 ADs following that triple. And Vayne, with the right items, with the attack speed and all the damage, one of the biggest hitting ADs once you hit
She
late game.
scales so ridiculously well. Unlike someone like Draven, who can scale really well himself, isn't so dependent on positioning.
Right.
She can, she has mobility. She's aggressive. She's hard to chase down. She can catch up super well because of her passives. And it's going to be scary for Curse if this game goes on, but it's still in their favor. They still have a 6k gold lead, and this is going to be a hard hold.
And their push is amazing. And so we saw it in the early games. We saw it when the tier 1 top went down.
That poke.
Kopf and Rhux together. That Blood Boil Caitlyn, that is just free tower damage all day, every day. If you have a minion, you have free tower damage.
And of course, Voyboy, he always has minions.
He always has minions. He's always got spiders. Always.
But a lot of it too is going to be Nyjacky with his own poke. He lands a good Grasping Vines. That could be a kill.
Yeah.
DontMashMe does now have a cleanse, does have his Silver Sash, so he's going to be very hard to kill. And that's going to be the big thing. You can't really take him down. If he can survive the fights long enough, he will just kill everybody.
Saintvicious looking for free CC wherever he can, throwing down those bolas. Same thing, Voyboy dipping in and out. Everyone taking turns, taking a free tower shot or two just to see if they can't bait something out, see if they can't route TD straight out without having to do this long poke game. Still outside, they're still waiting for the minions. And also, remember, there's super minions pushing up here in the top, and eventually TD's going to have to fall back and deal with it.
That eventually is going to be in about 15 seconds, and when that happens, Curse are going to go for the aggression, they're going to go for the push.
Yes.
And if you're TD, that might be the end of the game. Takashi X down to about half HP, they know this on Curse. They're playing a bit more far forward, they're going for the aggression now.
And actually, mid's pushing too, so Vayne going off to see that. Curse decides this is a pretty good opportunity. There's the Zyra ult going down to Pixel X. Off, up into the air, being called out. Nintendude charging on forward, wants this kill, but Elise going to be taking out Diana, and there is Elise going straight up into the air, wants to get the kill on the Olaf, flashing it over, being very aggressive, exhausted, and pulverized, and dynamic in a full retreat back to their fountain, giving up the tower, giving up the inhib. And
Big turret dying to creeps, actually.
Cop doesn't care. He's not even going for it yet, but he knows they can win the game here with the right amount of push. They can take up both Nexus turrets right here because Takashi is going to be down for another 20 seconds. Nintendo cannot even escape. Just the auto attack harassment from Caitlyn. Doing it again on the Pixel. Just whatever CC necessary just to get Cop out of the way. It's just simply not enough. MashMe having trouble staying in his own fountain even. Spiders coming in from Elise on the side, and the Nexus is now being focused. And this will be it. CURSE.NA lugging down the Nexus, just a few more shots, and they should have it. There is the shutdown on to Elise, but I think this is just a little bit too late coming from Dynamic. But you do have Takashi X. He has respawned. Cop. Look at Cop! Very low and still in the middle of the fight, but the super minions are too much. CURSE.NA moving on. Team Dynamic is out.
I got a big frown because I love TD. They're cool people.
They're good guys, and to have them come back to the tournament that really kick-started them off onto this whole crazy esports world.
Yeah, and now they're tied for 13th place. But they played They played an okay game, but they didn't play a great game. Of course, they came out actually giving up 2 kills early on in the game, and that really didn't kickstart the game for TD. They just didn't take enough control early enough. The fights, when they did happen, even game 1, they're really just kind of in Curse's favor for the most part, and they just didn't have the focus. They weren't the right team. They weren't the TD we know and love when it comes to playing well.
And it's so weird. It still boggles me whenever they get Olaf and whenever they don't perform, because Nintendo has been like the biggest key for this team for the longest time, and here he is with his champ, and it's still just not working out.
It's just not doing it. Maybe
it's so weird.
At the end, the Olaf pick just might not be right. It might not be what they need. He went 0-4-8 that game. He had a decent amount of control, but he didn't really get that much farm. Didn't really have a chance to dive Cop or be that beefy in the front line. He actually had the least amount of gold in the game at 6.7k, well below Pixel. Well, 500 gold below Pixel at 7.2k.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the story for even Nintendudex last game. Like, he did decently, got those early kills, but he didn't do that much. He could not be that effective.
Yeah, it's just.
It could be the fix.
It's a shame.
It wasn't just Nintendudex. So it was overall TD. They had a good comp. They had their chances, but the right people weren't being targeted. Curse had decent positioning and really punished them for that.
Right.
And TD, they had their moments to shine. They did play well, but they didn't play consistently well throughout the entire game. And, Curse abused that, as they should. And they took a very solid win. 2-0 in the first round of losers. That's a nice way to start it off for Curse. Now that they are here, they want to make sure they give up as few games as possible, stay confident. And TD, we'll grab a burger with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I know some of the Dynamic parents are here too, so we'll just they'll still have some fun.
We'll party with the Dynamic parents, but put TD to sleep. Oh my god, that would be the best and weirdest night ever. Shouts to all the TD parents though, because you guys are awesome.
Yeah. So CURSE.NA gonna be moving on. They're gonna be playing the loser of CURSE.EU and CLG Prime, and it would be strange though if CURSE.EU manages to drop down. That would be a guaranteed team kill over in the losers bracket. But CURSE.EU, they're looking very strong right now, though. They're
very scary. They're a team that I don't want to say came out of nowhere. They just haven't really been recognized that much lately.
Yeah.
But then they had the 2 big recent tournaments, DreamHack and Tales of the Lane, and it's like, one did not so well and the other did pretty strong. And it's like, well, they're maybe a really good team, maybe not. But when they're on fire, and they've been boot camping from what I've heard.
Yes.
Depending on who you talk to, actually. Never mind that one. Super is having different opinions, but when they really practice, when they really play well, they show their strength.
Yeah. So we'll see where the rest of the day leads. I think we're out of here for the moment, but I think we should be back later on this afternoon. And of course, as always, big shout outs to all of our sponsors here. And it's these guys who make it happen. It's viewers like you who make it happen. You have to give that the plug to PBS. Huge thanks for them to helping us out also. And stay tuned, man. We also got the main stage stream going strong if you want to check out more League of Legends action there. But we will be back in a little while for some great more matches, and we'll see you once again this afternoon.
Adios, folks.
Place team, being SGS in this case, against a fourth place team, which was Iceland from Group B. This is kind of all or nothing at this stage. You lose this game, you're out of the tournament, and good night, Vienna.
And the strange thing about this matchup is Iceland, their very first game of the tournament was against CLG.EU, and they played them really tight. Like, that was probably the closest game CLG had the entire tournament. And then they finished fourth in the group because they lost to Fear and they got knocked out. SGS lost to, I believe it was Team Solo Mid to get knocked into third place as well. But SGS likes to run probably the most unconventional stuff that we've seen this tournament. They ran Urgot, they ran Janna Mid, they ran a Kha'Zix in one of the games. They like shield comps, and they like shielding people, and that's why you see Karma and Urgot getting banned, because that's actually what they do. They'll run Urgot, bottom lane, and Karma mid. But, of course, Darkness loves his Jarvan as well, so they could still go for something like that. Janna's not there. If they get Lulu as well, they could do the same kind of thing. They love tanky shield comps. That's really what they do.
And SGS banning out here Shen, which I always say is a fairly standard ban, especially for a purple team or a red team, whatever you want to call it. That split push capability that he has, pretty much unrivaled.
And it's a common ban, actually. When a team bans Shen, it's almost like saying we didn't necessarily fully scout the other team, because it's normally something that anyone can play, and it's probably the most common ban that we still have available. But, they get rid of that. They got rid of Rengar and Diana. Those are actually all kind of really common bans if you think about it. So SGS might just be trying to, with the Taric Ezreal, though, that's strange, because that's not what they've done. Maybe they got banned out too much by Iceland. The games I've seen from SGS have not been like this, so maybe they're going standard.
Well, the first pick we didn't really mention from Iceland is Orianna. Fantastic AP mid champion that we've seen so often during this tournament, whether picked or banned. Certainly a highly contested champion. There's Mundo and Jax. Again, I think Jax has been one of the most highly played champions so far.
You got it right there. It's been so many people have just ended up picking up Jax, crushing the lane with him, and then once he gets going, I mean, you don't really stop a Jax once he gets going, unless maybe you have a Vayne or something who can knock him back. But, Iceland, I don't remember 100% what they played against CLG to play him tight, but in the small amount of sample size games we had, for those of you who don't know, Iceland was a Hong Kong team. They got voted into their qualifiers and then completely swept them up until IPL5, and then got knocked into loser bracket once they got here. But Jax was one of their most played. They played him 3 times in the top lane. They actually only played Vayne once, but that was a victory for them in their qualifiers. So, even with the small sample size, they're picking things that they've picked before in the qualifiers. So it actually looks like nothing really got denied for them, because Shen, obviously everyone plays him, but like Rengar, for instance, isn't even something they play. So it shows that SGS is just going with what they know, and Iceland also as well.
And this is looking like a strong combo from Iceland as well. Picking up this Vayne now, a Lulu also being hovered over, which I'm guessing that both of these are going to end up being locked in there. Obviously, SGS on their last choices did pick up an Olaf. Again, a fairly common pick that we've seen through this tournament, and that Jarvan, which definitely not going to call him a common pick. We have seen him before in this tournament, which Froggen actually played in the middle lane yesterday against TSM.
Froggen loves playing those. He's picked up Lee Sin, Jarvan, Corki, and then also, I'm guessing this is a jungler for them. Darkness plays it, and Cyanide plays some jungle Jarvan as well. So it's creeping up. This is something SGS has actually always done. Even back in IPL Face-Off, they played a Karma Jarvan comp against TSM, and the jungle Jarvan, this guy's actually really, really good at it. But they got the Lulu on Iceland. I really like Iceland's comp. I've seen so much success with just comboing circle AoEs, which is the Orianna ball and the Lulu knockup, and they're just kind of going for this again. If I didn't know that SGS is a very strong team, I'd actually favor Iceland in here.
Yeah.
But with the past results, it's going to be close. I like their comp more.
And what about the other side? I mean, we've just seen Katarina locked in there as the last pick.
Yeah.
Hopefully I don't say the word Katarina so often during this game, but you never know how
Sometimes
Katarina goes.
Katarina's all over the place.
Yeah.
Spams all
That's the
spells.
actual technical word for what Katarina does. She Katarinas everywhere.
Yeah.
But we saw during Singapore, we've seen already this tournament, to varying degrees of success, a lot of Katarina. And that's because on this Elise patch, well, quite frankly, she is very, very strong still.
Yeah.
But your favourite in this Iceland comp, I said it there before that Vayne Lulu was not picked up in there as well, that they are looking very, very good. And as you said, they took CLG close to the wire, which would suggest that they're definitely up for this one. It's going to be both of these teams' first game of the day, which is never an easy thing to call, in my opinion, because teams do come into the day, not warmed up or not quite ready to go.
I mean, especially with the jet lag coming in for these guys, because we saw Iceland. Sorry, you said this morning actually you woke up at 3 at night because you're already jet lagged, and you've been here since Monday. These guys got in, I think, a day before the tournament. Iceland's from Hong Kong, SGS obviously from Singapore. It's like they're gonna be jet lagged. When SGS came to IPL Face-Off, they got physically sick because they didn't have good travel. First game of the day, you don't know how these guys rest, you don't know how they've adjusted, you don't know how they settle into tournaments. This is the first major LAN event for Iceland, I believe, so it's like the first day obviously kind of rough because they got knocked into the losers bracket. How have they adapted to that, and how have they kind of calmed their nerves and settled in? Because the picks look really strong. They really scale into the late game when you really look at it, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, we're going to jump into the game. If I can
hit the button.
Just hit the button, which would be cool. There we go. And we're going to get into it. By the way, guys, I would just warn you now that I am controlling the game, and like the teams in their first game of the day, it's also my first of the day. So if we miss any of the action, don't worry yourselves too much. Let's first of all get rid of directed camera because we don't need that. So, Jatt, what are you expecting to see from the start of this one?
Right, so if there was an aggressor level 1, I'd say it would be SGS, but with how these teams are adapting to level 1 so well, you hardly ever see engages anymore. They put down so many wards at the start of the game, and really just, you can see how many pings are going out right now. They don't want each other to invade. But with the way it's set up, it looks like Iceland, that's a very risky 3-man invade, but it's because they scouted with the ball. The only reason for doing that is to put a ward down. But with SGS having 5 men grouped up, they might try to go in for a red buff, and no one's actually going to spot this because they haven't warded their own wraiths, and they snuck in uncontested. The only thing that Iceland knows is that they're not at their race, but to be honest, they're all just kept trying to ward each other. No one's really looking to go aggressive.
And we see there SGS actually backing straight out once they got that Wraith ward in there. Iceland actually by this bush, like you said, they've not seen that ward being put down there. SGS here waiting on the top side of the river. Are they going to go for a bit of a blue invade here? Certainly looks that way.
So they weren't spotted by any of the wards. The only thing that Iceland placed was up by that Wraith, so they're completely free here. Unfortunately for them, though, Mundo's starting at his Wraiths and probably is going to go down for red, so they're not... They'd be planning an actual late invade to try to kill someone at blue, but it looks like they're actually just going to end up stealing buffs, which isn't really going to give them much of an edge as long as Iceland knows it's coming.
Well, here we go. Wolf's going to be taken away first of all, as you would expect, when they've got a free reign over the enemy side of that jungle and leaving just that one single Wraith there, and they're going to be taking this blue. Shouldn't be really any problem whatsoever in finish this off. I mean, Jack's not even bothering. He's going straight into the lane.
And a lane swap. You can see Olaf coming back, or being back to base right now. He's going to be a little bit slow to that lane, but he doesn't really care because normally this level 1 guy gets denied for a while anyway. He's probably going to make it around the right time. We'll see how this works out. Olaf typically a stronger 1v2 laner than Jax, and Tara could be looking to harass and kill a lot. That's going to be a tough lane for red.
Yeah, we just saw LY4 there getting as much damage as he possibly could in there. And actually we see here in the jungle already Mundo trying to catch Equivocal out and will force him to pop that ghost, which is always a great thing, especially in that 2 versus 1 lane. If he doesn't have that ghost, he basically has no escape now.
That was actually kind of an interesting play because Mundo realized that they'd taken his blue, so he immediately went in to try to steal the blue. And the only reason Equivocal was there is he was holding the blue so Darkness could get there. He burned his ghost, but he saved his jungler blue, and that means they're going to end up clearing 3 buffs to only 2 from Iceland. So overall, I think that's a good play for SGS despite losing the ghost on Equivocal.
Right now, Red having a few troubles in this top lane. Ironically tied in CS at 1-1 currently with Olaf, obviously. Neck and neck. It doesn't get much closer, Jatt, let's be honest with that one. But he's really got to be, when there's a chance to get CS, for example, there, you've got to take it. There's no way that you can afford to be really dropping that one. We can see already Iceland putting down the damage onto this turret, and that's what a lot of teams are going to go for early on. But we may just see this early dive coming out. Mundo moving in there. Equivocal going to be behind that turret as they do get in. Vayne actually tanking up the turret. Will have to flash away, but Equivocal surely will go down, and it's going to be first blood going over onto Lulu. But look at the health there, Jatt. They have tanked that turret up brilliantly. However, on the top side, we're going to see exactly the same happening with Jarvan coming in. This time should be a little bit easier as Ignite is burning, and it will be LY4 to pick up that kill.
It's crazy to me that these plays still work, because every time you see a 2v1 lane, as soon as the wave hits the tower, the jungler comes around from the back and tries to kill the solo laner. Both teams, the crazy thing, both teams had the same plan, but neither of the solo laners thought, you know, maybe they're trying this to me. Maybe I should back away. Sloppier gank by Iceland, really clean gank by SGS. Both of them convert, and at the end of the day, it really just screws over Jax and Olaf because both teams successfully pulled off a gank.
Yeah, maybe the difference coming in there with Ezreal actually picking up the kill for SGS, and on the other side, obviously, it was Lulu that picked up the kill. We talk about this often that, yeah, it's not the most ideal situation that the first blood goes to the support, but at the end of the day, a kill is a kill. As Chawy here going to face some pressure from both sides. Mundo coming in. Actually, a flash out of Orianna. The Ignite is down, and Orianna is going to pick up that kill onto Katarina, and that's some great play out of Iceland so far. Mundo turning 2 ganks into 2 kills.
Actually managed to save his flash for that one, and they're both just really aggressively flashed in for Chawy. That was really just Chawy getting a little cute, burning his... You know, Katarina doesn't need to be aggressive 1 through 5. She really gets that later in the lane, and it was just too much. And here comes Darkness right on the other side. No flash on Orianna because he used it to kill.
Cat in trouble now. We do have that red buff in as Tariq actually going to flash in there, and no messing around here. These supports not scared of picking up the kills if they have to. However, Jax is starting to work his way down. No, go back. Yeah, he put a ward down there, so that'll keep him safe at least.
Yeah, so there's actually just been really aggressive tower dabbing and all this, and a lot of flashes just getting burned, which is creating more opportunity for kills since no one's got their summoner spells to escape. We just saw that because Orianna was so aggressive to get the kill on Katarina, just opened her up for the kill for Jarvan's Darkness, and it's just Darkness on Jarvan, sorry. And yeah, now nobody has flash except for Ezreal and Jarvan, and it's just, you know, we'll see how this lane aggression goes because they've really just traded exactly blow for blow so far.
Yeah, the worrying thing maybe, Vayne actually starting to rack up more CS than this Ezreal. I mean, Red, with the time that Tariq's been away, he doesn't have to worry about that stun there, which is giving him a little bit more free time. Now that now that Tariq's come back in, maybe a signal to back away as they try and get this stun down here, and they are in range for the stun. There we go, Counter-Strike is up, but will they be able to finish off the kill? Flash comes out, and there is the finisher from LY4. He is burning from the Ignite, takes a hit again from the turret, but he's going to be surviving this one.
It's just funny, every time someone has a flash up, it seems like they're using it to go in for a kill. Darkness now coming in for this tower push as well. That's the second time they've killed Red, and this could be the start of a fast push for SGS. They know they kind of have to do this because normally Vayne against Ezreal is pretty good, but when you do the lane swap, you give Vayne so much farm. They took the turret on the bottom. Again, they're just matching hit for hit, taking the turret up top. Now Dragon for Iceland because they had 2 members bottom.
Yeah, that 2 members bottom. And now that's the whole reason for the meta game that we have of, you know, the AD and support bottom, because you're going to have more of that dragon control, and especially when it's then a 2v1 lane, take out the turret, there's not really a lot to stop you.
As soon as you get that guy to go back to base, it's clean. And that was actually a 4-minute Oracles, if I wasn't mistaken, or level 4 Oracles on Mundo. He's just got Ninja Tabby and an Oracle's Elixir, so that's another reason they were able to take that dragon, because they knew they didn't have any vision. But when you do get that Oracles at level 4, you got to be real careful, and that's why they're doing this jungle invade, knowing Mundo, if they just took the dragon, would be low, and they'd be able to go in for red steal. They're actually looking to probably kill him here, at the very least take a red buff.
Actually, SGS going to be a little bit wary about this one. Mundo actually spotting them there, seen that ward go down in the brush, so he'll be back to finish that one off a little bit later. Actually, Vayne started to work up from this bottom lane in towards the jungle, just doing golems currently. But that was a little bit of cover should they have needed that one. Looking like Darkness is going to go back. And now in the top we have Olaf and Jax finally matched up against one another. Red just going to be forced away a little bit from that one. But meanwhile, in this bottom side of the jungle, it's pretty much all a bit crazy.
And they matched up pretty close in the top lane, all things considered. They both got dove and lost their turret, but now they're even farm. Same with Vayne and Ezreal, really, aside from the 2 kills on Ezreal. The farm was even, but Ezreal got more kills due to the Taric lane. The interesting thing here is now, even though it's a 2v2 bottom, there's no turret in the back of SGS, so Ezreal and Taric have to be a lot more cautious with this pressure. They have the lane advantage, but if Mundo comes around for gank is when they might be in trouble. They look to continue to put this pressure on because they're looking to take multiple turrets right now.
Yeah, with Jarvan there as well, they are going to have that edge over Lulu and Vayne. Lulu still level 4 here. Taric obviously up to level 5. That means no ulti available as of yet. But look at that damage already. Taken down to below half. HaRleLuYaR actually taking quite a lot of damage as well from licken on Vayne. But I guess they're going to keep this pressure up here. Meanwhile, in the middle, you always have to be careful. Once Katarina hits level 6, then things can go very, very quickly without even seeing it from a spectator point of view. But here we see Mundo again, as Jatt predicted, coming down into this bottom lane. Without that turret behind them, they have to be real careful about staying forward there.
You can see Ezreal's just ditching out entirely right now. We actually didn't realize, or I didn't realize, that SGS didn't finish off the turret in the top lane. They left the minis to clear
they left it,
and it didn't quite make it. So that's going to hurt them because they've already transitioned out of that, and the global gold advantage for Iceland has been capitalized on. They've had time to shop, and they just didn't get it for SGS. So that's a bit of an edge. And with Red being a little aggressive in this game, getting that Ninja Tabby early compared to the Philosopher's Stone of Olaf, I don't know if he's going to be able to get up and actually finish off that turret for quite a while. That gives the early advantage right there to Iceland.
I see there's damage being exchanged. Obviously, the good thing with Olaf, that true damage coming out of his E is always going to be a problem for whoever is facing in this top lane. As Red now needs to be careful. Jarvan off to the side is level 6, so could close Jax in. We've got to pretty much time it perfectly with without a minion wave being there, so that he can't leap strike out of it. But we are going to see Mundo here coming around the backhand side to cover it up. Here is Chawy coming in on towards Mundo. Can he get the kill? Flash away actually from Mundo to keep himself. Now Chawy is in danger. He actually flashes away from the shockwave. Now it's Red that's in trouble. He will go down. There is Jarvan moving on towards Orianna. Jarvan actually going fairly low. Will fall, but Cat will die. Mundo now in trouble as well as Katarina gets a reset, and that will be a double kill for Katarina, a 3-for-1, and it was the jungler that went down for SGS. They're going to be very happy with that exchange, Jatt.
That was an awesome trade for them. They really kind of caught Iceland being a little bit safe with their turret. You knew Iceland smelled that gank coming though, because they had Orianna and Mundo in position, but SGS was just stronger at the time. That is one of the things you risk when you get such an early Oracle's Elixir, is if you do have a brawly combat, that you're just weaker because you put 400 of your gold into a vision item and doesn't help your combat effectiveness. So that's actually a second turret that they take after the end of that push, and getting the reset onto Chawy really going to help him in that lane. He's going full magic pen on Katarina, and really only Orianna's gotten magic resist on that team, so anytime Katarina roams, she's going to be absolutely crushing people.
And that's something that Lulu and Vayne really going to have to watch for. Lulu has now finally hit level 6, so it will offer that bit more protection. We see Iceland maybe trying to push down a middle turret, but Katarina, if she wasn't strong enough, double buff on from that last exchange. It's going to mean that you have to be really, really careful. Like you said, going full pen on this one, that Haunting Guys plus the Soak Shoes, got the Blasting One finish as well. So you have to be very, very wary. We've seen already picking up that double kill earlier on. And that's just the mobility as well of Katarina. I mean, Shunpoing away from the ball, taking no damage from it. We saw earlier on the flashes coming out of the shockwave that was put down. I think it was Jarvan that flashed away from it, I want to say. Well,
I think you're right.
He's the only one with his flash on cooldown, so must have been Jarvan in that position. So yeah, that's the thing that you really have to be careful about with Orianna, that if that shockwave doesn't land, that is a big chunk of damage from any team fight that's gone.
And if you look at their team, you know, they do have to be a little bit careful about interrupting that Katarina ult. The nice thing about this is the Katarina ult now applies the healing debuff, so that hurt the Mundo with an Oracle's even more because there was an Ignite and the ultimate that came off, so he just wasn't healing that much from his ultimate. I'm wondering what their next move is. They picked up that extremely early dragon, Iceland did, and SGS is wondering when it's going to be back up. Everyone now in the bottom lane, since they've killed the 2 turrets already in the top, they're looking to put pressure on, trying to push mid, trying to push bottom, or just get a dragon, but they don't know the exact timer, and you can see Iceland just kind of waiting for them to commit to something to maybe come back in a fight.
SGS here with the Oracle on Java and just clearing out from the Tribush. There was the Dragon spawning. And are they going to kick things off? As you said, Iceland do have the timing down. Let's see what they can do in this one. Oriana ball goes in there. There's a stun on towards to 228. He's surely going to drop from this one. It's Chawy that gets the kill. That's going to make it even more deadly as TkSing is going low as well. And now the double kill onto Lulu. Jarvan ultimate has to be cancelled, but he's not finished just yet. Red going fairly low. Will actually dive in for a bit more damage, but they've got the stun. There's the triple kill. There is the quadra, and then scumbag Ezreal steals away the pentakill, but nonetheless a quadra kill coming out of Katarina. And I said I didn't want to say the word Katarina that much in this game, Jatt, but sometimes you just can't avoid it.
I couldn't help myself. I was just saying no because I saw it coming, right? You saw she got the couple resets, and there were 3 people sitting at about 30% health, and I was like, Jax, you stay away. You do not go back into Katarina. But he did. He went in for an extra hit, and that just allowed the reset to happen. She kept on jumping, and that was just too much right there. Once Katarina gets going like this, she's gotten now, I mean, you assume she's got about 8.5 Magic Pen from Maroon. She's got 40 from those. That's close to 50. Then she's got the Abyssal Scepter, which is another 20 in reduction. We can actually check. Yeah, 49 plus the reduction of her Abyssal Scepter. So unless someone has 70 magic resistance, she's doing true damage with all of her stuff. And you look around everybody on Iceland, no one has that much magic resistance. Katarina's doing true damage right now. That's bad. Like, that is too scary. When you get her that fed early, you really have to worry about the snowball, and you have to be careful about the resets in the fights. And they clearly were not there. Everyone's bought in wards. They've picked up the dragon. They got 4 turrets now. This is a huge snowball potential for SGS coming in now.
Yeah, and the good thing is those kills aren't all on Katarina, you know. 3-0-1 on the AD carry, almost up towards that Trinity Force. I guess if I look at his goal, it's almost ready to even finish off that Trinity Force now, is Ezreal. Vayne already finished the Bloodthirst, so we know that Vayne going to get stronger and stronger as we go along. Is actually ahead there in the CS. Actually, the CS is not super high. I mean, that top lane there, 78 to 78, despite the fact that Jax has died 4 times up until now. I mean, Olaf obviously has spent quite a lot of time roaming around, getting involved in the action, as well as Chawy. Is he going to go in for this one? No, we'll just queue in towards Cat. Every little bit of damage helps in this situation. And the rest of SGS looking like they want to collapse in on towards this middle lane.
Gotta be careful, Jax. Don't go!
Oh, that was a nice shockwave coming out there. Chawy actually falling low, taking tower hits as well. Will go down to Oriana. There is a Lulu ultimate in now, and this could still go badly, but Harley is going to fall. It's a double kill for Oriana. Nice. The LY4 has got those double buffs and realizes just don't want to give those away, just can't afford to stay around. And that was the fight that they were looking for, you know, shut this Katarina down. I think maybe got a bit greedy there, Katarina, to be honest with you. Went in a little bit too early. The rest of the team weren't quite there to back up, and that will bring us back to 12-5 in kills, a 5,000, give or take, gold lead, and 4-1 in turrets. So despite that kill, you know, they're still looking very, very good.
Katarina definitely got greedy there. It was a matter of having the 6 kills, knowing you're doing true damage to everyone, just thinking you were invincible. But you make everyone else vulnerable, but you're not invincible yourself when you're like that. So it was just smart play, actually. Iceland focusing Katarina down, didn't let the fight persist, and didn't let the cleanup happen right at the end. SGS wasn't all there either, so they were really just out of position, and that really, really helps Iceland in all honesty, because they really needed something like that. They were close to letting the game completely get out of hand there, but with the Katarina kill, pretty much the best possible target, worth the most gold, making it to 5,000, not that bad.
And let's have a look at the overall gold here between these different roles. So 6.7 to 5.4 in the middle lane. 80 carries, 1,300 extra for Ezreal. Top laners, 1,000 gold difference. And the support switch, in my opinion, you can always see the kind of the way the game's going by looking at that support gold as well. I mean, 4,400 to 3,700. That just adds, you know, maybe one extra GP10 item in there, maybe something different, as well as Licken now is in trouble in this bottom lane, almost this one as I was rambling on, but we still managed to catch that one. And I mean, that's going to mean with that extra gold on Taric, more wards, they're going to get in there what looks like HaRleLuYaR's Reverie earlier, and just overall an advantage for SGS.
And here we actually have 3 SGS members with the kill, trying to split push down this bottom, but Red is up top trying to take down a turret himself. He's going to have to make quick work of that, because SGS might look to continue to push in and get an inhibitor turret. An inhibitor turret would be much more valuable than that outer turret. Jack's got to get back. They got to be very careful of an SGS dive here because everyone's coming down. And they only have 4 members plus a fairly large creep wave. Actually, they're just going to go for the other middle turret in the mid lane. Either way, though, Jack's got to make it back because that one turret's not worth it.
Yeah, certainly, considering they're both inners as well. In that middle lane, SGS really coming out on top of that one. So 6,000 gold lead exactly currently in favour of SGS. Actually, they're now ahead on pretty much all fronts with the with CS. Actually, 10 behind with Olaf. He's actually just picked up and finished that HaRleLuYaR's Reverie, which is going to mean an extra 3 seconds of 40% movement speed, which is great for engaging, great for disengaging if it goes pear-shaped. But overall, just a fantastic item to have in at this stage of the game, or a fantastic item to have when your opponent doesn't. I think is the key thing with HaRleLuYaR's Reverie.
It actually feels like we're a little bit more than 19 minutes into this game for whatever reason. It's because there's been so many turrets taken by SGS. That's 6 towers now by 19 minutes. That's kind of end-game tower push when you're looking to make that 30 or 40-minute inhibitor push, but they're already there. And it's maybe too early to actually start forcing around Baron, but that's really all they have left. So ICELAND thinks that SGS is coming around here. They see Ezreal top, and they're hoping to catch someone out warding here. That's a really smart scout by Jarvan. If anything, SGS will fight here because ICELAND is sticking around, and they might even have a chance in a 4v5 if Ezreal doesn't come down. But no, ICELAND's just going to decide to back away.
ICELAND backing off from that one. SGS not 100% committed, I'd say, either, as we do see Ezreal actually picking up BF Sword and the Vamp Scepter, so really not far away from having that Bloodthirst to complete. If we look down towards Vayne, not really much of a change in her items recently. I said before, the Bloodthirster was finished off with Berserker Greaves and an extra dagger in there, so
it's kind of the
fine with that one.
It's kind of the double lift build that he used to go. He'd always rush a Bloodthirster, then a Phantom Dancer, and then we've seen since the World Championships, everyone goes Phantom Dancer first on Vayne. But Lycan obviously doing that, and Chawy, is he going to wait to go for kill?
Oh, wow, that combo. Ezreal ulti coming in there. That was fantastic play from SGS. So well coordinated as Chawy just kind of get the Q over the top of the wall. Did get hit for some damage with the Ball of Orianna, but Dragon in the meantime taken down, and that's coordination at its finest, Jatt.
Yeah, I was like, he might go for a kill. I don't know if he has enough, and then I was going to say if he has enough damage, and then he was dead. So yes, you do have enough damage, sir. Great coordination. They get the Dragon from that, and again they've killed Vayne. Licken, just not having the right game for him. The strange thing is they normally push an outer turret after this, and they got to go straight for the inhib because there's nothing left.
Yeah, nothing left at this stage, which, as you said, for a 20-minute game, it seems like it's a lot longer into this one. So much happened, so many turrets already down. I mean, Ezreal now 4-0-2, Katarina 7-2-3, Olaf even 2-1-5. Got that Giant's belt in there. I'm guessing sat on quite a lot of cash. Yeah, 1,100 gold. Jarvan on 1,200 as well. So I'm guessing they're going to be shopping at some point in the near future. Baron currently, let's have a look at the ward status there. There's one in this top bush for Iceland and one there. And that's pretty much it. That's all the vision that they've actually got around this Baron area. And as such, they're going to move in there. Lulu does have a stack of wards to be putting down. Got that Oracle on as well. So they want to try and get an advantage there. And actually, they're going to start it.
They may not have seen the ward. Baron could be blocking Lulu's vision of it, in all honesty, but that's not good. The fact that they are doing Baron and are spotted out means that they're just going to get chased down by SGS here if they can catch him.
Oh, and Jack's now actually going to be pushed down by Chawy with HaRleLuYaR's. That was popped there, and now the rest of the team in a lot of trouble as the Ezreal ulti comes across, and here is Katarina once again going to move in for the double kill, triple kill even as Orianna goes down. TkSing on Lulu's like, I am getting away from this one. Actually, blue pilling back inside of the tri-bush, risky stuff, but also SGS in no frame of mind to be chasing. They know they've forced them back. They can do Baron.
And that was just a complete form of desperation by ICELAND there. They said, okay, let's build an Oracles, run straight to Baron and try to kill it, no matter what. They were so quick that they weren't very controlled in the way they actually checked for wards, and it was pretty much just a disaster. And that's almost what SGS was waiting for. SGS knew they were in complete control of that game. They were going to take the Baron as soon as an opportunity arose, and it just got handed to them on a silver platter because those were 3 kills they really didn't have to work for, and then they were able to take a Baron right after it. So 10,000 gold advantage and a Baron at 22 minutes pretty much means they're going to try to push straight down and finish. And you look at Katarina's build, she finished a death cap and she's got an elixir. When everyone gets Baron, goes back to base, and then buys elixirs, they're getting a monstrous power spike because they're getting the temporary stats of not only 1 but 2 things, and they're just going to look to push an end here.
Yeah, certainly looks that way as they go down this middle. Actually, Olaf just taking the blue buff here. Doesn't really matter who it's going to at this stage. I mean, obviously, Katarina not really 100% benefiting from that one anyway. And Olaf will certainly be happy for that cooldown on his Reckless Swing. So, yeah, as you said, SGS moving their way down this middle lane. Ezreal actually pushing the top lane out as they go, and they now have that double HaRleLuYaR's Reverie in there. Not a single one finished over with Iceland. Olaf's got Ghost up. It's about halfway through from his cooldown, so you just don't get away from a team like this.
And not when Katarina constantly has resetting jumps either. We'll see how the lane push away from the turret works for Iceland, because they're going to have to hold here for a while. If they start getting stalled a bit, you're going to see SGS doing a bit of split push. You can already see the Ezreal off to the side trying to take this, and really no one can really 1v1 anyone else on SGS right here, so Iceland really in trouble trying to hold this. That turret getting taken to a throat already. It won't be long until an inhibitor goes down, or Iceland initiates a fight just out of impatience, since they don't want to just give up their inhibitors uncontested.
Ezreal going to continue on in this top lane. SGS now pushing down the middle, and when are they going to jump in? There's a bit of damage on towards Licken, and surprisingly enough on the other side, Ezreal just putting the damage down onto the turret. So this split pushing really forcing Iceland's hand here. And like you said, they're probably going to have to engage at some point to stop things going down, as we are going to see HaRleLuYaR's popped. Here we go. Red taking a lot of damage, but it's more to force them back at this stage. Not going to go in for a direct fight, but they've taken that turret. The inhibitor itself will fall as well, and SGS will be happy with that one, but they're surely not going to back away from now. I mean, they've lost a little bit of health with Olaf, but to be honest, he's got a Warmog. So that health that he's actually got, that you can still see on his health bar, is probably more than all of Iceland have got here. So,
and the Baron regen is not to be underestimated. So any harass they take, they're going to easily heal it back. If they really want to, they could pull the exact same maneuver with mid and the bottom lane and just have Ezreal do it again. But they might just brute force it up here because they're feeling so confident right now just by how far Katarina's up and how easily they're taking this turret. Iceland's going to have to fight them soon, otherwise they're just giving up the game.
Here we go then, Red actually jumping in, Counter-Strike coming off before he actually landed that on anyone. And you saw Katarina kind of just baiting them in, then shumpoing away. They've actually got the exhaust down here on towards Red as Chawy got an ultimate in there. Didn't pick up the kill on towards Lulu, but they're going to go in towards Vayne. That's a great shockwave, but to be honest, I'm not sure that it really does enough damage or really forcing SGS to think about anything else other than pushing to finish this game off here. They've taken both inhibitors. They're going to push the top wave out as well, and they are going to start on towards these Nexus turrets. And if they didn't have to fight before here, Iceland, they certainly have to now. Orianna Ball goes in there. They've lost 3 men. They're down to 2. There's the second Nexus turret. The Nexus itself is going to go down as Darkness manages to knock the last 2 in the air. And SGS going to take game number 1 here against Iceland, and a fairly comfortable victory as well, Jatt.
Yeah, that got out of hand kind of fast, in all honesty. That was the Katarina getting the snowball and everyone else just kind of collapsing in around it. She got the advantage mid lane and then just took it everywhere else, because it really meant once she was ahead of Orianna and able to outshove her, that Chawy could just go pretty much wherever he wanted. It allowed everyone else, if you look, just kind of built to support there. No Zeke's Herald on Taric actually just rushing that Reverie. Reverie got rushed on Olaf as well before the Warmogs. They were just looking, once they had the advantage, to find as many possible fights as they could and just crush through. Really well played by SGS, but I have to say that was more of a snowball by Iceland than a complete failure. That was just, they let through Katarina, and that's just how the champion works when she gets ahead. So next game, I'd say they don't have to make too many huge adjustments other than probably swap in a Katarina ban or pick it yourself.
Well, they banned out Diana in this one. Actually, it was SGS that banned out Diana in there, with the Katarina probably in mind as well for that one. So yeah, game number 2 should be coming up here in just a few short minutes. I'm guessing that Iceland, more than SGS, have a few things to talk about in regards to game number 2. So we're going to be taking a quick break, guys. Don't forget, we shall be back with the rest of the games and all day here at IPL. I think over on the main stage, they're currently doing Azura Blaze versus Blackbean, if I'm not mistaken. Which, if form in this tournament is anything to go by, that could be a quick game. But hopefully Blackbean are doing well over in that one and showing everyone here in the crowd what's going down. We've got lots of upper bracket games to come your way as well today, so plenty of action still to come. We'll be back with game number 2 of SGS versus Iceland, though, in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. So guys, welcome back to IPL5 here to stream 2. We're going to bring you game number 2 of SGS versus Iceland. Of course, SGS 1-0 in the lead after, I hope Jatt will agree with this, a fairly simple game for them.
That was a bit of a stomp.
Bit of a stomp.
Bit of a one-sided match for Singapore, but as we thought, already in the picks and bans, Katarina, right away, getting rid of that. Again, SGS just getting rid of Diana, though, so it's mainly just they don't like Diana more so than they wanted to unlock a Katarina pick for themselves. We'll see if this one gets a little better. I know the other losers bracket game against, it was Blackbean and Azubu Blaze, is also fairly one-sided, so these loser bracket games, actually all of our best of threes have been 2-0 so far, even though we had a fairly competitive group stage.
Yeah.
The seeding out of that is showing to be, you know, a little bit stompy.
I think that can happen as well in double elimination with this system when you have the 3rd and 4th against each other and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's also a testament to the strength of this tournament that we do have so many good teams. I mean, Azubu Blaze are in the low bracket.
Moscow 5,
Moscow 5
also in the loser bracket.
in the low bracket.
Unreal.
So that's where it kind of the spanner is thrown into the works, so to speak. But SGS here coming out with their bans: Rengar, Shen, Diana, exact same bans as last time. Urgot, Katarina, Lee Sin, and so we're not going to be saying so much Katarina this time around. Good stuff. But SGS first of all locking in that Ezreal. They wanted that Ezreal for their first pick. What do you think to AD carry as your first pick? Is it worth it?
It's one of those things that it's why Ezreal's the most picked AD carry, but never banned. It's all these teams refer to it as a luxury more than a necessity.
Yeah.
It's like Ezreal is just slightly more slippery or slightly more efficient than the other AD carries, and they just, unless they have a strategy kind of revolving around Kog'Maw or Vayne, they just like picking it first, and it keeps them unpredictable. It means they don't have to give away anything because Ezreal will fit into any team comp they decide to go with.
Yeah.
And I kind of like what Iceland's doing here. I don't know if it was intentional, but it somewhat blocks SGS's shield comp, so to speak, because they always have to run Lulu with Karma if they decide to do it, and taking Lulu so early, since they didn't ban Karma, might block SGS from picking it. Crazy that we're talking about Karma being a potential pick, but SGS is the only team in the world that plays it.
That actually runs it, yeah. But there is an Olaf and a Taric going in there, so I guess they've decided, you know what, we really don't need this shield comp for this one anyway, and even if we did, we probably wouldn't be able to pull it out without that Lulu. But we do have Orianna again locked in there for Iceland. Obviously had some problems last time with Katarina, who is this time banned out, wisely I would say as well, by Iceland, so we'll not be seeing any of that. What are Iceland going to go for? They actually were hovering over Vayne before they picked up Lulu, so I'm assuming that Vayne's going to come in once again for them. There it is.
These are very similar team comps to last time. Every single pick so far has been exactly the same. What will Iceland do here? Because they could... I mean, the only thing that was banned out this game from last game that's different is Katarina. I'm surprised that they're going so standard compared to last game based on just how it went. They clearly think it was just Katarina, but it was not just Katarina, right? So picking Vayne and Lulu the same against Ezreal, and I mean the bottom lanes and the top lane for SGS have already been picked, so this could very well just be another 2v1 setup, another top lane going, and it's 4 of the same picks for SGS, and then Rhux instead of Katarina. For Iceland, if they're going to do a lane swap, you got to pick something a little better to go up against Olaf in the top lane, because last game, Jax got dove a little bit. Maybe they'll be ready for it this time. Just surprising to me.
Yeah, I think they should be ready for it. I think they should have been ready for it the last game after doing it themselves, that it was probably going to happen the other way around. Obviously, Shyvana this time instead of Mundo. Very similar junglers, though, very quick.
Manalus, too.
Manalus as well, yeah. We'll see if they go for something a little bit different here than the Jax that they had last time. And, well, doesn't look like it.
So, strategy talk for Iceland was ban Katarina. Let's do it. We'll see if it works out, right? Because a lot of that last game did snowball off of Katarina just getting resets and taking over the game, because clearly this is the same game with only 2 different picks. These are 8 duplicate picks from last game. No champion swap teams. There was no cleverness of picking it away from each other. This is pretty much just Iceland saying, we misplayed last game, but we're confident we did it right. Because, I mean, we know from the stats we have that Iceland does have champion diversity. Every role played 5 or 6 different things in only 11 games.
Yeah.
But they're going for exactly the same thing this time, so they do feel some innate confidence against this comp from SGS. We'll just have to see if it works out for them.
What is your opinion, Jatt? I mean, we talked about the fact that Katarina, yes, obviously did snowball herself plus the team through to victory there, but was it the only factor? I mean,
no.
For me, I mean, the 2v1 lane went in their favor as well after everything's said and done as well. So,
I mean, the last game, a lot of it went on that really early oracles that Mundo lost. When you lose something that early, it definitely crushes you.
Yeah.
The 2v1 definitely went in SGS's favor. They were even so much cleaner in the way they did the dives. Even though they both got the first kill, remember over in the bottom lane, everyone left with like 10% health and had to back, whereas SGS was just like, everyone pretty much full health, killed you, carry on farming. And yeah, they won every lane. They won the jungle. They took more towers. They took more dragons. We'll really see how Iceland adapts to this. And Rhux does play a lot different than Katarina, to be completely fair. But that's going to make Jarvan even more threatening, because once he's in that prison, Rhux can just throw everything in there and just boop, see if it goes away.
The lasers and all the stuff going into that Jarvan ultimate. We'll see how this one works out. We are going to get into game number 2. I'm going to say Iceland. Not because I really believe that they can beat SGS in this position, but because I want to see a game number 3, just to have a third game up till now in the playoffs, which we've not actually seen. I mean, there are a lot of games still to be played. I mean, this is lower bracket round 1. There's still, if I can actually count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 games still to go. All best of 3s.
It's a 4-day event of 12 hours of League a day for the whole weekend. So
we were actually trying to work out yesterday how they're going to fit everything into into the 2 days that we've got remaining, not realizing that we actually have 3 days remaining after yesterday. So yeah, it's a long event, lots of League of Legends action, and we're going to get into this one. So a quick rundown of the teams once again. For SGS, we have Equivocal on Olaf, Darkness on Jarvan, Chawy on Rhux, LY4 on Ezreal, and HaRleLuYaR on Taric, and I may just shut up here in a second if they do decide to invade. Iceland with Red and 228 on Shyvana, Red obviously on Jax, Cat on Orianna, Licken on Vayne, and TkSing on Lulu.
And again, there's actually pretty defensive formations here. They have the same comps as last time. SGS, again, different side of the map, but they would be the ones to potentially aggress early on. They might 5-man invade, and there's no ward here, just a human ward in Jax. They scout him out, and actually, I thought they were going to get the dazzle on him, but he's actually able to walk away without having to burn any flashes. All 5 of them are seen now. This is giving away the intel. They're going to have to back away. Iceland's still not looking to do much, though. They're very scared of SGS's level 1 potential.
Yeah, and I think so they should be as well. I mean, with the axe slow from Olaf coming out there, if Rhux gets the binding down as well, the dazzle coming out of Taric, you don't really get away from that one if you get caught out of position. Iceland going to be starting off by Wolves, going down to their blue by the looks of things, the way that they're currently set up. Jack's actually just waiting around, I guess, for that extra health pot once these minions come into play. SGS also going to back away, and we're going to see a fairly subdued start. However, that lane swap coming out again.
And the only thing slightly different about this is Equivocal is getting the Wraiths on Olaf. So he's trying to help himself just a little bit in the lane, whereas the way Red helped himself is by getting that 4th health potion. Kind of expected SGS to take a red buff and do something clever like they did last time, but they're playing a little safe. They realize how handily they won last time, and they're probably just not taking any risks. Early buffs coming out, 2v1 lanes. What I really want to see now actually is... why did he not finish off his blue? He's rushing for red buff. He's trying to get there before, but it's actually been warded, so they're going to see this getting stolen. This is clever, but I feel like they could have done a little better with the blue buff. Ice not really having much against this because they don't have enough members up here. The only thing that will happen, the only thing is he could smite it because they don't know that brush is warded. So even if he... Okay, he smited it anyway.
Smites it anyway, but here comes Red down. That counter-strike surely going to land. Actually, no, doesn't. Well, here comes Orianna onto this top side. There's Jarvan going through. Red going to get prisoned up by Rhux, and there is first blood going down to Ezreal. So, from what looked like a good position from Iceland to turn that around, Jatt loses them first blood.
Yeah, and the thing with that is they had 4 members up there. If you're not going to contest them taking the red, why fight them after they already have red buff and the extra experience? It was a bit of a miscalculation for them. I don't really understand what they were trying to do there. It hurts Red even more so. And a funny thing that happened while all that was going on, bottom lane, Equivocal never went to lane. He did Wraiths, double golems, shopped, and then ran back because he knew he was going to be getting denied by Iceland's bottom lane anyway. Actually pretty clever because he got golden XP while they're doing the counter jungling.
Yep, and actually is a good amount ahead of Jax as well in terms of that one, and we are going to see that dive coming in. There are 3 men there. Actually, Shyvana is off towards the side, and it looks like SGS are going to wait for that counter-strike to go down. That was clever stuff as the dazzle goes in. He did leap strike away, and from that, SGS are prevented from picking up a kill, but Red still needs to be a bit careful hanging around this turret when those cooldowns are back.
Yeah, and he's just going to go right in for him, gets the exhaust. He has no flash. This guy's dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, I'm not sure why he would do that, honestly. Maybe you could tell me, Jatt.
So, kind of what happened there is they knew the 3-man dive was going to be coming. I'll stop for a sec.
Yeah, Equivocal down here in the bottom lane. Actually going to go in towards Licken. Is going to go down, but Rhux working her way in. Does have flash available, but will she risk it, especially after being slowed in there? Now the question is, will she land the binding onto TkSing? And there is flashed away. I think wise move from Lulu.
So in the top lane, I think what happened is they smelled the 3-man dive coming from the previous game. That's why 228 was up there to stop it. But once they got pushed off the turret, Red probably didn't realize that 228 was no longer supporting him and had just a sense of confidence that shouldn't have been there. Then they dove him, just an extended dive, stuck around too long, a bit of a mental lapse.
Demon's here in the room, he's mouthing
He's
something.
mouthing something.
I'm not... Chawy?
Chawy?
What about Chawy?
It's not helping.
It's confusing me more than anything.
It's not helping.
So actually, Chawy is still down in this bottom lane. We can see there 228 in the jungle, with Shyvana just headed down towards those wolves once again, of which one of them is gone.
It's only invisible. Now it's dead.
Now it's
that was
dead.
a weird
It was
one.
just invisible. Yeah, usually they're all invisible. It's not just one of them. But still, 3-man push again coming down to the bottom. Actually, Jarvan is going to be spotted there. And already a minute later, Oracle than what we saw in the last game, because we did see one at 4 minutes coming out of Mundo. I guess 2-8 after the start that they've had, and certainly after the last game, not going to be going for it as Licken going to get popped down there in the bottom. Hardly even saw that damage coming down, and that's another one for SGS, and to be honest, it's all going to plan again.
And this is another strange thing, because they saw them with the dying breath of that ward and still just stuck around in danger. So now Licken's already dead. TkSing is holding the turret, but they have to smell this. There's going to be another 3-man dive. This is how they play. And yes, finally TkSing falls away from the turret. He put a ward in that brush. They realized it. But with that, they're going to get a whole bunch of damage on this turret, and this is a lot of fast push, a lot of gold, and a lot of advantage accumulating for SGS.
And that's exactly why I almost missed the kill, because I saw Jarvan on top of the ward and I went somewhere else, you know, because
There's no way those
who
stick
hangs around in that situation? But apparently they fancied it. But this time they may end up losing another turret. 228 has come down to try and hold things off. Now with Licken there, it may change as Red up in this top lane. He's having a bit of a trouble with Olaf, who's going to go pick up his axe once again. Actually turned away there, will land another axe, and this is surely going to be enough range for him. Just about the counter-strike not connecting. Where is your axe? As LY4 has taken down TkSing at the bottom, but Red is still running. He's not got enough mana for the axe, right? That's the problem, or he was saving it, and then he's going to be going in there for the reckless swing to finish off the kill, and that will be well, a very strong-looking SGS. I think is a bit of an understatement right now.
Olaf just waiting to get in range to get his E off. It took him a while, but we were able to see probably the most anticlimactic chase in a while. Yeah. We ran him down for 30 seconds and finished him off in the bottom lane. They finished the turret off. Cat didn't roam with Chawy. He just got down the wardless river since they've been pushed back so hard and not able to get out their defenses, and just yet another kill. So this is, again, every lane getting punished. Cat a little bit ahead of Chawy in minion kills, but that's just because Rhux has been roaming and picking up advantages for his team. 3,000 gold in 7 minutes is really hard to come back from. And it's really strange that they did that early Oracles on 228 when you're losing this badly, because SGS doesn't really need to ward if they're stronger than everyone, because they'll win the engagements regardless.
Yep, and it looks like actually Jarvan coming up to this middle lane. Will he try and take Cat here? Think more about maybe forcing to push this lane that little bit. We do see Shyvana up there by the wards, does have that Oracle, so we talked about it 4 minutes. That's what we saw him picking up in the last game on Mundo. Delayed it a little bit longer this time, but still, for me, risky play considering how this is going.
And you can see this right here. You've picked up an Oracle's, all he has is a cloth armor, and there's no way they're going to be able to stop that red invade. It got taken early on in the game, they picked it up again in 8 minutes. He's probably never going to get a red for the rest of this game, as long as he's not able to pick up. They did manage to finally pick up a turret because they knew Taric was there for the red invade, but that's a small step. They need a lot more. They'll need to win some kind of team fight here.
Right now, Jarvan going to be giving that blue buff over towards Rhux. Let's have a look at the CS, actually, because something that we've not really touched on, and to be honest, they're very low as well. I mean, look at the top lane there. Olaf 36 to the 30 of Jatt, a very low CS game. In the middle lane, 54 to 63, actually, needless to the large rod now being picked up on Orianna. So going for a different build this time around is Chawy.
And the minion kills are so low just because it's been a very chaotic game. Ooh, Shockwave coming in from Cat, but no follow-up coming after that. The thing with this is SGS has been roaming a lot and taking a lot of turrets, so they don't really care that their minion kills are low. So you actually look, and it looks like they could be losing the lanes, so to speak, but they're not because everyone's gotten kills and everyone's gotten turrets, so they're substantially up in gold. With all the towers they've taken away from Ice too, they're not feeling safe to farm and not even look into the rivers as they're taking yet another dragon. So with all this grouping, not getting minion kills, but doesn't matter because it's part of their plan.
Yeah, taking everything else. If you actually look at the gold here between the individual players, actually without for a second, because Licken is here in a little bit of trouble as he actually does some damage there. Doesn't get stunned up as a Condemn, not quite got the range. TkSing now in a bit of trouble. Here comes Rhux, the laser comes out, the Ezreal ulti comes out, and he's managed, credit where it's due there to Lulu, managing to dodge both of those ultimates to stay alive.
Really timely flash. A lot of Lulus would have flashed before the absolute fatal damage, but because he waited so long, he was able to keep himself alive. Burden the teleport from Chawy as well when Rhux went down for that ultimate. And I almost expect them to kind of collapse towards the middle now, though. They've taken the two other outer turrets. All the pressure in the other lanes has provided that for them. It's a little risky to be up that far when you don't have any backup if 228 would have decided to do something there, but just because Ice doesn't have the full vision control, they're not really sure where to go, and now with camping this bush, one stun could be the end of somebody.
This is going to be interesting stuff, as actually we will see HaRleLuYaR just peek out there and they decide to think, let's go away because Shyvana, yeah, basically they didn't want to get caught out there. Jarvan did come in from the backside, but that didn't change things. Yeah, I was talking about the gold there. You can see the difference, despite being behind, as you said in the CS, ahead in the gold, and that's what really matters. When you're taking these global objectives out of the game, you can afford to have that extra time out of your lane and picking up the the dragon and even trying to get in for those extra kills, which they've done brilliantly.
And it's another one of those things you said last game, looking at the support gold is often just a microcosm of the entire team. 2400 to 1800, it's because of the assists. It's obviously not because of his 6 more minion kills. He just got his Heart of Gold, so it hasn't been because he got access to one of those early on. It's just because 2 turrets and a dragon and 4 assists add up fairly quickly. It's strange, though, because this game has paused in a sense. They've stopped with the turret dives. They've taken kind of the dragon they need, and they're almost just waiting for the next objective to come up or the next mistake to be presented to them so they can capitalize.
Chawy coming back into the lane with Phoenix Codex. Already got those Suck Juice and double Doran's Ring. As I said, Cat, I actually said Chawy when I meant to say Cat has gone for a different build this time around. He went for the Athene's Unholy Grail, which is definitely more of a standard start on Orianna than going straight in towards that needlessly large rod.
A little odd in all honesty, just because the main thing you worry about when you're playing against Rhux is getting instantly killed by the combo. But he feels a need for it. They're trying to get as much power as possible because this Orianna is going to be doing more.
Orianna will come down. Actually, 2 of them got away from that, but the entire team of Iceland is here. And there is the ultimate coming out. Looks like maybe enough to force them back. Ultimate from Lulu is actually down onto Vayne, but she's falling very low. Burning here from the Ignite should survive that one, but now they turn it back around onto Red. And here comes LY4 with Ezreal, and he's not finished just yet. Not sure that he's going to get over. The ultimate comes out. Oh! Licken actually stop portaling back and walk towards the ultimate. That was a strange thing, but I think he just saw it coming and just panicked. Like, yeah, I have to move, I have to move.
He probably aimed it at me. I have to get out of the way. But, oh, goodness. Really close play there by Iceland. They almost were able to create something there. 2 people successfully flashed a Shockwave, and that's really what saved SGS's bacon coming into that fight. After that, it was actually another example of Red overcommitting a bit. He did the same thing in against them last game, which allowed Katarina to almost get that panic kill, and he's just really not having a good time. He's getting shut down so much in the lane that I feel like Red is pressing in these matches and trying to make too many plays, and it's really just getting Iceland in trouble, as we saw there.
Yeah, we see that Olaf going very tanky up till now. The Philostone, Heart of Gold, and a Giant's Belt finished off. And there is a Ruby Crystal to boot as well. So rather healthy is this Olaf. And you look at that compared to Jack's Torrent's Blade and a Phage up until now with those tier 1 boots. Still in the middle, we may see a bit of action kicking off. Actually, Darkness coming in there. There will be a ward which he will clear out with the Oracles that he's had on for quite a while now. Obviously not died up until now, and SGS are actually pushing in there. There's the shield coming out of Chawy, and that should be able to give them enough here to take down this middle outer turret. Only one more hit needed, and they back away just before that one hit could come in. But with Ezreal coming in, that will be this outer turret in the middle lane going down.
They would have to be a little bit careful. Okay, SGS did take it. They would have had to be careful if they tried to defend that turret because it would have provided this false sense of security, but because they didn't, just gives up the turret, and now they've lost all 3 outer rings, which really just crushes your map control entirely, especially when you consider they've only taken 1 turret themselves. So the whole zone of the game is just moving into Iceland's jungle, which, since their red buff has already been stolen twice, not good for them overall. It's going to be really hard for them to create here. They have to get that Orianna ult in. I'd say they want a team fight again before SGS's flashes are all up, so they can't just flash out of the Orianna ult every fight. So they got about another minute and a half to make that happen. Doesn't really look like they're going. Maybe they'll fight the next dragon.
Yeah, that dragon should be coming up here fairly shortly, and you'd assume that's the position where they're going to say, okay, let's try and get in there, let's try and do something with this game, because it is slowly but surely slipping away from them as a ward goes right down on top of 228. He'll take that out easily with the Oracle. But you can see they're pushing up these lanes as much as they can now in anticipation for that dragon coming in. A few wards going down as well from HaRleLuYaR, support player on Taric, as licken fancies his chance here by the looks of things, actually tumbling in towards LY4, but in the end will go back. There's that ward in the bush, so licken knows the exact position of LY4. 228 and TkSing coming around again, but I think LY4 pretty much got that one on lockdown, and there is the dragon spawn, and they are going to kick it off, and it doesn't look like Iceland are coming near it.
Iceland just didn't have the positioning, they weren't ready, and they may not have wanted to fight. They're probably, if they're not contesting dragons, that means they're waiting for SGS to make a mistake or try to push the next turret. But I feel like SGS has the patience because of how quickly they jumped out in this game to a monstrous lead, and then how they didn't really make much mistake off of it. Says that they're going to be patient, they're going to wait for LY4 to get that Trinity Force and just spike ahead of Vayne and Power for a little bit. And then they'll just kind of team fight from there when they take them. 4 of them grouping up now, just kind of shoving them in together, but with Iceland not presenting themselves any good fights, and with SGS not really going for any fights, they're going to be happy just taking these leads and expanding on them.
And look at this, Ezreal full of confidence there after seeing them all in the middle, pushing this bottom lane right up towards that inner turret. Orianna actually coming around, Ezreal going to ulti his way through that minion wave, picking up that extra CS, and he's on what, 1100 gold, so just wanting to get enough to make that shopping trip worthwhile for him the next time that he does decide to back. And he's still stood right on top of that ward, which guessing he doesn't realise is there. They did start to come down towards him, but again, he's Ezreal, he's a slippery character.
Something that's actually really interesting here is Darkness's jungle Jarvan is not getting many minion kills. He's at 40. So he's really just a support jail man who tries to get kills and assists. And you saw that in the way he was playing early. Immediately trying to tower dive. Immediately just trying to push turrets. He's just aiding the team more so than farming. Trying to defer the farm to Rhux and Ezreal. It's actually a pretty good strategy. Support junglers are good. It's just strange that it's on such of a tank right here. It's working out for them because everything's working out, but if they were to stop winning fights or stop getting objectives, he would fall fairly far behind.
We can see that Trinity Force now finished on Ezreal. He's just come back into that bottom lane. He's just been farming. Granted, Vayne actually doing the same, and is a good chunk of CS in the lead right now. Phantom Dancer finish, which we talked about this whole build a little bit earlier on, whether you go Bloodthirster first or whether you go into Phantom Dancer first. I guess really, you know, depending on the player, what they fancy going in for first, as we are going to see a bit of a push from SGS up in towards that jungle of Iceland.
Well, it's strange with the Phantom Dancer coming out this game, because last game, licken went Bloodthirster. And it's just, they were doing 2v1 lane matchups last game, and actually you would need more mobility against Katarina, but maybe he just decided to try something else because Vayne didn't work out for him last game with the Bloodthirster. We'll see how it ends up working out in teamfights, because You know, actually, it could just be... Nope, Olaf was in the last game as well. I don't know why he would change between these games, because there's very few differences.
Like you said, maybe just felt, it didn't work out.
Yep.
Let's try it a different way this time around. As SGS taking away that blue buff, Chawy gonna take that, which is always a nice thing to have on Rhux. And here comes the binding and the laser. The E comes out, one more hit. It's just a dragon strike from darkness, almost tickling him to death there. Like, yeah, there you go.
That was
Finished
just,
off.
That was a funny ending. All right, so they're pushing this turret down now. They've picked off TkSing as well. Jax is again trying to make something happen in another lane, and that's breaking the second wall now. Once they've gotten that down, they're just going to try to sweep around the other side. Taking their patience, they get one pick off. They're kind of fishing for bindings with Rhux. That's really how you play these Rhux strategies. You fish, you fish, you fish. As soon as you hit, you go, and they're just taking advantage when they get them.
Or having to ultimate out there Shyvana, which SGS will be fine with, you know. Ultimate burn, we'll take that one any day of the week. Although Jarvan did obviously use his ultimate. But that's going to result in them taking another tower. And I guess they're just going to go top by the looks of things. SGS going very methodically, almost tutorial style, about getting this game finished.
They've got the blue buff on Chawy as well, and ICELAND's failed to have everyone together for a potential fight. They're really... This could be another one of those desperation moves. They realize what's happening with SGS. They probably don't want to just get fished to death by Rhux bindings. All 5 of them are grouped up. They realize SGS might be shopping here, and they're going to push down this mid-turret. Looks like they could get this one.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. As Red actually going in there. Actually got hit with the binding, plus the stun from Tariq as well. But they've managed to take this turret down. Chawy actually getting hit there with the shockwave. Red going very, very deep. Will have the ultimate coming out as HaRleLuYaR actually goes down. Oh, TkSing very low. That looks like almost 0 HP remaining. He's on 10 now, and he's had a bit of regen from that. They're not finished here. Red comes back into the team. Will almost certainly die. He goes down. TkSing is somehow still alive. He's gone off to the one side. Good flash over the wall there by Cat. But SGS aren't finished chasing just yet. LY4 will actually work himself over with that arcane shift as well. And actually Lulu is trying to get away. Looks going for a bit of a lucky shot there, which... you know, not too far away, but still not in the right position. And TkSing, is he going to get himself back? Oh, the binding. Just a split second too late.
So they get the turret and actually trade kills 1-for-1. Not the worst thing for Iceland, but that's a scary fight because they got the initial kill on a Tariq, and then people slowly filtered in for SGS throughout the rest of that fight, and Iceland still had to completely scatter. They are in no way ready to fight this one unless they land the best Orianna Shockwave with that Rush Death Cap on pretty much the entire team, comboed by Jack Stun, comboed by Shyvana ulting over them. I don't feel like they're going to be winning these fights. They have to pretty much have the perfect thing happen, or they need to catch SGS members severely out of position. But with the way SGS is playing, not really ward coverage, but just sticking together and taking objectives at the right time, it's going to be tough.
And Jax has had a torrid time of it. I mean, in that last game, I can't remember exactly how he finished in the end, but I certainly remember looking down at his score at one point and being 0-4-0, 0-5-0 this time around. So we talked about him being caught, and that was the point where Katarina really went from good to awesome in that game. And again, he went back into that fight in the middle, which maybe his team won't be too happy about in the end. But still, nonetheless, we are 22 minutes into this game, 8-2 in kills, 5-2 in turrets. Equivocal here just going to save this top turret from Jackson's Dragon. Does go down once again for SGS. Completely uncontested for what feels like the 5th time in this game.
Yeah, it's another one of these accelerated games, right?
Yeah.
We're 22 minutes in, but there's 5 turrets down, and it feels like SGS has been in tutorial mode for about the last 15 minutes. They took such an early edge with that red buff steal to the kill, to the tower dive, to the turret, that they just haven't given up control since then. Now Equivocal's gonna have to book it out of here. I don't know why he's fighting. This could be a nice pick kill for Ice.
Yeah, they should have this one locked down. Actually, Licken taking a good amount of damage with those minions in there as well. But, you know, what he's done, he's delayed that completely. He's ran back and forth in that top lane, dragged almost the entire team out there to kill this Olaf. In the meantime, SGS pushing down in towards his bottom lane, and there is a final spark almost going down. They've got the turret nonetheless, and they may just try and turn it around for some more kills. Nope, they're going to run away.
They know they have themselves a 4v5, and everyone from Iceland will be coming back. But Chawy, did this last game once on Katarina where he got a little bit overconfident. They've already burned a couple spells here. It's interesting they're going for this. This would be Iceland's time to maybe try to get back in the game. Good as Chavy's end.
Yeah, there is the ultimate coming down actually from Orianna. Lulu as well. Chawy falling very, very low and will actually go down to Vayne. There is a second kill coming out, this time for Jax, and now LY4, he's been chased down by Cat, will actually get himself off of that with the Arcane Shift, and that was a good trade-off for Iceland.
They recognized exactly what happened. There was no Lux ult, there was no Olaf there, and they had no turrets behind them since they were pushed up to the inhibitor. Great play by them, hopefully coming back into the game a bit. There's still 6 turrets to 2 though. The control is still in SGS's hands, but a teamfight victory gives you a lot of confidence and will hopefully allow them to take some of the map back as we see the start of them taking their own blue buff.
Yeah, for what feels also like the first time in forever.
Yeah.
They've not had much luck with the buffs in both of these games, to be honest with you. So what do we have then? A 6,000 gold lead, which, considering how this is going, is not the end of the world, I guess. Jax is only getting stronger now that he's got that Sheen in there with his Phage. The Zeal not quite finished off for him. Obviously, Orianna rushed straight in towards that death cap, and as I say, that Jax actually got enough to finish off his Trinity Force. So he gets to that kind of position where he can really start doing some damage. Is there a way, and if so, how would they turn this around at this point, Jatt?
So that last fight for SGS was a pretty big mistake because you look at what Iceland's been doing, they've been keeping up their farm pretty well, which is why the gold is looking fairly close. Everyone down the line is pretty much ahead of their counterpart in minion kills, so as soon as they get the big bounties back from SGS, they kind of jump back in the game. So if Iceland, with only a 5,000 gold disadvantage, can win one more of those fights and then turn it into something like a Baron, they could actually be ahead in this despite having no control for the past 20 minutes. So they're going to look to force something here maybe, or at least catch out SGS. And Red, no, you might be out of position again.
Yeah, Darkness is actually headed up here as well. The Lulu ultimate is put down on towards Red, but I'm not sure that it's going to escape this one, as we did see, or didn't see more to the point. Ezreal being taken down by Vayne, and he's trying here, Red, to hold off as long as he possibly can. There is Equivocal to get the kill, and they're going to turn around. There is a final spark coming out onto Ice. The flash in from Taric is exhausted. Here is 2-8, and they're just going to wait. That's a brilliant ulti from Jarvan to get the two of them locked in. Shockwave from Orianna wasn't brilliant, to be honest, and they may just finish up here. Double kill coming out of Chawy. Cat falling low. Equivocal on the top of him. He's picked the axe up. One more reckless swing would do it. There it is to finish off, and that is a 4 for 2. They've lost the AD carry and the support, but in the meantime, just racking up the kills.
That was probably their moment that they were trying to make a move. When Red got cut out top, it was great because they picked off LY4 in the bottom and had a Vayne with no Ezreal, but unfortunately during that fight, Lycan got taken very low, so when he re-engaged, it was pretty much just one chop from Olaf and a wand from Chawy, and he was gone. So if he could have maybe stuck around a bit longer in that fight, they could have turned it, but losing that opportunity is really a hard blow to them because that seemed to be it.
And Chawy from that as well now has double buffs on, which I'm sure you won't be too worried about. Their blue buff is actually available as well, so that may be spread around the team somewhat. Oh, we'll just refresh his out. Let's have a look at the items because we've not really touched on that in the last few minutes. So Vayne, Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge. Not even going for the Bloodthirster in the first two items this time around, compared to Ezreal, who has that Trinity Force, also the BF Sword, plus the pickaxe in there as well, finished off Chain Vest and the Vamp Scepter. If you look at the mid laners, pretty similar, although Lux is that bit more ahead. Actually has the Rabadon's Death Cap plus the Unholy Grail finished, compared to Orianna, who has the Death Cap plus the workings of that Unholy Grail getting up towards it. In the top lanes, as we said, Trinity Force for Jax was already finished off. However, Olaf, Heart of Gold, HaRleLuYaR's Reverie, the Frozen Mallet in there, plus a Negatron Cloak and a Chain Vest as well.
So Olaf's loving to stack resist after stacking health. That's pretty much what every Olaf does. The big thing to note through all those items is Iceland's hit a lot of big item thresholds that they needed to get. Eye Edge Phantom Dancer, really what you need. You really need the Death Cap on Orianna. They have the Aura item on a Shyvana. So they've hit their landmarks in all honesty, and they have the better super late game team when you think Orianna, Vayne, Jax, that they got to be a little careful. And Iceland was trying to force, but they might not be able to catch it. They got a Shockwave. Oh man!
Shockwave lands onto LY4, and he's going to be blown up here. That's a great catch for Iceland. And as you said in that last fight, without the Ezreal, they may try and push for something here. We can see 4 of them clearing out that ward, headed up towards the Baron area. SGS, what is their reply from this one? Darkness is right up by the base. Are they going to try and push straight through here? It'd be a dangerous position to be in, but all about stalling, I think, now from SGS's point of view, Jatt.
And they're trying to keep ICELAND off the Baron buff by threatening the inhibitor. You generally don't want to trade an inhibitor for Baron, but ICELAND just trying to chase them down. Let's see if they can finish something.
Ice actually moving in here. Equivocal will try to work his way out. Still has his ultimate, still has, will have Ghost in a little bit of time. As Red going to go a little bit too deep here, maybe. Will be shut down by Equivocal. Vayne did pick up a kill onto Jarvan, though, but as we said, it's all about stalling here, all about stopping ICELAND going, okay, we've taken the AD carry, we're going to Baron. They've not been able to pull that one off, and actually they're going in towards TkSing here is Chawy. He's going to back away again, but in the meantime, his team members are actually doing Dragon, and that's, you know, from being just about the distraction to going back to Dragon. It's a fairly ballsy move from SGS.
And they definitely stalled just long enough. LY4 now back alive. They traded again 1 kill for 1 kill, but that's honestly okay for them. It's a 1 in 7 Jacks they're trading for a, what at the time was a 2 in 1 Jarvan. So the gold trade was actually in favor of ICELAND again. And I mean, we keep saying they have small chances to come back in the game, but eventually one of these chances is going to connect if SGS doesn't find a way to end this, because, I mean, they are getting stronger and stronger. Vayne's 5-2. They can't forget about that. Only 600 gold behind Ezreal, despite having no control. The way they farmed and really just kind of let SGS walk over them, and SGS being so controlled in the way they take this game, might actually not be enough, because you know Taric isn't the most amazing late-game support. We know that Jarvan, once he can jail people, but if you don't have the full damage to follow it up, it won't be enough. And Olaf is a force until the enemy AD carry can kill him, which might be now because it's Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Vayne.
Yeah.
They got to be a little controlled in the way they do this. SGS is going to have to fish for some binds well with Chawy, and if they land one, they're going to have to capitalize that and try to end, because if they don't, they're going to be a little bit worried about ICELAND falling back in this one.
Well, Ezreal, after dying that last time, actually had enough to finish off that Infinity Edge, along with the Phantom Dancer, Trinity Force. And this next fight, it's going to be a big one for this game, for how this one all pans out. ICELAND need pretty much the perfect engage. You know, if Vayne can get in the right position, if that shockwave is right, then it could be bad news for SGS. But the way that they've been playing, they've been pretty much bang on in those first 2 games. I don't expect that to slip now, but that can always happen at this level, this far into the game.
And L4Y, this is going to be probably the last fight before he finishes off that Guardian Angel. This is when ICELAND's going to be able to get that pick off and maybe finish him off if he puts himself in a bad position. He's died early on in the last 2 fights, so he's clearly apt to a few positional errors, and ICELAND is good at finishing him off. But he poked down that turret again, and this is just more pressure accumulating for SGS. Really, that first 25 minutes or so of pressure is what's containing ICELAND and stopping them from being able to do anything here.
And SGS showed in that last game, they are a great team at applying that pressure on multiple fronts of the map. As the ultimate actually coming out there from Ice, didn't really bring him much, didn't have the ball on top of him. That shockwave is ready to be used should they need it, as we are going to see the binding land onto 228. But they back away once again. LY4 taking some damage there from command attack, but they are going to be working in again towards this inhibitor that obviously did get itself back up earlier.
A lot of damage is coming in from Chawy here. As soon as one of those binds connects, that's when they're going to be able to get this inhibitor. Even just the ease that he's throwing out is pushing them off far enough that they might be able to take this one. They're doing the split push again. There's actually LY4 down in the mid lane. ICELAND's wanting to force here, but they've been poked down so much. There's a kill.
There it is. There is the kill, and there's the Ezreal ulti from the other side as well. It's a good amount of damage, enough damage to force them away from this inhibitor. SGS going to go straight to the middle lane. As we said, LY4 did split push that middle turret down. He's going to take the inhibitor itself, as well as the fighting almost connecting onto Licken. Actually has to tumble away from that E as well. And SGS now, as we saw in game number 1, going about it very methodically. Up now to this top inner turret. They're actually going to tank this one up with Olaf and Jarvan there. They can certainly afford to do that. You can see turret hardly even denting Equivocal at this stage of the game. And that is another one. 8-2 in turrets. 50,000 to 41,000 gold. I mean, it's only 200 or 100 away from ticking away onto that 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and breaking down those 2 inhibitors is going to be so huge for them. Now, Iceland's actually trying to rush out right now because it takes about a minute for the minions to make it actually into the base once the inhibitors go down. So once that's gone, they're going to have no chance at doing any kind of Baron thing. Iceland's going to try to get a pick or maybe force a Baron right now because they know they're trapped in their base for the next 5 minutes. If they get a Baron, they stand a chance at surviving that moment.
And Red actually going in here. I'm not sure that's the best decision, but they are going to go for it. Actually, the ultimate could come out here from Orianna. There is the shockwave. Equivocal actually will pop Ragnarok and run like mad away from this one. Now LY4 is in a little bit of trouble. Darkness puts his ultimate down. Here is the final spark out of Lux. Massive damage coming in. Iceland being torn to pieces. Licken's had his Guardian Angel popped. He's actually surviving a lot longer than I expected once he comes back up, but it's not going to matter. That is a triple kill out of LY4. They have taken down 4 members of Iceland. They've lost only, well, they've lost only health, actually.
The final spark in that fight really turned the tides, but they were all initially grouped up because Darkness put them all in that Jarvan jail, and even though they didn't realize it, they lined themselves up for that ultimate. Because there's 4 members dead, because that was a desperation move, Lux teleporting into the base, reverse laser to finish off that kill, and this looks like it's over.
Yeah, Lux doing a fantastic bit of work there in that fight. Second Nexus turret's going down. They could just leave it to the super minions now. The Nexus will fall as well. And Singapore Sentinels going to be taking down Iceland here in the lower bracket. They're going to move through into the second round. This one taking them a little bit longer, Jatt, but to be honest with you, the way it went was all pretty much of a muchness from game number 1.
Yeah, it got a little bit tense, I'd have to say, before they were able to take down those 2 inhibitors, but the control through the entire game was pretty much there for them. Demon's just coming over trying to distract us again. We got an update from Blaze and Blackbean, and game 2 is actually 16 kills to 10. Very close match
quite
in game
different
2.
though. 32 to 23,000 gold currently.
Well,
So
well, it looks
kills
like
are
Blaze
close,
probably
but
2-0 as well.
yeah, it
We shall
looks that
see.
way. So let's have a quick rundown of the final scoreboard then. Again, Chawy, we saw him going, I think it was 12-something-10 with Katarina last game.
Yep.
This time around, 5-1-10 with Lux. Another great performance from him. Darkness on Jarvan, 2-2-14. Equivocals all left 4-2-6. Very tanky. Plenty of resistances at the end. LY4 and Ezreal also having a great game both times around at 8-2-2. And HaRleLuYaR, 0-15 assists for the support there.
Just solid play by SGS. You know, they move on. Guaranteed top 12 in the tournament now, so to speak, of the 16 teams. I think the second team to get eliminated is Iceland now. Blackbean might be the third team fairly shortly.
Yeah.
Starting to get there, you know, in one of the most monstrous tournaments I think I've ever seen for League of Legends, making it to the end here. I like SGS. They went away from their shield comps. What is he's holding up a bunny. I don't understand why he's doing these things.
We went to, we were actually in Singapore, so we were at the Garena Stadium, and they sell these awesome, so we bought a Timo. I strangled it a few times already, don't worry.
Oh.
But they also had like a Moo we managed to pick up there, and also Rammus. The Rammus is the best one because his spikes on his head, you could actually take it off and wear it as a hat.
That's actually
Which
pretty cool.
actually was pretty handy for me as well.
So
after,
you don't look like a criminal
you know,
or anything.
so I don't look like a criminal. Thanks, Jatt.
I'm just saying what the airport security asked you.
Yeah, when I came to America, the first question was, you know, what are you doing here? None of that kind of thing. It was, have you ever been arrested? I was like, well, actually,
The price
no,
of 20,000 Twitter followers.
The price. That's what it comes at. I've just actually refreshed the Leaguepedia page here to see if we've got any more updates. I guess not. So SGS moving on.
Yep.
They're going to play the loser of Taipei Assassins and Fnatic.
Right. And that's going to be the next set of games after this one, I believe. So.
Yep. Meat Playground versus Moscow 5 will be on the top side of the bracket. TSM versus the loser of CLG.EU. No. That's not right. Versus the winner of Azubu Blaze and Blackbean. And then Curse versus the loser of CURSE.EU and CLG Prime.
Awesome.
So they're the
starting
games.
to come together. We're starting to see the formulation of what this tournament's going to be.
It's really hard, even when you've done the group stage, to call a favourite because you've got some teams in the lower bracket that you wouldn't have called, some teams in the upper bracket that you might not have said would be there either. But as you go through, you kind of get a picture of how it's all going to be fitting together. But either way, lots and lots of great games still to come your way today, guys. I've been Joe Miller. Jatt, thank you for joining me. It's always a pleasure. I think the last time we actually casted together was
June.
Back in June at MLG. That epic 6-hour, 6-match final. We were like, you know what, me and Jatt are just going to do that game on the side and the backstage. And afterwards we were like, Probably should have
6
just
hours
watched
in.
Phreak and Rivington do the grand final on the main stage. But it was a great one. But yeah, Jatt, thank you very much. We
you,
will
sir.
actually be back together later if all things
Tricast
go to
with
plan.
Deman.
A tricast. We'll have Deman here in the middle of us. Actually, I don't know how that's going to work out, where we're going to be seeing. Demon's going to be in the middle by the looks of things, which is always great to have Demon at either side of us, I'm sure. But guys, enough rambling for now. We're going to go to a break, and we shall be back later for more matches here from IPL5.
Game number 1, CURSE.EU, CLG Prime. CLG actually going to be on the blue side, first ban, first pick here. And Jack's Blitzcrank and Lee Sin actually already meeting the ban hammer. So we've seen, I do want to talk a little bit about CURSE.EU though, actually going on into this, because one of their, I managed to get a chance to talk to them while they were practicing soon after they came in. And they recognized that a lot of problems that they were running into over the past few weeks were very big on communication. And they actually told me, like, you know, after Super A's decided to leave, it's like, communication's been so much better.
I got to talk to Panky, who's not a manager, but he does live with Curse,
Yeah.
guys. He is a caster for Curse, and it was just like, you know, at this point, like, he is almost as good a team member, Patoy, as Super A's was, just because somehow he's clicked in perfectly. So, despite the fact that Patoy is currently substituting since Super A's is no longer on the team, he's been doing a great job. And actually, one of those bans coming out from CLG North America, that Blitzcrank, that is aimed straight at Patoy. So while CLG, they may not know that much about CURSE.EU, Patoy does have, well, he's played on North America quite a bit.
Right.
And that Blitzcrank ban aimed at him, which is weird because, I mean, how often do supports get banned? This isn't solo queue.
This is not solo queue. I mean, it's that much of a threat. And there is the new first pick over there from CLG, more than likely going to be going over to Loco Doco. His granted, he's been a fantastic support so far, but his picks are somewhat limited. But Lulu, also a very very contested support. I want to say, so I think most picked support, I think, in this weekend so far.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Lulu, and then it really goes down from there. Maybe there's a decent amount of, say, Nunu, a decent amount of Zara actually coming out quite a bit, but number one really has been Lulu. That could be a jungle Nunu. I've seen Chaucer do it a couple times, but it's not that often. And support Lulu. That is Patoy's, I'd say, second main. Patoy plays the Blitzcrank, plays the Lulu, and he's been doing Lulu since before she got repopularized. Like,
Yeah.
she came out, was totally broken, everybody played her mid lane, top lane. Then after the nerfs, Patoy still held on to her, still playing her in the bot lane.
Because I believe in you, Lulu. I still believe.
I mean,
You're good.
she was completely broken.
She
so
was, yeah.
There's a good reason she was played top and mid, because she could win every lane, also win every match, because everyone on your team could die. But, you know, support is still pretty good.
Yeah. And then Cho'Gath going to be picked up there by CURSE.EU also. That is Maluno's not only his most played support, but his most successful support as well in the months leading on up to IPL5.
The support Cho'Gath?
Support. Jungle.
I was going to say, that's a
Damn it.
really good support Cho'Gath.
That's a really good support. Damn it. It's been so long. It's been such a long day.
I mean, shout out to support Cho'Gath players out there, but you're not seeing the representation today.
I'm so glad you're here.
It's okay. It's okay. We often confuse
Jungle,
well, not Cho'Gath.
Jungle Cho'Gath,
Remember Cho'Gath.
support Lulu, top Xin, and if they switch Xin and Cho between top and jungle, I'm just going to be even more confused.
I mean, they do a lot of top Zen'Zhao. Zen'Zhao really a fun top laner to watch because he is all in.
Yeah.
Someone like HaRleLuYaR, you can disengage by using the stun. Like, that's kind of what you do. You go in, you disengage with a stun or the slow,
Yep.
kind of walk out of there. Zen'Zhao, you use a slow to initiate, and then all of your follow-up comes a little bit after, so it's hard to really escape those one-on-one fights, but he's so good at the 1v1, it's hard to deal with. That Malphite pick could be, I would assume it's going top lane, because that's where it fits, and it makes sense against Zen'Zhao, because he deals so much physical damage.
Right. And then just mulling over the remaining picks, so you still need a mid, you still need an AD over here on CLG. Troll nuts with the Zillion, I doubt that's going to be the pick, but
Could be.
It could be. It could be. I wouldn't mind that. And just like, oh, what is it? I thought we were watching M5 for a second.
The problem is they don't know what they're going up against, so I wouldn't expect
Right.
Zillion pick. And mid lane Zillion, he does have some counter lane, so it's
Yeah.
be weird not to see it. There we go, Orianna, that makes a lot of sense.
Orianna,
Definitely one of
yeah.
Big Fat LP's common picks.
Yeah, Orianna makes a lot of sense. It's something CLG Prime is comfortable with. And also the Caitlyn pick. We've been seeing quite a bit of Caitlyn Nunu actually as well. This morning even, we actually saw CURSE.NA run the push lane there.
was really aggressive, got a lot of CS so quickly, and that was like what really dominated them. They had the CS lead, and it just kind of snowballed from there. Caitlyn, not really known for her, I'd say, mid-game to late-game presence. She has a great late game just because of the range, and paired up with Nintendudex, it's going to be exceptionally high damage, but you get so much push going on early game. It's all about threatening towers, not necessarily players, and everything comes from the goal that you gain from that. As look at that Rhux pick, coming in fast, coming in strong.
That was really quick. That was a really quick pick too. It was like, oh man, Rhux, we got to run that. Who ran? We've seen, was it Blackbean? We've seen play Rhux. I think we also saw some Rhux from CLG.EU. So it's kind of weird. Like some of the strategies actually going across teams, across regions. It's a little strange to me, but I kind of like it.
I mean, Azubu Frost has run Rhux. Rhux is, I'd say, getting more and more popular as a pick, and it's a very fun pick. Like, she normally has trouble with someone like Katarina. Katarina can annihilate Rhux. It's not even fair. But if you're someone like Orianna, someone who has to play that range game, I mean, Extinct may not kill Big Fat LP in lane, but he's going to have great roaming presence. Just getting ganks off by being in the river and getting the ultimate for damage. That's how he ganks, and that's all he needs to do. And that's how scary and just kind of present Rhux is in the map. She's not TF. She doesn't have the teleport, but she has relatively safe laning against some characters, and if you have a chance to pick it into a safe character, it's a great pick.
And I'm sure that the CURSE.EU also saw the difficulty that CLG had with it when they were going up in their team kill match against their EU brother team, which we had that clarification from Pluto earlier today. It's like, do you want brother team, sister team? What do you like? I like that. It was a question that warranted an answer.
I love it every time Pluto asks a question, and like it's a really good question, but sometimes the player is just like, man,
why?
He's got a really good point with this, but I don't really want to answer. It's like they're good questions and they're fun to hear the answer, but the player is just like, oh,
yeah.
And he's honest, he's harsh, which makes it so cool.
But it's what you need to do sometimes. But there we go. All the picks are going in. We're going to be loading on into this just in a second. So again, this is winner's bracket. Loser drops down loser this match drops down to play CURSE.NA tomorrow, I believe, and then the winner actually goes on to play the winner of TPA and Fnatic.
Which that's
that's
me all the match.
That's all.
And still, This is CLG North America. They're representing all of NA in winners right now.
Right.
Of the 6 North American teams, 5 currently in losers. It's just these guys.
Yeah, and 2 gone.
Yeah, 2 gone, with Fear being eliminated by Meat Playground and Team Dynamic being eliminated by Curse. So lots of North America kills going on, as well as North America versus North American losers. Someone had to go home.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of scary. I want to see a North American team do well. Right now, in winners, it's only CLG. Obviously, TSM, Meat Playground are still around, as well as Curse North America, so they're all alive. Yeah. But they're down in losers. These guys got to do well.
Yep. So we got CURSE.EU actually moving on down, going over up to the tri ramp, just see if they can get invade over into CLG's blue. Ward eliminated right as it is placed over into that side brush. Got everybody right there, just in a moment, taking out that ward. And with that, they're happy with that. Throw it on the Orianna Orb also, just to get a little bit of vision, but they realize that right now CURSE.EU has all decided to leave. Loco Doco getting trapped over on a tray ramp. The light binding coming on in. First blood going to Extinct. That was really quick. Loco Doco just a little bit too far out of position.
Trying to get that ward down, trying to get it into the river, just, to see that coming. They thought they had the jukes. They thought they had enough time to really get in there and secure it, but just a bit too early, or a bit too late on that. That's unfortunate. That's the power Rhux has in those level 1 engagements. If you have a Rhux, light binding, it's as strong as, it's like Morgana's dark binding. They're both really good bindings. And they're both really good at securing those level 1 kills.
It just dawned on me, the name. Now the names make sense now. Now I understand.
Is it actually called light binding for Rhux? I'm actually not positive. It just sounds right.
Light blinding.
Light blinding.
Light binding, yes.
Yeah, light blinding is light blind's a moderator.
Yeah.
On Twitch and actually writing for IPL tournament.
Who is here? He is actually backstage on the main stage. So shout outs to all of our mods. Also, you guys are doing an amazing job. Creighton right here in the mid with Batoy making the transition. They don't care if they're seen. They're going top lane. And meanwhile, you're looking at Maluno. He's taking care of the blue buff. It was about to reset, but it looks like he should be keeping that to himself. And where the hell are Creighton and
what
Batoy
are they
going?
doing?
I'm
okay,
confused.
they're lane swapping again. They thought the lane swap was coming out from CLG, and they have to send Angush top lane. Zhao versus CaitlynNunu. Zinza's not going to do anything. That's a big problem.
Yeah.
Even against Malphite, it may not be the best lane. He does have a decent lane against him, but against CaitlynNunu, he's just going to get pressured. He's going to be more or less irrelevant besides his ultimate when it comes to those later game fights.
This is so much time wasted, though. I mean, this is free time to farm for Double Lift here. And Locodoco getting actually caught out once again just by sheer auto attacks. Hotshot, unfortunately, not taking full advantage of the fact that he had a little bit of an open lane, so he hasn't really been doing a whole hell of a lot, just harassing back and forth up here with Angush.
Top lane going to be kind of rough for Angush now. I mean, Malphite's not known as the strongest laner, but he gets to build so much armor, get so much mitigation. It's really tough to go against that Rhux. So I'd expect him to try and get a lot of auto attacks either on creeps to his sustain, as Patoy taking a lot of double lift damage. That's how Caitlyn works in the bot lane. She just gets lots of free auto attacks off, and you really can't avoid it.
Yeah, especially when you have the movement speed buff coming in from that blood boil. You just dip in, dip out, free shots, and that's really like one of the big parts of the game down there in bot lane. If you can manage to get free harass, it works so much better in your favor. You're scared to get enemy lane, you force them back, and that opens up more time for you to just free farm.
I mean, also, one of the big problems Lulu has, she's only 300 move speed, one of the slowest in the game. Oh, Melinda looking for a gank top. Can they get this off, though? Hot
shot. He's trying to make it back to tower. There's a pop-up. Flashes into the rupture, but it's okay. He's at tower. But that was still a flash force. That is the successful gank.
He got what he needed, got an objective. There is a Chaucer there looking for a fight up there. If it's 2v2, with that flash down, don't know if Hotshot can fight. They don't have Ignite.
And Double F still throwing down those Qs, wants to push the lane over to the tower, make it a little bit harder for Ezreal just to get his farm on. And right now there's a notable lead actually on Caitlyn over Ezreal. So, and the push, it seems to be working. Locodoco with all those ice balls from the brush, dissuading Patoy from getting too close.
And the problem is that Creed, every time he goes up for CS, that's a chance for Double Up to get that auto attack off.
Yep.
I mean, maybe he could walk up, get one in return, but it's never gonna be a good trade for him. Look at that damage coming out, getting hit by her Q, lots of DPS. Now he's low. Now he has to be careful because maybe one auto attack, a flash, that could be death. He gets hit by a headshot, he's gone.
Yeah, that's just like, I'm so glad you're not 6 right now, but Double Lift with all this time to farm, he's getting very close. So there's a window of, there's probably like a window of like 2-3 minutes where he can still actually back and get healthy. Big taking a huge chunk from Extinct and that combo, and that's the thing with Lux. Lux is fantastic if you land your skill shots. If you get a few more of those like that, that could actually be a quick kill for Extinct. And look at this.
Creatin. I always want to say Creatin, but it's I heard Creatin from a lot of different people. That name tends to change pronunciation. Oh, he's so low.
Wow, the shield just at the last possible second.
He does have heal. He can survive if they go for a burst. But he's got to press that button, and the damage will come out so quickly, he may not have the time for it.
Yeah, just for everything, just please keep your hands on your keyboard. If you pick your nose or something, you could actually die, and we would all hate to see that. Chaucer here up in the top lane, recognizing that Angush is getting a little bit too far pushed up, and Hotshot, he wants to harass, he gets down that movement speed slow. Here comes the axe for a little bit more, though. Ghost has been popped. Flash in response. Angush wants to get away, just escapes the push. You got the swings coming from, will the damage be enough before he gets the tower? No, he does not live. Nice kill from Chaucer there in top lane.
And that's kind of how Angush, not Angush, but Zinzao works in the top lane. Like, he had 2 auto attacks off. He could have turned around, got the knock-up off, but that's not a good disengage. He's still going to turn around, still going to waste some time, and that gives either Chaucer or Hotshot some time to get free damage off.
And that is one of the inherent problems with Zin, is that once you commit, you commit. There is no real
Once
escape.
you're in, unless you knock... Well, actually, you have to use his dash to get to a minion, because if not, if you use his ultimate for a knockback, they're going to stay in range anyways.
Right.
And, like, you've got to be very careful. Once you hit 6, you do have that disengage, but...
It's not the best in the world either.
Yeah, it can go wrong. It can go very wrong.
Yeah, but if he gets properly farmed, if he itemizes correctly, he just becomes an absolute menace. And
you do not kill him.
He does not need to leave.
It's like his DPS will not be the highest in the game, but his presence in the team fight, the amount of control it provides, the slow, and very importantly, just the knockback on his ultimate if used well can just completely win a fight.
Yep, he'll be good. It's just a matter of if he can get there. But for the time being, though, going to return back up to the top lane. How's actually doing in terms of the levels? About a half a level behind Hotshot. But fortunately enough, the wave is pushing into him, so he'll have some time to catch up just a small tad. Meanwhile, up here over by the blue buff, Chaucer going to be passing as soon as it spawns over to Orianna. Just going to take the wolves. And Extinct actually making his presence here in bot. Wants to get some harass down a double lift. opened up some time for Creighton to actually go get a few last hits of his own.
They just want to like, it's all about the pressure. Oh, actually, double taken so low. Blows the flash.
Where's Rhux? Where's the laser when
She's
you
already
need it?
gone.
Oh.
And Extinct, if he does go back, he's going to be spotted by a ward. Looks like they're just going to take the double golems. They see Extinct going back to the mid lane. And no kill there. But you know what? They have control of the lane again. They can push up. They can deny a decent amount of CS. There's actually a lot of time being spent on these golems.
It is also still getting back double lift's health. He does have the Vamp Scepter.
He has a Vamp Scepter.
He's waiting for
the push, I believe.
Yeah,
so he is back.
He's back. He doesn't really need to full back on this.
Which he won't, especially because of retreating. So now he's not going to be in danger of dying to an ultimate from Rhux.
Right.
He's going to be safe. They did what they need to do. The CS difference is still going to be about 20 in favor of double lift once those creeps at the turret die.
Yeah, and now the wave's actually been pushed up, so there's an opportunity for CLG Prime to actually freeze the lane down bot and make it even harder for CURSE.EU to farm down there. So, but we'll see how well that progresses. And you know, the gold difference is actually pretty significant so early on. It's about 500 gold between the ADs, and that could actually expand. And now also double up, he is level 6. He can get that shot off, and Ezreal and Lulu not going to be so lucky following up after that harass.
I think it's going to be really important in this game is going to be the roaming from Extinct. If you can get some kills off, if you can either farm up or get kills, that'll be the big deal. Being able to pick up double lift before he gets into a fight, before someone like Hotshot GG can initiate with the unstoppable force, that's going to be, I think, what lets him control fights. Because this team, it's not just based around double lift. They have the Orianna ultimate with the Malphite ultimate combo.
Oof.
Ooh, nice little disengage there.
Pluto was sitting in that rush for way too long, just like hoping something would happen, but Big Fat was just farming too safe. Angush, 1, 2, 3, gonna get the pop-up, but Hotshot's too close to the tower.
Look how much damage that dealt. Very little. It did get through the shield, but that's gonna come back up naturally, and well, that's kind of the problem Zen Zhao has. He just can't get through the shield, and normally you don't build that offense up as well. You're going to be much more tanky. So it's not a lane here you can do that much in, but he's not going to. That's not his plan. He's going to be initiator kind of like Hotshot is.
Yeah, and not to mention Hotshot, he went with those Ninja Tabby first. I would expect him to go something like a Chain Vest next, just so he can actually stay in the lane even longer than he is now. But Chowster coming in from behind on the top try. Angush, he's thinking about it. He's wondering, okay, he knows.
Ultimate is up on Hotshot. They can go very aggressive. There is a Cho'Gath nearby. Balluno is in the area, but they can go for the dive. The burst will be insane.
Balluno actually doing the defensive move here. Throwing down the Rupture, sees no one into brush, has no idea where Chowster went from there. But he is actually maneuvering up down to the mid. And it looks like they're also going to steal the red right underneath Balluno's nose. There's a Lux laser. Not going to be stealing that red. There's CLG still going to secure it. Nice invade coming in from Prime.
Chowster actually killing the Lesser Lizard right there just to make sure he got the timing.
Just to make sure.
As Ghost being used. They're going for a gank on Extinct right there.
There is the Ghost. It is back up. He's going in for the slow just to keep him back. Where is the stun?
Oh!
Nice flash out of the Ori Orb. Wonderfully done. And meanwhile, Hotshot and Angush still duking it out, doing a temporary truce while they're both at half.
I think Angush tried to. It looked like he wanted to knock Hotshot, but unfortunately, when he attacked, he applied Zenzo's passive, which does prevent the knockback, and that's kind of unfortunate. But you know what? The good flash coming out, it's still a flash use. It's still a long cooldown. Chowster did use the Ghost in the process, but if he can just use his ultimate move quickly, he can ignore everything Lux throws at him. So it's going to be still an okay gank if Chowster does head back to mid lane. That's important that Extinct is now exposed. No defense from his flash, and Lux does kind of have ability issues.
She does, and if you just get one missed bind, or even if you do land the bind not to do a ganking Olaf, well, guess what?
He's Olaf. It's like, whatever.
He's Olaf. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a crap. He just throws on the ultimate. He's fine. He just keeps on running at you.
I'm a Viking. You don't stop me.
No, you don't.
And it looks like Cho'Gath doesn't do a whole lot bottom either. They go for the pressure, but I mean, Caitlyn, Nunu, as long as Nunu isn't far up, Caitlyn can just play far back, has a caliber net, has the move speed. That'll get her out of so many dangerous situations.
Yeah, and this is a problem that sometimes we see with Balluno, is that if he doesn't see any plays in front of him, sometimes he'll just kind of like run around the jungle in circles. Sometimes he'll miss out a few things like red being taken out from under him. So he does seem kind of lost at the moment, but he is doing the right thing. He's actually farming pretty well. He does have 2 stacks, and as we've mentioned so many times before about Cho'Gath, those stacks, that extra health, every little bit counts in these team fights.
Looks like Malu's going to be meeting Chowster up in that top rush. They both kind of disengage, pings out from both sides, going, "Hey, let's not fight because the other jungler is here. They want to kill us." Right.
Angush, 1, 2, 3, gonna get the pop up on the Hotshot.
But he's losing this fight.
The junglers are also nowhere to be found. He uses the ultimate. Not quite sure what he's trying to accomplish there. little odd.
The cooldown's fairly low on it. He actually takes Hotshot down to about half HP.
Yeah.
He's got a HP pot running. He's got a mana potion running. He's just trying to wear each other down. Angush is going to push this lane hard, get as many extra auto attacks as he can, trying to use that passive to get HP back. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
Just kind of funny to see.
Yeah, it was a little odd, but he does finally ding 9. He still has a little bit of an experience disadvantage as opposed to a Hotshot, but he's doing pretty good, pushing the wave, and he just it's starting to come together now. He just wants to push the lane. He just wants to try and deny far, but this is a very risky prospect because there he comes the Malphite ult. Here comes Chowster up over on the side. That's quite a bit of damage. Popping the ult in pursuit.
Oh,
Fail flash. Unfortunate. Angush going down after that one. That is just. That sucks. There's no other word for it. It just sucks.
I mean, he made a mistake. He got punished for it. Good play coming out from CLG,
Yeah.
but Angush has to be kicking himself right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, the lane, we've seen how it goes. Eventually, Angush will get even tankier, so will Hotshot. No one's really going to kill each other, but that is the threat that someone like Malphite presents, especially if Angush using his ultimate just for the damage. I mean, maybe Chauster wouldn't react in time to use his Ragnarok and not get hit by the knockback. Maybe he wouldn't. They don't know that, and it's the problem Angush has when he uses that ultimate just for DPS.
So what is Angush slowly? What is he? Creatine. Oh, the shield from Lulu actually just barely saving him. He's going to be drinking that health potion for a while. What does Angush need to do to stay relevant in this game? Because he's the only 2 deaths on his team. He's not itemizing all too great now because he's been denied a fair amount of gold because he's died twice already. What does he need to do here?
He needs to tank up. He needs possibly the Aegis, which could go to Cho'Gath, could go to him. He needs more items just to be beefy. Because that's what he's going to do in these team fights. He's going to go in, be a big meat, just a big meat sack, and just take damage. And as long as he can survive, as long as he can go in and use the ultimate for good control, that's going to be what they need to do. Oh!
Nice attempt by the laser, but just a hair too late.
I mean, Smite. Can't beat Smite.
Cannot beat Smite. But that is another jungle buff, just straight out grabbed and stolen by CLG Prime. They have confident control over Curse's jungle. Also, the warding is quite good, and just an all-out brawl once again here in the top. But yeah, there's great ward coverage actually coming in from CLG here.
I mean, they've got maps all over the place. Only top side isn't that warded, and they're not too worried about Hotshot at this point.
No.
I mean, like, when you watch Angush go aggressive with Hotshot, he's not dealing damage. If Maluna shows up, he does have a lot of magic damage from the Vorpal Spikes and tree damage from his ultimate.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be enough still. Hotshot is incredibly tanky, and he's got the ultimate if he ever really needs an escape.
Things going down onto Maluna. He now has the Oracles, which is the right call here, recognizing that there's way too much coverage and also too many quarters to be picking up strewn across Summoner's Rift. So he's going to be grabbing every single one of those if given the chance, because Chester already, once again, going for the
Take another buff.
And that's it. You saw Maluna going to clear those wards, like, well, I know where you are. You're down at the bottom part of the map. I'm going to go swoop in and grab your red.
And Angush, he's going aggressive again. Hotshot GG, you can fight him now. He has a 2-level advantage.
Yeah.
They might go for the dive, would be kind of weird because of the knockback and how tanky. Oh, they're going for it.
There is the ultimate coming from Malphite. You got Chowster. We'll go with the speed buff coming in from the HaRleLuYaRs, and then Hotshot doing a great job tanking the turret the entire time and getting out just in time. One more, he would have been dead. Wonderful dive coming in from CLG Prime, but Big Fat getting chunked out by Extinct once again. Those skill shots, if they land, they are hurt. But right now, Extinct will be retreating back to the jungle for now.
And Angush, every time he uses that ultimate, that just sets up a kill because they can't really defend themselves, or he can't defend himself underneath that turret, really anywhere on the map against someone like Chauster if he doesn't have the ultimate up. Double taking or dealing a lot of damage. Another ultimate coming out, Joy having to take it, and this lane, look at the CS 160 to 126. Curse, they need to start making plays. They need to start going for grouping and team fights because as it stands, they're losing top lane, they're losing bot lane. They're not getting ganked bot, but that CS advantage for double, that's huge, and that's going to really hurt them once they get to the mid game.
And I'm actually surprised that CLG hasn't actually taken out this bot tier 1 by now. Is that half health? And this is a very push-oriented bot lane, as we said before. But there's still Curse is still putting up a damn decent fight to protect that tower as much as possible.
They have Lulu, one of the best supports when it comes to wave theory in the game.
Yeah.
Something that's going to be like Nunu with his ultimate. Angush goes aggressive on the hotshot, but like it's getting worse and worse every time we see a trade. And now the ultimate's on cooldown. Now Chaucer might just go out. She's going mid right now, going on to Exceed. Candy gets killed. Another good flash.
Flashing out of the Ori Orb once again. Extinct has that on lockdown. But then again, remember, Flash is a significantly longer cooldown. Orion's ultimate a Flash being forced out by Loco Doco here, and Bot Malunu making his presence. And every time I see these two top lane fight, it's like at first it started out like a fist fight, but now it's like Angush just like
It's
like,
man
like,
versus a brick wall.
Yeah, basically he's slapping a brick wall. That's all he's doing at this point.
And now
Chowster.
Chowster's up here. They might be able to go for this dive. I think Huncha's just going to go for it.
Yeah, Hughes coming in once again. The Malphite ult followed up by the Olaf damage. Significantly easier this time. There is the flash, but he is still slowed. One more smack. That will take care of that.
And,
oof.
I mean, that's a rampage, but that's 4 deaths. Every single death on CURSE.EU, it's on Angush. Angush, I mean, he's not really warding top defensively. They don't have an Oracle on CLG, so he could be putting wards down. At the same time, he keeps using his ultimate. I know it has a short cooldown. It is reduced every time he uses his Q, but that doesn't matter because Chaucer's coming as soon as he can, and there's nothing he can do.
No, oof, almost got that binding extinct with that one. Keeping Big Fat away, just interrupting the back. Jouster finishing the job up here top lane. And I gotta say though, CLG, they're making the right decision with this camp out. They're denying the best possible person on CURSE.EU because Angush, he needs items, he needs levels, he needs that stuff to stay relevant. Granted, on Ezreal, Rhux, they can actually be on the back lane. They can be relatively safe. And so they're making the right decision here. Try and take out one of the frontliners.
And that's really what's going to hurt the back line because someone like Rhux, if there is no front line, she will be in the front herself.
Right.
If someone like Hotshot can get to her and it's not going to be like, oh, well, Angush dove and killed us, then you're going to win those fights. And I mean, the fact that Zen Zhao is not going to be able to survive in the back line, that's going to be, well, survive diving their back line. That's going to be a big deal.
He can't survive, period. That's it.
And a lot of it is just he's playing this incredibly risky. He's going for the ultimate. He's not warding. It's not what you normally see. And CLG, I mean, they're punishing it. It's almost kind of like a solo queue top laner where it's just like he keeps going out there and dying.
Yep. Mulino doing, still keeping the ward duty up. Support Cho'Gath. I'm going to be hearing about that one for weeks. Big Fat taking a laser to the face, though, brought down to half. And CLG still looking to continue the push. You got Nunu actually making a visit over to mid, while Doublelift is still pushing down bot, throwing down cupcakes whenever possible, just to make sure they are still relatively safe. Extinct finally getting that blue buff. Nice to have. And we'll be returning to defend mid. Angush, the push from Hotshot just never stops. It's what Hotshot does. He's pretty used to. He's pretty known for it from what I hear. And that push is definitely not going to stop, especially when we have someone like Chowster running defense for you. Mulino base checking the bush. Gonna find a Viking rupture defensive, but will not be walking into that one. And Olaf will not be walking on backwards. Axe down. Angush getting a little bit too big for himself. Throws down the ultimate, sends Hotshot back, and there's the Lux Laser. Rupture popping up Hotshot, struggling to get away. Uses the ultimate to get away from the entourage of CURSE.EU, but meanwhile bot lane, Doublelift and Loco Doco are running amok on the bot tier 2. Only Grades in here to defend.
Oh, it takes so much damage. Does it a decent amount to double if that Phreak is going to show up and he's going to take a lot in response. CLG still camping out. There's so many ultimates used by Curse just to try and take down Hotshot. Hotshot only using the unstoppable force, which frankly, that cooldown is incredibly short compared to everything that Curse has. Well, actually, no, it's not that short.
It's a minute and a half, which is still pretty
It is a short cooldown, though, and they use so much, and it did not do anything. They're not going to get that opportunity again. Unfortunately, Hotshot, a bit too tanky. A lot of physical damage coming out from Curse. Well, mostly being dealt by Angush, but that armor, that HP, is just going to stop it all. And
Krajan was there in the bot lane defending. He definitely had to be there.
He did defend. He did save that turret, but at the same time, you know, it's 168 CS to 228. It's 60 CS difference in favor of Doublelift, and they just... He can't 1v2 down there. They send up Patoy to try and go ahead, help run the lanes, and it just was not enough.
So where do you see... It's a 3K disadvantage for Curse right now. They're trying to make plays, they're trying to make objectives happen, but the thing is, though, they have these famous pushes, these split pushes, because Hotshot, you know he's never going to leave top. He still has a teleport available, so if he's needed elsewhere, he can just dip out. Doublelift is not going to stop pushing by. He's going there on his own right now, actually. You have the cupcakes, you have the traps to continue going on. What can Curse do at this point? They're being pushed in all 3 lanes.
I think they're going to send Angush to the mid lane right now. They have a few seconds before top lane, but like, they may make it time, they may not. Mulino now going aggressive, but it looks like their goal is to try and get a little push going on mid lane, just to get something down, maybe force CLG into a bad position.
Yeah.
At the same time, if they spend too long not pushing, well, the split push comes into play, and now top lane is being pushed in bot lane, pretty far up in that lane. They might be waiting for Dragon to respawn, still going to be a couple minutes, though, and I mean, right now they're kind of running around. They're not really doing anything.
Rupture missing double. If the silence will hit, but we'll be safe. Just meets up with the blood boil on Nunu. and returns over to the mid, waiting for the minion waves to push. And this should be enough time bought to actually take out the tier 1 Chester with the axes just to keep everyone away. And there you go, tier 1. All of the tier 1s are down for CURSE.EU at the moment.
And a very smart play coming out from CLG. They went ahead, pushed top lane, pushed bot lane, like I mentioned, and then when CURSE, well, they expected the split push to keep continuing, they went to defend those lanes, and that gave CLG a chance to take out that mid turret, a very important turret to control.
There is the orb onto Hotshot. Blazer taking double lift down another third. That is huge. But keep in mind, though, the Orianna ultimate, it is up. Hotshot GG, his ultimate, Malphite ultimate is up. He could be looking for an engage. Everyone from CURSE.EU is very clumped up. Rupture keeping people away, but this is a very big poking battle here in the mid, near like an ARAM almost. Just waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the initiation if they can get it.
They're looking for that chance, but CLG, they're going to let those waves clear. Actually, look at double if going towards that bot line. He knows that those waves are going to build up, be huge, and that's a lot of CS that CLG can pick up. That well, CURSE, their waves are pushing out, so every time they push out, all those minions that die in that push, that's not going to them.
Look at this. Look at this. They're getting the push down the bot, and CLG Prime is waiting here, waiting for the transition from CURSE.EU from mid to bot to see if they can't actually catch out anybody. You have the ward placement here just for the Vision Ezreal with the ult down the wave, but it is not enough. Bot tier 2 now falls. CLG Prime taking that one, and everyone in the brush by the blue, all backing together as a team. How cute is that?
Gonna go home, gonna enjoy themselves. Yeah. Adios, folks.
Everyone,
we got some stuff to do.
It's a family trip.
Yeah, family trip back to the base. We're gonna buy up.
Everyone hop in the car. Everyone, Hotshot's driving.
All right, so red pot bot on the Malphite. Hotshot GG is gonna have that push. Gonna be super duper tanky. Now has a frozen heart, which means Angush doesn't do that much damage to him. Creation doesn't do that damage to him. And Extinct, his cooldowns are gonna be kind of beefy, so he can't really do that much to Hotshot GG as well. That's gonna be a big issue, especially because he's gonna just dive in there. And I don't know if they have what it takes to deal with that pressure.
Yeah, and once Hotshot gets one more level, that's gonna be level 16. That's level 3 in the ult. That's
such a short cooldown.
It's nearly every minute.
Yeah, and the fact that Malphite will almost always have that up for a fight, that's a hard engage. That's what stops someone like Rhux. That's what stops this back line of CURSE. It's gonna be a 4v5, but Hotshot does have his teleport to get to this engagement. Yeah,
that was huge though, taking out these wards, because that's, if you're gonna be fighting in a river like this in front of a dejected like dragon, that is the only teleport spot you have. So hope the coordination's there, and if CURSE is actually on point and can clear out these wards quickly enough, they may be able to prevent that, but that's pretty much all they got. Pings going down like crazy in the mid by both teams. CLG, the remaining 4 members of CLG Prime want to get some free damage on this turret, but there's Angush with the engage onto double lift, actually pushed away the net, keeping double free zip. Stand still just to evade the Lux laser. The prediction will not come true. Chester out still in the front, binding missing, and we got, man, Hotshot still has the ult.
He's looking for it.
Yeah, the ult is
He's
up
looking
for
it.
Malphite and Ori. The orb is sitting right there in the middle lane. Angush, though, separating out Chester. Here comes the Caitlyn ult. Extinct going to be tanking that one for the team. And CLG deciding to back off.
They saw the Malphite ultimate. Lots of ultimates are coming up for CURSE. They do have
no.
Angush.
Oh no!
That's a place to flash.
That is the second worst flash I've seen from Angush all day today. The first.
At least he got over the wall this time.
At least he got over the wall this time.
But actually, it looks like CURSE trying to chase. They saw Chauster low in the jungle. If they get, Extinct uses ult, did miss.
Oh, Chauster somehow lives from the shots coming from Ezreal, but right now CURSE.EU is regretting the decision. Loco Doco out in front. He may also get the ultimate here, but forcing the flash out from Alunu. Pings going down onto Lulu, returning to the mid, binding, keeping Big Fat and Hotshot from getting out.
Is Cho'Gath's gonna get out of there.
Cho will get out.
Looks like he's getting chased out, yeah, so.
But the tower should actually fall on this push.
That's well timed from CLG. They get into this big fight as the waves are pushing up. The wave will reach the turret just as the fight ends, and now they're taking up top. They're taking out mid. They're applying pressure all over the place. But Toy takes a lot of damage, low on mana, and right now it's up to just Extinct. Extinct's the only person out of his base.
Creatine does just now come into the top lane right as the turret falls. A little late to the party, but at the very least he can get some farm.
I mean, Double Lift has 3 levels on Creatine. He has, how much CS does he have on him? About 80. And this is kind of the story across the board. No lane is ahead in CS for CURSE right now. And it's showing just because they can't deal damage to Hotshot. They can't really reach the back line. And how much damage can Double Lift deal out right now? How much burst is Orianna doing? They cannot team fight, and that's scary because that's what their team is based off. Team fights and possible Lux snipes.
Angush almost getting caught, and Chester's being forced to pop that HaRleLuYaR's binding will not be hitting, so at the very least, CURSE.EU trying to eke out this dragon. But right before CLG Prime can actually regroup, over in front of the objective. The coverage is not here. The noms, the snack will happen. Pluto going to be eating up the dragon. A little bit of gold going back to CURSE.EU, but it is still nearly a 7k disadvantage.
And you know, the saving grace is that Cho'Gath with his feast, with his smite, can have an incredibly good combo to burst down Dragon. Because Chauster, he was hanging out there. He was looking for that smite steal.
He was, but and also keep in mind that this is going to be great too later on when the Baron fights happen, which may actually be a little bit sooner than I was thinking, because Locodoco and Chester's hiding in the pit. Lux laser just for a little bit of vision. Same thing with the Ezreal ult, making the assumption that Prime was actually doing the Baron right now, but the Glitter Lance going to get some aggravation. He's going to get some free damage on into Olaf, forcing the flash. Lulu has to get away from Hotshot over into the red pit. There's Pluto being caught by the slows from all of CLG. Double up grabbing that one. There is the Caitlyn ult. Not going to be getting Patoya in that one. CURSE.EU taking a shot for the team, and CLG with that kill. I think they're comfortable actually going for the Baron straight out. And we saw this before too. Learning something today. Yes, Caitlyn can actually attack the Baron from over the pit.
And it's a great position because if she wants to go ahead and push aggressively, maybe go towards the mid. Oh, Extinct.
Good try.
Nice try.
That's a good try.
Almost takes out Chauster. Actually takes a little bit of extra damage from Baron, down to about 100 HP, but that's not enough.
Wow.
Extinct, oh god.
2 or 3 more shots from double if it would actually been enough. He's like, do I want to
He's
go
like, maybe
for
I can do it.
Maybe I could.
He doesn't care at this point. Like, whatever. If I see him, I go after him. If not, I'll kill this turret. And that's a problem. Right now, Double Up just has too much farm. Hotshot GG, too tanky. It's just the gold values are too high for CLG. And they've done it through great pushing, great laning, really getting that CS, punishing Angush for literally anything he's ever done. I mean, look at the deaths on CURSE.EU right now. 5 deaths for Angush, 1 for Maluna. And that was him trying to defend Patoya and actually getting caught out as a response. So it's just kind of like they played well, but they got punished in lane. The pressure top lane kind of collapsed around the map, and that's just CLG looking strong. And that double lift Locodoco in that bot lane, they never got pressured by Maluna except for once. And besides that one time, they did go ahead and get some CS for Creatum, but that was not enough.
And Extinct came down also, but it was only, again, it was like very limited number of times.
Yeah, it was just one brief moment.
The presence needed to be more from the jungler, from the mid down there in the bot lane. They could have made a huge difference, but now it's a bit too late. Nearly 100 creeps that Double Lift has over Creatin right now, and the gold is even a
it's 9,000 gold difference.
It's huge.
It's a big number.
It is 3,000 just between ADs.
Luckily, Extinct does have a level 16 ultimate. He has level 3 ultimate at level 16, which means it has a really short cooldown. Probably gonna be about 30 to 40 seconds tops at this point. So you can spam it out, maybe have it up once per wave, maybe a little bit less than that. But we saw Double Lift there. The creep wave died, but the tower still had reduced armor and magic resist because the creeps have been nearby.
Right.
And he got a lot of damage. Look at this. Hotshot GG still hasn't broken his shield, still has a shield.
Wow.
One more shot, still has a shield.
He's got another one.
Shield.
Shields on shields on
shields. He takes literally no damage, being shielded twice by Big Fat LP, because frankly, that's how much the shield provides.
Hotshot, he doesn't need to do anything.
He's doing it again!
He can just stand still.
Angush is hitting him!
Hotshot GG is contributing to his team by standing still and ulting. That's all he needs to do. Lulu goes down to all of the pressure. Created trying to struggle to get back. Lulu going to be using the ult on him, but Patoy, flash, auto attack, Double Lift going to get the kill on the support. Here comes the Ezreal ult. Not enough to kill Double Lift. The lifesteal is too big. The Lux laser not going to be getting Double Lift either.
Oh, Double Lift!
Oh,
surviving to the very end. That Zeke's Herald on Locodoco paying off in dividends with those jukes. I think he's only been hit by 1 or 2 lasers so far. And never, while he was low on HP, surviving. Created in a dangerous spot. I'm going to try and poke them out, but they've lost an inhibitor turret. They've lost an inhibitor, more importantly. Second inhibitor going down. Double Up takes out Blue Buff back at full HP from all of his lifesteal. Hotshot GG. You know what he can keep doing? Keep tanking those turrets. How much armor does he have?
You know what? I'm afraid to look actually.
279. But no. He activates his W. That's going to be over 400 armor.
Oh my god.
He's not going to take any damage.
Oh my god.
And there is armor penetration on turrets.
That is so dirty.
But it's too much. 400 armor. How do you deal with that?
I don't even. How can you wear that many vests? And he's teleporting. Where is he going? Let's find out.
See, all right, top lane.
Okay, top lane.
And now this is where the push continues. But they have a decent amount of Baron buff. Maybe about 30 seconds. Not going to do a whole lot with it, though. Yeah. But that means Baron's off the field. What objectives are left? Dragon is down. Baron is down. Red buff now being taken by Maluno. That just leaves one thing. That top turret. That's the only thing that's left for them to take, and CLG, they can take this casually if they want. They can wait, let the other two waves push up with super minions. They can just go ahead, dive it, apparently. Well, not even dive it, just have hot shot. Look at this damage he's taking.
Angush, what are you doing?
You are losing this to...
This didn't work 20 minutes ago. It's not going to work now. Just the Caitlyn ult doing that much damage.
And Angush is dead. This is now a 4v5 against a team that is 12,000 gold ahead. All right, a lot of creeps just died, but that does not matter, apparently.
You hotshot. You can just stand still. He is... Hotshot GD is a rally banner.
Yeah,
That's what he is. Rally is back.
And
it is hotshot.
Now he is actually attacking the turret. He didn't even need to do it in the past. And this is just... this is CURSE.EU kind of collapsing.
Yeah.
Everything just went wrong for them. Extinct, he was relevant, but he didn't land enough ultimates, didn't hit enough people. There were just not enough good setups for him. Now look at Dope, ult in the creep wave, 10-1 score. CURSE.EU getting obliterated. The first time I can say this pretty much all week. There's a bald eagle flapping its wings. Enjoy. It's flying around. The American flag is waving, but this is only game 1. As the Nexus does go down,
right.
CURSE.EU, they're going to change something up for game 2. That's to say the least.
I would certainly hope that if CLG wins game number 2, they just buy a whole crap load of awards and spell it USA, because they are the last American hope here on the winner side of things. In winners. Oh man, and that was quite convincing, and just holy crap double lift. Like that's it. That's holy crap.
I mean, okay, holy crap hotshot, holy crap Chauster with those ganks. I mean, Big Fat LP, he never got that many big ultimates off early on, but he still did enough. He still forced flashes out of Extinct. And Loco Doco, he died at the 2-minute mark, and then he just provided really good blood boils and ultimates. And guess what? Support, he was still effective.
Pretty good.
That first blood meant nothing. You have to realize, CURSE.EU got to kill at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah.
Then 31-minute difference until they could get another. Well, until the game ended. They got nothing after that.
That's
one kill. That's got to sting, to say the least.
It's got to. It has to. And we got to talk a little about Angush, because I'm sure he's just like,
he's taking himself 0-7-1.
Yeah, his ego's got to be, what's something worse than bruised, like stabbed maybe a few times.
Maybe he won't keep going so aggressive next time.
I hope
kept
not.
Going for those fights, kept attacking Hotshot. Hotshot would just say like, "I'm Malphite. Keep hitting me. Come on. This doesn't hurt. It's not doing anything." And after those fights, he'd use his ultimate. He wouldn't have a good escape. Chaucer would show up. They'd go for a dive. Even though Chaucer could use his own Ragnarok to avoid the knockback of the ultimate, that just means Hotshot would have to blow something to get back in the fight. And quite often, for those top turret dives, they needed just maybe another 1 or 2 seconds, and Hotshot would have died as he went aggressively in there. And that's just... Angush just kept going in, and it was never, ever in his favor past the 2-minute mark.
So what champions do you think we can expect Angush to go heading into game number 2?
Well, I actually do not know a lot about what he plays. I think we actually have some paperwork.
We got a little bit of something, because he's great on Jax. He's great on HaRleLuYaR. He's, from what I understand, doing amazingly well with Jace. Like Xin, like this is kind of like a little bit.
This could have been the secret tech they had for CLG North America. Like looking at it, he's not played Xin Zhao in a tournament. Maybe he played it recently. I actually didn't get to catch any of their games, but I mean, he needs to bring in something standard. They try to bring in this awesome pick, and did not work out. Yeah. I could see a Jax. Like Jax or really a Jace. Anybody would have been better, actually. That's the truth. Anybody with a bit of true damage to really get to Malphite. Yeah. Jax has magic damage with his ultimate and his empower. And even Jace. Jace had the true damage from his, or magic damage from his E and hammer form. So there were a lot of options. Ins out, unfortunately, too physical, too weak to that Malphite pick.
Yeah, so, we will see if things do improve. For CURSE.EU, they're not.
I want to see us go to game 3.
I would love to see us go to game 3. Considering that nearly all day it's just been 2-0, just blowouts.
And I mean, I keep making jokes about North America, like bald eagles, but still, whatever.
We're not out of there yet. We're not into the woods yet. So
I still want to. You know what? I'm okay if that bald eagle has to work for it.
That is what's hey, survival of the fittest, man.
Survival of the fittest, man.
That's what you need to do. We'll be back in just a little bit. Game number 2, CLG Prime and CURSE.EU. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Could not do the DPS he needed to.
There we go. Game number 2. CURSE.EU going to be on the blue side at the very least this time, so they can get the first ban, first pick here. And I would certainly hope we don't see that Xin again.
You know what? I love seeing a Zempig, but
I do. Yeah,
it did not do anything to stop CLG. And maybe they can do it. They can ban Malphite, but at the same time, that might leave something open that they're scared of.
Right, and I'm expecting Malphite ban. Actually, no, we're not gonna see it. We may see Curse actually take Malphite for themselves.
I'd say yeah, with that Olaf ban, that's a great time to pick up Malphite first.
This would be fantastic. But we'll see if they actually decide to go with it. They could also decide to stick with Cho'Gath isn't really worth the first pick. Most of the stuff that they had game 1 wasn't really with the exception of maybe Lulu. Maybe Lulu.
There's not really an easy first pick based on the pick chose game 1. You're right, and I think they want to just pick something. Maybe I'd say Lulu would be an okay pick. Maybe Malphite if we're scared of it top lane. Yeah. With that Olaf ban, Olaf is one of the best cards in the game to Malphite top lane. So I'd say that's what you normally see against a Malphite if you want to shut him down, and it shuts him down incredibly well. So it would be a good first pick, but at the same time, if they don't pick him, it's going to CLG, and I could see them picking it up one more time because guess what? Not that many top lanes available for Hotshot, and Malphite, it's the perfect pick right now. It is a good setup, and we saw how well he did last game.
Blitzcrank's open.
Blitzcrank is open, but are they going to be confident?
Blitzcrank or Malphite, whichever one they don't get. I mean, I'm sure CLG Prime's going to grab up. Timer's gone. Nunu. Okay.
That's an okay pick too. That definitely works out very well.
But there you go. You're giving it up.
There is.
Not only are you securing the Malphite, you're also grabbing the Cho'Gath away, which it can be absolutely brutal. And Chowster, he's actually had quite a bit of success with the Cho'Gath in his own right.
All right. I was trying that myself, just double checking it. Yeah, it looks pretty good for him. So this pick makes a lot of sense. They do take the Cho'Gath from CURSE.EU, definitely one of their favorite picks. We saw it last game. Did not do all that much, but it was kind of because everything kind of fell apart. So there was not much he could do necessarily. Yep. So you got the Malphite. They don't have a bad lane for Malphite. Cho'Gath can actually be pretty good against Malphite too. Darius. This makes sense, but you do not see it very often because it can go terribly, terribly wrong.
Okay, explain this one a little bit for me here.
So, I'll wait till they lock in. Okay, I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, we're never absolutely sure.
Oh, please. That's so scary. That's so scary. I don't want to see it happen again.
Oh, no.
But he's learned from last game.
Okay.
If they do go aggressive, I don't think Angush is going to go for that dive.
And this could also be a jungle Zen, because we've seen Milunu actually plays in a little bit before also.
There we go. No Darius being chosen.
Okay, no Darius being chosen, but I hope that's Zen in the jungle.
If it is still Zen's out top lane, you know what? He's going to change his playstyle. They have a different jungler they have to have a different jungler because Cho'Gath cannot be jungling.
Right.
If it's Nunu in the jungle, for example, he can swing by. The snowball will provide a lot of early CC to secure those ganks if they want to try and shut down Hotshot GG early.
Yeah.
If not, guess what? Someone else will be able to back him up. They have a lot more consistent magic damage coming out from Orianna. That's the big deal.
Right.
Because Lux last game did fine, but they knew that would happen on CLG. They knew she'd keep farming. Orianna couldn't really kill her because of the shield and how far back she played. So even though Lux did well, she has long cooldowns.
Yeah.
You land a light binding, you land her E or an R. That's a great burst combo, but that's all it is. And in the end, they needed the sustained damage to take down Hotshot.
And you also saw that when Hotshot was actually with the team, the orb was on him. You knew that the ult threat was there, and wow. And Nivea going into the mid, that is a Twitch. That is a Twitch.
This is a Twitch-based lineup. We've talked about it before. Every time it comes up, it's the same story. You pick Twitch, you're depending on spray and pray. Looking at this team with Chaucer, they've got a bit more viability. They have a bit more options just because of the control from that. But your main goal is to have someone like Doublelift farm up a lot of gold. Use spray and pray in a team fight. Just get maybe 4 or 5 auto attacks off. Once you get enough gold, it deals so much damage. It is insane, and you can win team fights just with that one skill.
And the CC, this chain CC potential coming in from CLG. Wall, stun, rupture, Malphite ultimate is too much to deal with.
And that's important because you can play it 2 ways. Go aggressively, have someone like Malphite that can dive in, or go defensively. And they're doing both.
Yeah.
They have Hotshot GG, going to be able to aggressively dive. If he gets a good CC onto the backline, that might set up a good Flash Frost or even Spray and Pray for CLG. If they do have Chaucer in the jungle, Cho'Gath isn't really good at defense. That's a Darius.
Yes.
I don't really... Okay. Well...
Think about it.
You do Ash bottom.
Yeah.
Zenzao jungle. Darius top lane maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's about it. And Sona to wrap up this CC poison fest coming in from CLG Prime. Just waiting for the lock-in on that one. So we were talking a little bit about Darius before. We were looking over too at the also our stat sheets from Angush, and we're not seeing a whole lot of Darius play either.
So this would be kind of a scary pick if they did go for that.
Yeah, and Darius. I've seen the only time I've ever seen really like jungle Darius is in solo queue, so I'm not thinking it would be here
All right,
either.
so yeah,
So it
looking
will
at
be, it'll be
stats.
top lane.
I mean, maybe he might have been doing it in solo queue beforehand. He might have been practicing with scrims. We did
Yeah.
not get to record. This could be their secret tech, but Darius pick coming out.
Yeah.
This is kind of scary. So Darius has that big problem if he falls behind the top lane, and he can really just kind of be worthless.
Well,
If he
what
gets
does it
ganked-
sound? What does that sound a lot like?
Sounds a little bit like Zenzel. If he gets ganked because he doesn't have a good escape, how do you get away as Darius? Well, you can try and slow, and then you have to get the blood stacks and run away, and that's
Yeah.
all you do. And against someone like Malphite and Cho'Gath, because it looks like Hotshot GG's going top lane with Choster as jungle Malphite.
Interesting.
So okay, so these are completely different matchups. Choster or Hotshot GG, if he did have Malphite, he'd have to worry about the bleed damage. Hotshot GG is going to sustain the crap against Angush.
Yeah. Oh,
What?
last second swap. Not quite sure yet. Are they going to do it again?
We'll wait for it. We'll wait for
Wait
it.
for it. You have to wait for it. It's never solid until you see that spec.
Hotshot Big Troll.
Hotshot.
All right, great. Now I'm a
Best troll.
CURSE.EU fan. Great.
Best troll NA.
I mean, really, I really hope CURSE.EU wins this just so we get game 3. But I
Yeah.
mean, I hope we get a good game. That's all. That's all I want.
Good games are always good.
But looking over at this Malphite versus Darius top lane. Okay, so there's a lot of risk for Malphite. If he
Right.
falls behind, we can see him just get shut down. The bleed from Darius is going to keep his shield from coming back up very quickly. Going to be about a 13-second delay instead of 5-second delay because it's extra damage being sustained onto him. And Darius does have a lot of magic damage. He has a true damage. He can really deal with it well. So it's not a great lane for Malphite, but at the same time, if Malphite just gets really beefy, if he gets another 400 armor, the magic damage won't be enough, the true damage won't be enough, and he can just kind of kill him. Just keeps like walking into him, and there's not much Darius can do in exchange. Of course, Darius doesn't have any built-in sustain. The Malphite passive kind of works as built-in sustain. It can be a bad situation for someone like Darius.
Yeah, it's if he can keep the shield consistently down, and that is one way to keep Malphite off you. But it's I just hope there's not a repeat of what happened last game. That's all I want.
I mean, here is a big problem I think that Angush had in that last game. Angush, if he did try to fight against Malphite, if he did go aggressive, Malphite could max out Ground Slam and win every single exchange too because of that attack speed debuff. Like everything was not in his favor that game. And this Zenzel pick, I think they were trying to bait out something similar to last game, and they kind of did, but that Cho'Gath now being gone, this is going to be a very, very weird matchup.
And you're also seeing Hotshot going with the cloth armor ward potions. So he knows of the damage potential that Darius has. So he knows. He's ready. And he's looking to just stay in top lane as long as he possibly can.
He is scared of the damage, but not the mobility. He knows
Right.
that if he does play well, he can stay in control, use his seismic shard to really get away from Angush if he needs to. That's why he still buys the ward. So it's kind of like, well, I know if I get into a slugfest, now I'm going to be okay. Because Darius will be starting boots, and this could actually be a lane swap now.
It could be double F actually sticking in to try. There's the orb. He does get seen, and a pause immediately after
All right,
the orb
now
enters
they're
the
talking about
brush.
strategy. Then they're gonna go ahead, check the stream cheat, and we'll see which team comes
No,
out.
they
Nah.
better not. Oh, they better not.
I'm kidding. Don't worry.
Nick Allen, you better be like right behind them.
There
with
are
like
people
a piece of,
monitoring them.
with a newspaper to just like smack him on the back of the head. if they try to
I've
do that.
actually like watching the players play. It's fun because there is a row of people behind them from IPL. There's a row of people behind them from Riot, double checking, and then just like a bunch of spectators in between, everybody making sure that they don't do anything wrong.
Yes. So at maximum, as much security as we can on these players.
Unless we just like start grabbing their arms every few minutes just to make sure they're just, like hands on keyboards.
hands on keyboards. Was driving class? What is this?
Yeah, it's like you want your hands at 4 and 7.
Hands on home row and go. And, yeah.
But but it's actually kind of funny. We have a 30-second delay on the main stream too.
Yes.
Well, actually on the live stream too.
Yeah.
We stream all streams, just to make sure that players cannot hear and see what's going on behind them.
Right.
It's everybody being kind of sneaky if they want to, but we're not going to let them do anything with that. You can be sneaky. It's okay. But it won't matter. We got you covered. And it's just a joke against the players. People, it's kind of natural for a lot of players just to be like, I want to do something, but
Right.
like even if it's just like not on purpose, just like let me just look over. Oh crap, I saw something I shouldn't have, and then it's hard not to act on it.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of that too during the whole World
Yeah.
Champs thing.
And it's not the player. It's up to us, the people
Right.
behind the term, to make sure that does not happen.
It's-
Because it's not really the player's fault. It looks like Loco Doco DCing.
Okay.
Could be some issues going on. Just gonna go ahead and waiting this out.
Yeah. So actually, for the time being, though, let's just come back up to us, and we'll just talk. Hey,
Yo,
have
what's
you
up?
do? Like yeah. Like everyone
smiles.
gets like every single time it's like be like say hi to Phreak. It's always like I love that wave.
I gave him a
do.
piggyback ride today.
Really?
Yeah, it was fun.
Is this how far?
Not too far. Well, the thing is just like I was going towards the restroom, and it's just like, studio, give me a piggyback ride. I'm like, yeah. And actually did like arms behind my back. Then he hopped on. I'm like, where am I taking you to? He's like, where are you going? I'm like, the restroom's like, okay, let me get off. He's like, all right, good. I don't want to take you in there.
I still remember during IPL4, Rachel Seltzer Please was doing an interview with Huck from StarCraft, and Stefano like comes on in, and Huck just like hops on his back, and he just bolts,
gone. Interview
running
over.
In like 5, like he managed to clear off like the entire main hallway in like 5 seconds. And I was like, that is impressive.
Stefano.
Like, and if you're actually here at the event, if you're watching everything, you know how big of an area this is.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
the Chelsea is huge.
It is impressive.
And
Absolutely
Stefano,
impressive.
pro track and pro StarCraft player.
Really?
Apparently, no, I have no idea.
Well,
I'm
he
just
is
guessing.
now.
I'm assuming he is now.
Well, I mean, if there's ever a track and field event where you need to carry someone on your
a
back,
piggyback ride, yeah.
Well, but then
makes
again,
the hurdles really hard.
well, then again, we should just have our own little track and field event with all the ADs, you know, because they're already carrying the teams on their back anyway.
Ooh.
So yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Some of these.
No.
This Patoy guy's pretty good.
This Pluto guy's pretty good. He's a fantastic last minute sub, and he's been doing great. I'm surprised they actually didn't go with the Blitzcrank pick.
Oh, game's
because it
resuming.
was open. But
Yes.
we are back. I love the
Yeah, that was
transition.
good. That was good.
The transition just froze right on the yes. Just, yeah, we got it.
But we're back in. Come on. No invade going on, which makes sense because both teams kind of saw what happened, which was there was a Twitch and Tribush. He can always stealth in and be kind of a scout. It's risky, but
Yeah.
it's what most likely what Double F would do had they gone for an engage. And it's just like, well, they can't really do anything now. Now, Ashe, I think she benefited from this 2v1 lane quite a bit. She has a great chase potential. If the lane ever gets pushed in their favor towards their turret, they can freeze it. And while there's not a lot that Hotshot could do to really defend against it, but I don't really know the Twitch versus Ashe matchup well. I think Twitch, if he gets close to her, if he gets near her, just completely decimates Ashe.
Well,
And that's just because Ashe won't have the damage early on.
But this is well, Ashe Nunu. I mean, it's once you get within the grass, once you get that first slow, the slows just chain on in. And this is actually something we've seen from CURSE.EU before. Actually, even with their previous support in AD lane, and a lot of people underestimate how much damage actually Ashe can do with that Blood Boil, because basically, if you have a Nunu support, if you have max out Blood Boil, you get a Phantom Dancer on your AD carry, and you have a Zeke's Herald. That's almost sometimes enough to actually max out attack speed on some ADs. And Ashe and Phantom Dancer is a great item. It synergizes very well with
Ashe
with
has
that
one of the
crit.
highest base attack speeds in the game.
Yes,
she
it
is
does.
one of the fast. I don't think she is the fastest, but she's close to it.
She's up there.
And that's what makes Nunu so strong. And actually, Hotshot Juju can go ahead and be doing his own blue buff. Something we saw coming out of Curse, I believe, earlier. Something they've done in the past, too, so not too surprised about that. If he needs to, he can always teleport back to lane, but he knows that, well, he's not missing a lot at level 1.
Right.
And, of course, their jungler are going to be Chauster. He can benefit from the blue buff, but he doesn't need that much help in the jungle. And red buff will still make his ganks very, very potent.
Actually, he's got the Rupture second. He could go in here onto Extinct into mid, making his move. Will he force a flash out? Yes, he does. Rupture perfectly timed. Flash down in mid, successful gank. You know what? I feel bad for Angush. I really feel bad because he can't do jack.
This is not a good situation. Well, actually, he's going to run up 50 CS there, and this is the problem because, well, Lokadoka Double have been kind of scared to really go aggressive, but I don't think at the Poison Cast, they're going to do a lot of DPS right now. It's going to hurt.
No, I just count it down already. Oh my god.
Down to 130 HP. Luckily, Twitch not running Ignite.
The
And also
Hotshot.
Sona, oh, this dive going to be brutal.
Hotshot being pinned through 3 members. Look at Patoy, perfectly poised on the side of the turret, tanking like a champ. That was a huge hit on the Maluno, but it's okay. You got the kill. First blood credit. Going to create it.
And that's one of the biggest, and I'd say scariest tower depths that comes out there.
Yeah.
Chauster going to the mid lane, that meant he wasn't camping bottom. That let them get into position. That's what you normally see a jungler support the 1v2 lane just by hanging out in that bush, just to make sure the gank doesn't happen. And I mean, that was great play from Patoy. You mentioned that before. He got the tower aggro. He got to the out of range area. He was right by the max range of the turret.
Right on the side.
And just waited for his chance to get out there, just so he could not die, but still absorb as much damage as possible.
Just doing the hot shot, just standing still and taking turrets. It's
Yeah. Unfortunately, Hotshot can't quite stand still and take turret shots all day long yet.
Right.
But, you know, that's a good start. It's a nice 700 gold lead in favor of CURSE.EU. They did get the early lead last game. However, Hotshot just missed a lot of CS right there. Only level 3 versus a level 3 Creaton and level 3 Patoy, but don't realize they've split their experience quite a bit.
Yeah.
This is not the best situation for HotShot. Shots are still in the mid lane, but well, Extinct really isn't in the lane right now.
Yeah, and Curse also recognizing, like, okay, we cannot keep this swap up forever. Darius, he needs to farm. He cannot be pushed out so far like this. He has to go down bot. He has to match up against HotShot.
And 4 CS to 17 CS. That's going to be rough, and actually only a 300 gold difference between the two. So HotShot GG, his flash is still up. His teleport was never going to be relevant in a fight anyway, so there's not much Angush is going to have over him right now. That top lane is going to be a little bit more in favor of CLG right now, but they're actually going to go for another swap.
But, HotShot was looking to teleport, but I think an Apprehend actually
oh, no, he teleported.
Oh, no, that's right, he teleported early. Never mind.
Teleported to get back to lane after taking the blue buff.
Never mind. But, yeah, it is still down for a while. But, look at Sona, look at Twitch.
Well, I like what HotShot did there. He went as aggressively as he could onto Angush, which did a lot of damage to him. Guess what? He's going to go back heal, go to top lane, and now it's a half HP Darius versus Sona Twitch. And if they catch him by surprise, they can pick up a kill.
Logo waiting there in the rush double lift. I believe he is still stealth.
Oh, that ward!
That ward!
Perfect timing.
Man, wonderful, wonderful engage. And this is what we're seeing now. We're seeing the AD shuffle in between both these teams to see swap for swap for swap for swap.
Ooh.
Trying to get the average, trying to get Loco a little bit closer, but not going to happen here. But we'll soon have the backup from Ash and Nunu just in a second. And once Ash hits 6, though, once she hits 6, this game completely changes, because then for CU, they become the shot callers. They can start saying when fights start.
At the same time, it does have a long ult. We've seen teams with Ashe before. They miss the Ashe ult because of a flash, because it just doesn't hit. Lots of things can go wrong with the ultimate. So it's important that they don't rely too much on it, because if you do just have the ultimate and it misses, you're screwed. You're not going to be able to start a fight. You can't really defend against a fight. But they do have Darius with his pull. They do have Orianna with her own pull. And of course, Maluno, if he gets the proper dash in with and then his ultimate, he can really knock people back and set up a good initiation.
Yeah, Maluno working towards his first GP10 also. I'm going for the Philo Stone first instead of Carnage Gold. Wants that regen. Doesn't exactly want to be quite as tinky just yet.
There's another swap going on.
Oh, jeez.
And I don't think this is working out in favor of CLG. They're missing a lot of CS all over the place.
They are.
If you look at Darius, he's now only 9 CS behind a HotShot, and well, he's been pressured quite a bit, missed a lot of his own CS. Looking at double of CS, he's down to 42 versus the 55 coming out from Creatin, who's also swapping back to the top lane. They know what's going on. They know they're just going to keep swapping. And the
it's a race.
Is going to be, who wants what lane at this point? I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, well, also, okay, we've been talking so much about the swaps, but the one constant here is you have the mid. And right now Extinct actually has a pretty decent lead in terms of the farm. So it's at least a 20 creep lead around the bouts. So what kind of influence do you think the mids will actually have on this carry lane swap disco?
The truth is, unless one mid goes to buy, very little. Just because they're both so good at pushing Orianna and Nubia, and they're both going to get their own blue buffs most likely, which I believe they already have. Just because of that, well, blue buff's still alive for CLG, but the big problem is going to be you can, just keep pushing and force the enemy mid laner to stay there, because they'll just miss too much CS.
HotShot throwing down a ward in the middle of the lane. I think that's.
I think he would click a potion instead. He has 5 potions.
Yeah.
And now he has no wards, and that ward not going to reveal all that much.
Well,
it might have something.
At least you can teleport to it.
Yeah, at least
you have
it
that.
It can do something.
And that's
but
actually,
it doesn't reveal that much.
And that's actually a kind of an okay position, because if Angush decides to push the wave, he can actually teleport behind him. He's level 6, he could ult him, but
he would need someone else to back him up. He can't 1v1 him at this point. It's unfortunate, because I think that was a misclick, and it's kind of a silly misclick. That's why I always put my wards in the non-smart cast spots.
Yeah, or you can just do the pro thing, and you can never accidentally drop wards if you never buy them. But then again, that's also never the best route either.
Maybe this could be a setup for a future gank where they try and kill the war with an oracle, but guess what? Teleport to it and start a fight. I think it's just a mistake.
we are analyzing.
Yeah, we're not going to justify.
Way too much.
I mean, that was probably a mistake. Unfortunate for HotShot, but that's a good ward. That's a very good ward.
Yeah, is you want to make sure that you have at least some vision on the far end of the wave if you're going to be deciding to start roaming, or if you need to back. And Big Fat, while he does, actually grabs up the Chalice and the Sapphire Crystal, just have a little bit more mana in the pool just so you can stay in lane a little while longer.
It can also keep you a bit safer in the lane, just if you go for a lane gank,
Yeah.
go for a big surprise out of nowhere. That provides a vision for almost every entrance.
Oh, he actually, the ward was right there, Hotshot. You couldn't teleport
Well, he
into
needs
that.
CS. He's not going there to be aggressive. He's going there to kill that farm. And that's
The plan has been blown.
it's unfortunate for Hotshot.
And you know what? This is we have not seen the lane swap back happen for a while, so I think both teams are kind of tired.
It's like, we're okay with this.
Yeah.
I mean, the CS lead going right now, it's definitely to Curse. Hotshot about 7 ahead. Oh, might be in a bad position, though.
Xting forced to flash once again just to escape all the CC coming from CLG here in the mid. But you also have Maluno here off on the side, camping out the bot river brush, looking on into mid lane. And Ping's going down. There's the arrow actually coming in from top lane. Will it land its mark? No, it will not, unfortunately.
It will not land on Hotshot, unfortunately, either. I mean, almost hits Angush, but I don't think team killing is quite in this game yet.
Friendly Fire is not part of League of Legends, not quite yet.
Well, there's been some good bugs in the past.
Oh, there have.
Unfortunately, though, CLG saw that arrow come out, so they knew what was going to happen. They knew they were going to chase. Angush taking a lot of damage from Hotshot. I mean, that could be the lane they want. Down to about half HP. No Ignite, of course, on Hotshot. But that burst combo is always going to be scary. Unstoppable Force into a seismic charge into a ground slap. That's a lot of DPS, and it comes fast.
There's a lot of DPS. There's also a lot of slow, a lot of CC.
It's control. Like, how does he fight back? Well, he can use his spells, but his auto attacks will be very slow.
Yeah.
And he needs to auto attack to build up extra blood stacks.
Man, it's very impressive to watch Grayson work, watch him farm. He's still got a very convincing creep lead over up on Double Lift here, up in the top lane. But there's the flash from Locodoco.
Where's the ultimate?
There. Oh, nice.
Patoy!
Nice. Patoy flashing right out of the way of the ultimate. Flash for the slow. Does not get the ultimate. Locodoco just using the entire kit and getting nothing.
And that's, unfortunately for Locodoco, I think he wanted to get the flash ultimate off. Did not cast it right away for some reason.
Yeah.
Could have been trying to burn the flash and then attack the toy. It's still 2 flashes for him, which is okay as Extinct. Oh, doing some DPS.
Big Fat with the ultimate, keeping him behind. Does manage to get the stun, but I think took a little bit more than he was expecting to take from that one. But Chester here, not too far behind. And Maluno actually on his own, pushing down bot lane, grabbing tier 1 right out of everyone's nose. And Angush here looking for invade, and look, you found the Malphite yet again.
He just wants to give you rock hugs, and unfortunately for Angush, they're a bit too tight, a bit too much of a bear hug. Angush now in a dangerous position.
Yeah.
Gonna be able to safely retreat, though. It would be a 3v3 if they did go for that fight.
Yeah.
And now Double Lift up top, has a
There's
cleanse,
nice
and
cleanse.
can he just get stealth out of here?
Ooh, does manage
Alright,
to
does
make it. Just barely manages to make it, but wonderfully timed cleanse, following up the arrow.
all the way home.
Yeah, you jerk.
And well, the thing with Twitch is his stealth was revamped. Usually it used to be up to, I think, 5 or 6 seconds
Yeah.
that his stealth could be delayed. Now it's, I believe, a 4-second cap. So he used a cleanse. Ultimate is down for Creatin, but that's a long cooldown. That's a good, I think, 2-minute cooldown at the beginning parts of the game. So there will be a period where cleanse is not up. But if he positions himself well, if he still has his flash available, he will not be in a bit dangerous position. Double Lift should be able to survive any sort of aggression coming out from that ultimate still.
Yeah, you're right. It's nearly 2 minutes, so there's some time to kill before it actually comes back up. Down back here in the bot.
They're just gonna slug it out.
Yeah, just absolute brawl fest going down here in front of all the mains between Hotshot and Angush once again. And let's take a quick look here also at what Maluno's doing. He has his oracles once again relatively early, so he's looking to do some dodge duty, clear out any vision. And strangely enough, CLG they don't have as many wards now as they did last game, and
They don't have the cash to spare.
they really don't. They really
I mean,
don't.
it's a 1400 gold advantage in favor of Curse. That is noticeable. That can mean something. Usually, though, that's just a kill or a turret. Locodoco taking a crit from Ash. That passive doing just a nice bit of DPS, but Locodoco can sustain. And he does have a decent amount of mana generation from his runes from that Philosopher's Stone, so it's not going to be too costly for him.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the problem. These lanes are all... This game has been about laning, so was last game. And they're both trying to kind of focus on lanes, win their lanes. That's why the score is 1-0. That's why it's 13.5 minutes in and not much has happened in terms of flashy kills. But there's lots of tactical plays. People swapping all over the place, people moving all over the place. Aggressive ganks that may not be paying off.
Yeah, and Double Lift is actually starting to catch up. The creep lead is starting to close. There's only about 10 creep disadvantage at this point, and Creatin's actually pushing pretty heavy on over into CLG's top tower. So it's giving a little bit of an opportunity to farm. He's taking a few free shots, and actually the damage is well, it's somewhat on par, but Twitch is still a very fragile champ. He's a very weak dude.
He's very susceptible to burst. And Ash and Nunu can do a decent amount of burst. Not the most in the game, I'd say. Maybe a Lulu lane can do quite a bit more, but if he gets an absolute 0, if Joy can get that DPS up, that's going to be big. And HotShot now taking a decent amount of damage, gets pulled back in, should be able to survive this, but going to take a lot of pain.
Angush now actually has the level lead over on HotShot. There's the flash and the dunk. Not going to be enough for the kill, but enough to convince him to go all the way back to the fountain. Left with about 200 health and back in the reserve. Chester also with his own oracles clearing out some of the coverage. And back to top lane. Creighton actually did use the enchanted arrow earlier, but no kills, no nothing really coming off of it.
Cleanse should be up, but the next time it's up, HotShot GG just going to teleport back to the bot lane. And this is the story of this game. Did we see HotShot even use teleport last game?
I can't even really recall.
Like, if it wasn't the most noticeable thing, but normally you see a teleport being used to back up other lanes. Maybe fight top, fight mid lane, do something somewhere. So far, HotShot has focused on using it to get back to lane. That's, I mean, the only use it's had.
Right.
And he picks up some more CS, he stays relevant, but it's not CLG North America making big plays. It's just a very, very passive farm pass. So the question is going to be who outscales who. Zenza about 20 CS behind Cho'Gath right now, but you know he doesn't necessarily need that much farm if he can stay alive. And he has a Wriggles, he's going to be kind of beefy. He has a Philosopher's Stone taken too. That's not a lot of HP, but it might be enough.
Yeah, he's also got the assist on him too, which helps out.
So yeah, a little bit.
Just a little bit.
And just bit by bit. And that's kind of how this game is going. It's like, well, I think my team can outscale your team. Let's just keep farming. And that, well, Orianna's really strong late game. So is Ashe at the same time. And Twitch, also one of the best team killers in the entire game. I mean, the enemy team killing all of them at once. And HotShot, can he still land against Angush?
He could, but there is an extinct coming on down. Their pings went down like mad from Prime over to the South River. They already pinged it out. It's like they told him, hey, Orianna's coming for you. You may want to back off on this one. And indeed he does. You also got Cho'Gath coming up here into the top lane. The coverage is clear. Double stealth. Is he going to be looking to make a play here? There he goes. Sona ult actually landing this time. The arrow went backwards?
Yeah, I think he misclicked. Oh, but I think they're going to get out of this. They just flash out. They're walking out. Actually, look at the damage going down to double, down to about half HP.
Loco, the slows maybe a bit too much. The volley right on the tail end, able to get the kill onto Sona. Wow.
So slight.
I like. That's like that Nidalee bug almost, where it just goes the complete opposite direction.
Yeah, maybe that was a misclick. Maybe there was a weird bug going on. It doesn't really matter because he still didn't need the arrow.
Yeah, he didn't need it.
And I mean, they forced the flash out of double. They forced the flash out of Loco Doco. Just not enough damage. Chauster could go for a Patoy snipe, looking for that burst maybe.
Is his feast up? Yes, it is. You get the CC down onto the Nunu. Could be enough to double him. Actually, still in the area. There goes the Noms. Silence not getting enough, and Twitch goes down underneath his own tower. Creighton delayed off on the side. He's like, hey, there's a weak rat over here. I think we kill him instead. There's the rupture followed behind the wall. Big Bad LP now up here to top lane with all of the damage down and the shutdown taking out the Ashe. Nice travel here to the top from Big Bad LP.
And that's such an unfortunate circumstance for CLG. They give up 2 kills. They keep going for these fights. Now mid lane being pressured. They did pick up Created in the end, but really what was that? Once the Sona ultimate got flashed, Patoy being a bit too tanky, and Created not getting hit by was able to do enough DPS, chased on Loco, chased on Double Lift, and that frosted arrow, that Q from Sona, or from Ashe, too much to escape from.
And you're still getting this push on here in the bot. Turret taking down quite a few, and it's taking a little bit too much turret aggro, but there is the Apprehend, keeping the Malphite behind. There's the Orianna Orb. The ultimate is up and ready when necessary, whenever you want to secure your kill. Ultimate also back up on Darius, so if he can get some dunks, get some freeze, and wants to Malphite. All 2 members of Curse popped up. Orianna and Darius are a little bit slow. There's Big Bad with the wall, keeping Darius behind. But Orianna ult keeping everyone from CLG in. The egg on Anivia. The damage is too great. Curse getting the kill on the Big Bad. Oh, arrow top lane.
Can he get out?
There's the cleanse, double it, but is it soon enough? No, it is not. The new ult to keep you behind. Oh, Patoy with that.
Good kill right there. They're picking them kills all over the place. 5-1 right now.
Yep.
They go 1-1 top, or 2-1. But every time CLG goes for a play, every time they try to force one, Curse is there ready to respond. Sometimes it's just based off their flashes. Sometimes it was like that fight bot lane where, well, they used HotShot GG's Unstoppable Force, but who deals more damage? Who really had more control of that fight? It was going to be the Orianna ultimate hitting all 3 of them. It was going to be Zenza with his ultimate knocking HotShot GG and Chauster into a wall where they could not keep fighting, could not really deal that much to stop the Ludo from going aggressive, and it was the perfect set to punish CLG for going aggressive themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, now that Rebirth is down for another 4 minutes, they got nothing out of it, just losing
Straight
Fed
out.
LP, like they just lost him, and
Yeah.
well, that's going to be a 4-minute period where Curse can now go extra aggressive. They can kind of do what they want. Dragon at some point got picked up, I want to say by Curse, just because they have that gold lead, and it's looking kind of scary for CLG. 5-1, but a 6,000 gold lead in favor of CURSE.EU.
Now, we talked a little bit, Champ Select, about the Twitch. And Double F, there hasn't really been a full 5-on-5 team fight, and a lot of the damage in here in CLG Prime is coming from the Rat. Do you think, what does CLG need to do in order to get the maximum effectiveness, besides Hotshot getting caught out here in the top lane? Will we actually be able to get here? The Frosters are a bit too
His
much.
ultimate is up.
His ultimate is up. We'll be able to dash out of the way. Here comes Orianna with an Anivia in pursuit. Got the Orianna Orb. Ash Arrow coming in. The pop-up will die before he ever hits the ground.
No scope snipes coming out of Extinct right there.
Yeah, and there's Double Lift farming
Double
that bot.
and Double Lift can die to Angush. He doesn't
could.
have his flash. It's going to be for a few more seconds, and Angush, I don't think he can confidently go for the kill, but that is a possibility. And right now, that's kind of the problem. Double Lift looking at his items. Oh, Angush going aggressive now. Can he just take him out in stealth? Will it be enough?
I'm not
Started
sure if it will
casting.
be. The start there.
He needs the ult. He needs the ult.
No!
Oh.
Gets out just in time. The bleed trail.
The bleed almost killed him, taking him about
Oh,
260 HP. And looking at Angush's build, he's going for a tanky DPS style build, has 2 GP10 items, has that Giant Spell, but a Hex Drinker to kind of give him a bit more oomph in his kills.
Yeah.
But the problem with Double Lift right now, his CS, it's okay, a little bit behind Creatin, but he doesn't have items, he doesn't have kills, he has an assist, his team doesn't have turrets or dragons or really anything.
Yeah.
And that's what's scary, that's what makes it such a big problem. They don't have enough on that Twitch. It's going to be the crux of their team at this point. If he cannot really get a good spray and pray off, if they cannot have him do enough damage, it's just going to be... Look at Angush. Look at how much damage he's taking.
That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. And imagine a full 5-on-5 team fight, how huge that would be. But Chowster off from behind does manage to pinch Angush. 3 members of CLG crushing Darius here, but can he get the dunk? There's a Soda ult a little bit too late.
He's taking,
Will the bleed out kill Double Lift? I'm not so sure, but the heals. Loco Doko
saves him.
Healing it on out. Big Fat, though, does get caught by CURSE.EU, does flash over the wall back into the base from their north jungle. And CURSE, they know they're in an okay spot here, though. Even though they managed to lose Angush, they can still force plays. Hotshot getting caught out once again. Will he die? There is the ice wall, not going to be enough. Another kill onto Hotshot.
And found a way to stop Unstoppable Force, kill him as it goes on. It looks like he actually just used the ult at a very short range, knocking up Luno in the process, but... Well, I mean, Angush, he's got the damage, almost able to take out Twitch in that exchange, and that's the problem. They just have too much gold. Darius dealing too much damage. He did have to burn Ignite, did use his ultimate there, but I mean, it's not gonna be a big issue if he uses ultimate Ignite in a big team fight like that. Someone like Chauster, how tanky is he? Doesn't have his Frozen Heart finish, just a Glacial Shroud, not being able to really take that much damage. And kind of across the board, Hotshot GG, we saw 400 armor with his W activated last time. This time going to be more, well, how much armor does he have? How tanky is Hotshot?
That's, he's...
150 armor versus 270.
Not nearly as much as last time.
And his HP is relatively low compared to what he used to be. Like, he just doesn't have enough at this point. There's a lot more magic damage. There is a true damage coming out of Darius. There's a lot to kill Hotshot. There is not really a front line necessarily. So they need Double Lift to be in the back. They need to make the fight go towards Double Lift, and Double Lift to kite them back with Chaucer protecting him with Big Fat LP. That arrow, is it going to land?
Not so... Ooh, Limbo's right under it, the Iceberg. Big Fat will not be caught with that stunt today. Even then, I'm not so sure if it would have been a kill. It was only extinct in the area. So, granted, it would have been a huge chunk. I'll probably bring him down to about 25%. But I think it's more try and create a position, try and displace members of CLG, where you can create an opportunity where you can take objectives like Dragon or maybe even Baron.
I mean, maybe they could force the Rebirth. They could have done something with it, and that would have given them a chance to get Dragon very safely instead of just pretty safely. At this point, Hotshot does have his teleport up. We might see him go for a teleport gank. Baron being looked at. No ward. Oh, there is a ward from CLG. So if they do go for it now, it will be spotted. Ping's going onto them. The rest of CLG is in the area. Besides Hotshot, who once again, he's got teleport. Ping's out of Chauster. Another ward, as they just have not walked right next to it yet. So it doesn't provide that much vision either.
Yeah, it's not too much vision, but I mean, it's sometimes just enough to realize that if someone actually makes the approach in from the blue ramp.
Yeah,
on CURSE's side,
at a minimum, it's a great place to have Hotshot teleport to, because it catches them by off guard.
Oh yeah. It's like, oh, I didn't think a Malphite would ever come in from an angle. Uses the Unstoppable Force, does not get created. The flash from Ash is just a bit too quick, but the rest of CLG is there to collapse, and Ash caught out away from the rest of the team.
Oh,
and
they're running
pings,
now.
There are so many pings going down. Prime knows they could be still in a little bit of trouble because there is a lot of damage on that Darius, but Double Up actually relatively safe.
that
But still
ultimate!
now, the ultimate, but Double Up still over on the side of the fight. Extinct gonna be going down. There's a slam down Double Up, but he had no stacks. Not as much tree damage as like Soda going down. The pokes coming from Pluto getting that kill, but that is a double for Twitch, double for double. That is a 4 for 2 in CLG Prime's favor.
Is this a Baron?
I think they might. Hotshot's tanky enough. He may not be as tanky as he was last time.
But you can still take a
They
Baron.
can still take the Baron.
Double Up has the damage, now has it completed. Well, that fight, they kept trying to dive kind of different people. Double Up was the focus of Angush, and I'd say a little bit of Milo towards the end there. But ultimate from Ash, this could be enough that CC that Baron damage. It's going to be high. How low is Baron now? Down to about 3,000 HP. They're going to be able to finish this. Consume from Voyboy might be it.
But if he can get a flash Q on this, that would be amazing. But he's actually throwing down the ult set, wants to delay as much as possible. But it will. It's
going to go down. Creaton, can you get the snipe?
Does kill Hotshot, does get the snipe! Creaton with the kill! The steal on the Baron walks all the way up, and one volley is more than enough to steal the Baron. Holy crap, man.
Now,
wow.
2 dead on CLG, Baron buff on every member of Curse except for Patoy, and they're looking good, they're looking strong. They messed up that fight. They dove Double Up, they did not have their AD carry, they could not do that. But guess what? Creaton's back alive, 5-2-2, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer completed. They're going to push down mid, they're going to go aggressive, they are going to try and take as much down as they can.
CLG Prime bet it all on red, it came up black. And now CURSE.EU has the Baron buff, and they will be pushing on in. The tier 3 in mid about to fall, along with the mid inhib. Nunu gonna be coming back. Enough of a hero where he delayed, and Creaton with the one arrow, the singular arrow, to help everything out.
They did that perfectly. Patoy threw himself at CLG. It's like, all right, I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna waste so much time. Creaton with that Phantom Dancer, barely able to get in range too. That was just it. It was all so tight, so close to not being successful. But you know what? Ooh, that was actually very tight. No, that's not tight. That does land.
There's Patoy going to follow on up. This time, finally, the cross-map arrow. The Ashio finally hits its mark to a Nivea. Frost on Frost, and Curse can take this advantage. Hotshot's not with the team.
He does have teleport up. They could try and backdoor this bot turret. If they do so, ping from CLG onto that bot turret. I think they expect the backdoor there. If that does happen, Hotshot can TP, try and catch him by surprise if they want to. That might be their plan.
He's tanking out the tier 3 and bot straight out. Angush will be next on that list. And here comes Chester actually pulled on in. Malphite ult right on the back line of Curse, but Creaton is actually relatively safe here. Here comes the Sona ult. Loco Doko trying to kill as much time as possible with the Hotshot is cornered between all of Curse. Loco Doko off on the side. You got the rest of the damage. Double lift, stealthing just to get back to Fountain. And Loco will not
nice
be
try,
able to make
Angush.
it back. Nice try. But that is a huge kill, possibly the ace. No, Big Fat comes back just in time, but it is a little bit too late. I think we are going to get that game. Game
3, come on. Yeah, CURSE.EU, they're taking this down. Fantastic play.
Wonderful job.
Really took an early control of the game. That was CLG's big chance to come back, but the great play from Patoy and Creaton. Patoy throwing himself at the enemy team just to make sure they wasted time, and Creaton with the perfect volley. A little bit of luck in his side in the end. Yeah, I'm not going to say that did not happen, but still looking so strong.
And, you know, that was the perfect opportunity for CLG to actually come on back from that. But it is just a little bit, could not do it.
It did not work out in their end. They might have tried to save a cooldown. They might have not had it available. It just did not work. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes you expect your auto attack to crit. Maybe an unlucky crit does stop you. There was a little bit of luck there.
There was a little bit.
Definitely, but you know what?
But we're in the right place for it.
Yeah, we're in the right place for it. We're in Vegas. We're at IPL5. And in the end, CLG, they could not take as much advantage as they thought.
Yeah,
but it was not a sure thing.
But we will be getting a great game 3 from both of these teams. And
the first best of 3 of the day, I believe.
I think so. And so let's go real quick before we go to commercial break. How did the Twitch overall do?
Well, they could never get those team fights where he got everybody. He got 1 or 2 people sometimes, and it was a lot of damage. They died. He did take people out. Even in that last team fight, I think he got a kill just from spray and pray. But still, in the end, because he was not hitting everybody, they needed more damage. They were just a bit too far behind. No one on the team besides maybe Big Fat dealt that much damage, and that was the big problem. They just did not have the DPS and Twitch did not have the gold.
Do you think we may be seeing the Twitch again, or where else do you think we may see
It did
CLG
not
Prime
do
go with?
badly.
Yeah.
But you know what? Caitlyn did so well in game 1.
Yeah.
I mean, if they can get Vayne on double, if that is being banned out, but, you know, maybe go with something more traditional. That Twitch pick, it's always fun to see. It's always a bit of a gamble, but sometimes, and actually very often, has it won a game this tournament?
You know, I think you may be right.
Yeah, I don't think
you may
if
be
you're
right.
playing versus Meat Playground, I believe, right?
Yeah, and then the dynamic has been.
Yeah, Dynamic tried, did not work.
Yeah.
I do not believe I do not believe Twitch has won a game this tournament. Fear did win a game,
Yeah.
but they are sadly eliminated. But Twitch
Yeah.
just not working out for anybody right now.
Lulu working out for everybody, though.
Lulu
we may
being
see,
awesome as
we may
hell.
see her come back again for game number 3. There's a lot of Cho'Gath and Malphite did pretty well for they've been doing
Given
pretty well.
the circumstances, Cho'Gath and Malphite did okay.
Yeah.
I mean, in the end, Hotshot GG just didn't do enough. He just did
Yeah.
not have that presence he had game 1.
We'll see what happens going into game number 3. Before we go to break, we want to thank all of our wonderful sponsors for making this happen. We want to thank you guys for
All these
tuning
guys?
in all weekend long. Thank you for joining us, whether you're watching for free HD over at IGN.com or on Xbox Live too. And if you're not already, HD looks pretty nice.
As long as you got the passion, as long as you're watching the game, that's all we
yeah.
care about. Well,
That's all good.
some people might care about some of this stuff, but I that's all I care about. Just enjoy and love the game. We'll be back soon.
Be back for game number 3 in just a little bit.
they've never really been in America that often, besides I think MLG Anaheim. It was a much more different team back then.
So I think we're ready. Pick some bands.
Let's
Now
go in there.
live. Let's do it. So we got CLG over here. Going to be on blue side. First band, first pick. Jack splits Diana. Same bands that they had game number 1. And Leeson, Olaf, maybe same bands from Curse from game number 2, but they still have their one more to go, so we'll see where they go from there.
Now, Hotshot GG is going to be in the same position as before. Could try and first pick Malphite with that Olaf being banned out. But what are they going to go for? Curse, they really showed some dominance game 2.
Yeah.
They never really fell behind ever. That Twitch pick did not do that much. I would expect Doublelift to... He likes playing characters where he can do a bit more, where he's not so dependent on just the ultimate. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out. Shen not being banned out. Instead, it's Nunu. So guess what? Hotshot GG
man.
straight to it.
That's, I mean, I'm not sure if Curse decided to just let them have it, or if it was a mistake. But Hotshot on Shen, you know what he's gonna do. He's never gonna leave top. He's gonna split push all day. And if he decides to stick with teleport, like that's essentially a double teleport Shen.
And I mean, looking over at Extinct, he does play a mean Twisted Fate. Hasn't played that many games with him compared to, say, Diana, or actually Zillion, one of his more common picks. That'd be fun to see.
Yeah.
But I'd say the other common pick against someone like Shen, which would be another global character like Nocturne, like Twisted Fate, may not be a good option. We're going to see as picks come out, because TF can have some issues in lane.
Yeah, Nocturne, Bluto's actually pretty okay with Nocturne. He's got, I think, like 60-70% win rate with him so far. And Twisted Fate on Extinct, he's actually...
He's
really
3-0, but that's not that many games.
That's
a
not
good showing, but it's not much.
Yeah, it's a great showing, but Vayne, though, is left open.
It was also left open. 2 of the bans that we saw were Shen and Vayne, so now guess what? CURSE.EU, they have the Vayne. Doublelift doesn't get to make the biggest plays.
Yeah.
Well, he still can, but you're not seeing that Doublelift Vayne, what you normally expect him to kind of first pick.
Right.
And that's a bit scary, I'd say.
That is pretty scary.
But, well, Twitch, now that they have a Shen instead of a Cho'Gath and Malphite,
Right.
Shen will directly protect the carry just because of his ultimate, and you can always use that taunt to try and keep him alive. So, Twitch might be a better pick now. At the same time, I don't know if CLG is still confident with it. It did not really work out that well last game.
Yeah. But it's so weird that we've kind of seen a little bit of a different side to CLG Prime since the addition of Loco Doco, and it does worry me a little bit because we saw a little bit of game 2. CLG were kind of going back to the old pre-season 2 world champs, like, you know, their ways, like just the passive farm. Let's just stay in lane and switch when we need to and try and get big. And it didn't quite work out.
It didn't really do that much at the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were passive. They played the laning game, and well, they fell behind in lanes. And when that happens, if you're just trying to get back through farm, you either have to outplay your opponents, which is not easy
it almost
to do.
happened. It almost happened.
It was close. Well, the thing is, the fight that CLG was going to come back with, that was a mistake from Curse. That was them fighting a 4v5, and of course there were some ultimates down for CLG, but it was still a 4v5, and they did not fight it well. They tried to dive, they tried to go into very awkward positions, and they just got punished hard. Ooh, Extinct picking up Katarina. Cho'Gath going to be played by Luna most likely. That just leaves, I believe, the top liner, unless it's a top Cho'Gath, which I do not believe Angush has played all that much. Actually, no, he's got a few games, so he'll be top Gath.
He's still alright. So, but there's still, that's the thing though, it's still, at this point, an ambiguous pick.
Yeah, you don't know what they're going to pick, so...
It could even be a top, it could be even a top arena.
It could be top Katarina, mid Cho'Gath. We've seen that happen. I would not be surprised to see mid Cho'Gath happen in this tournament at least once. The question is going to be, well, you know it's going to be Shen top lane. Do you want someone who can survive the jungler? Cho'Gath, he's hard to gank, but the hard CC from Amumu might be enough, though it's not that much damage coming out of Shen and Amumu combined, so maybe Cho'Gath could be good up there. Maybe you want to go someone a bit more aggressive, someone to really force a fight. Vladimir would actually be an okay pick just because you can juke the bandage toss, you can sometimes juke the taunt, depends on the patch actually, that can change time to time. So it might be a good pick, it might be a terrible pick at the same time. I actually don't know how it works in this patch.
So what other, let's throw some other options in there too. We got 25 seconds until...
Not Zenzel. Please, no.
Yeah.
Zenzel would actually be very weak against something like Shen just because that taunt can let him get it. The shadow dash is you dash away. Like he goes aggressive. If you think you can win, you fight. If you can't win, you back off. And it's going to be a very safe lane for Shen, which you really don't want to provide to him. You want to have some aggression. Jace could work out fairly well, though eventually late game Jace will win. And IReLuYaR, I'm liking this pick. We have not seen an abundance of IReLuYaR this tournament. It used to be just IReLuYaR Jace top lane with Shen being permaban, but I'm liking this pick. It's going to be a pretty big slugfest, but if Angush can get ahead, if they can get a decent lead on HaRleLuYaR, they can go ahead, dive towards that Ezreal, being played by Doublelift, dive towards Big Fat LP, and that's going to be, you know, the HaRleLuYaR bomb, where she just goes and kills people super quickly, and it's hard to deal with.
And CLG Prime, they've been very good. The first ban in all 3 games in this series has been aimed directly towards Angush at that Jax pick. He's very good with it. It is his most played top laner. But when you can't get number 1, you might as well go for number 2, and HaRleLuYaR isn't that number 2 most played spot for Angush. So we will see a lot of great things coming out of that top lane.
I'm excited. I think Angush might be able to go ahead and just beat Hotshot GG in lane, but of course the presence of Jungle Amumu. Jungle Amumu not very good versus HaRleLuYaR because the CC just will not last that long.
Right.
So that might be a bad situation for CLG. They might not be able to do as much as they want. We might see the 1v2 come out. We might see the 1v2, then a swap, then a swap, then another swap come out.
And more swap,
as happened.
And then by the way, there's 4 more swaps after that.
They never really make any sense. Those swaps did not benefit CLG, unfortunately. That was a very, very weird game. Lots of just kind of meta decisions. Like, well, we don't want to let this happen, so we'll just play this. And I don't know.
Or maybe they're just bored.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's like, all right, we'll keep swapping, keep goofing until we see what happens. Hope it works out.
I was like, I am so tired of farming minions. I was like, I just want to give me like 5 minutes. I have to take a walk. I need some fresh air. Just like
just right click every 30 seconds as I do laps around the table.
Oh, man, we had too much fun with this one. So this is it. Game 3 coming for CLG Prime and CURSE.EU. Winner stays in winner's bracket. Loser has to go down and play CURSE.NA. We'll see how it goes. And you know, we've been seeing great play from both of these teams. And I got to change that scoreboard too because I forgot to. Oh, bad on me. Bad on me. Let's get that refreshed.
So it's going to be CLG.NA.
There we go. Right side.
Over on blue side. CURSE.EU on top side. 1-1. Loser goes, well, to losers. Yep. Where they play CURSE.NA. And no one really wants to be down there. You play more games. You don't have that comfort loss. And, you know, you just want to get as quickly as you can through winners just to be in a good position to take the entire tournament. Yeah, and also remember that the way we're running this tournament too is that no one got eliminated after group stage. So actually, if you started out this tournament in losers bracket, if you even want a chance to get to grand finals, you're playing quite literally twice as many games. So this could be a massive fight. It's like, man, I really do not want to play twice as many matches tomorrow. We have to win this. Otherwise, exhaustion is going to start kicking in. You know, the Doublelift is going to start complaining. You know, everyone's going to want snacks. We don't have that many bathroom breaks. It's going to be tough for the teams. It could be a chore. And CURSE.EU going for a quick awarding most likely. This isn't an invasion route. Normally, if you're going to invade, it's going to be a bit sneakier. Someone like Ezreal going to be hard to catch in that tri-bush, and the ward should go down. They could hang around and go for a red buff steal, but they've been spotted. And CLG, I mean, they have actually had some problems fighting level 1s in the past. Well, 3 games, and including their game against CLG.EU. So I guess they're not going to go for that fight, but still it could set up a bad situation for CLG North America. Everyone tiptoeing around the Orianna orb as they're making the transition over into the top river. CURSE.EU traveling as one solid group. Doublelift actually just chilling out on his lonesome here in the bot lane, was guarding the bot tri-brush, but realizes now that he needs to get with his team. And he's actually sticking around for a little bit. Is he going to fall back? No, he's just... They're probably going to go for golems. Loco Doco not in the area either. Cannot fight that 3v5. Definitely not going to win that fight. Oh, no. And, well, it looks like the wards go down. CLG puts a ward towards that top side. Going to go ahead and try and protect Hotshot GG up in that lane. There we go. Oh, there's a lane swap, though. There's the swap coming on again. So expect 12 more within the next 7 minutes. And the question is going to be, who's better at a 1v2 situation? Yeah. Is it going to be HaRleLuYaR or Shen? Shen, I'd say early on, just because Vorpal Blade is range. It does provide a bit of range sustain at the same time. But to benefit from that sustain, you need to either use it and get an auto attack off, or another Vorpal Blade off. And that's a long cooldown early on in the game. And we have a pause coming out, going to see if we can't get that sorted out. But Shen, normally, he has some CS in lane. HaRleLuYaR, once she hits level 6, she doesn't really die. You just use her ultimate, clear waves, get 6 CS at a time. You're going to be behind, of course, but not as far behind as someone like Shen might be at that point. Right, and level 6 is where the sustain starts. It ramps up again once you start getting levels in the Heat 10 style. Level 2 on the ult, you are just an immovable farming machine. You do not, you might miss some CS because if it's still 2v1, if they still are in that part of the game. But generally, if you're level 11, have the rank 2 ultimate, you press R 4 times. Congratulations, you got a creep wave. And you're back at full health. And back at full HP. Or just nearly to it. And it's going to be kind of scary for Curse. It can go very wrong, and they can lose at 2v1 pretty hard. It's going to be Sona Ezreal, probably the pokiest of poke lanes. I'd say, a couple months ago, back for Worlds, that lane would deal so much constant damage. You can't avoid it, really. But at the same time, Lulu Vayne, that's a lot of sustained damage. One mess up from Hotshot GG, one condemn into a wall, just too many Silver Bolt procs, he can die, and he can die very quickly.
Yeah.
Luckily, he has a taunt to get away from any Glitterland slows, but still, it's going to be a rough lane for both of them.
And actually, we saw the resurgence earlier on today of the Alistar Vayne lane. And now we're seeing Lulu actually really come into play as a support. Do you think Lulu actually fits the role, like CC-wise, and just as a general support better?
Well, Alistar, the problem he has, he's just CC, and he's just the headbutt pulverize, and then his heal is okay. It's very, very mana inefficient is a big problem, and his ultimate lets him hang around, but doesn't really benefit the team. You look at Lulu, she doesn't have as much hard CC. She does have Whimsy, which is a great single target CC, or a speed boost. She just does so much, and that's kind of what you need to do as a support. Either do very little, but be really, really good at it, which Alistar, I mean, Pulverize is a good 2-second CC, but other characters do provide that. Someone like Cho'Gath, for example, that Rupture is going to be very similar. And he doesn't provide quite enough. Someone like Lulu provides just about everything. It's like, oh yeah, hard CC from her ultimate, also more HP, also a shield, also you're moving faster, also by the way I slowed them. And dealt pretty good damage.
And depending on the skin, a cute fuzzy animal. So
possibly Dragon. I'm sad there's no Dragon Team or Lulu's coming out this game. Patoy though, I mean, that's something that's always fun to talk about. The pro players usually don't change their skins from game to game just because they get used to the animations, used to the style, used to how it all looks. And well, why are they going to go ahead and risk what they're used to just to look cool?
Yeah. So and you mentioned a little bit too about Cho'Gath with the Rupture to follow up, and Cho'Gath actually does really well with laners who have the starting CC, the slows.
Something like a Glitterlance, something like a Whimsy, something just to start it up so Cho'Gath can get the Rupture. Because Rupture, it's a great spell, but it's a slow spell to really get out. You have a cast time, the Rupture has to come out still, and it's very avoidable.
Yeah, and it's also not just there, it also works as something great like an Equilibrium Strike.
Equilibrium Strike, that's going to be Angush at less than full HP or less HP than whoever he's hitting, and that's going to be kind of scary because it means he's being poked down in that bot lane.
Yeah, but even then, if you don't get the stun, if you get that slow,
that can be enough sometimes.
It can be enough.
I don't know. It's going to be a very, very potent skill. If Maluna goes for those ganks, if Maluna goes aggressive, he can definitely set up those kills. At the same time, Hotshot GG can always get a taunt into a bandage toss, and the passive from Amu was going to really be beneficial because of Vorpal Blade. Amu's passive reducing magic resist on auto attacks. So whoever he hits, that's going to make Shen hit a lot harder just because of Vorpal Blade and his own passive.
Yeah, and also Big Fat LP happens to be in the neighborhood too.
It's a lot of bursts.
That's
a great combo, by the way. Either Shen or Amumu with the Orianna Ball. That's how Team Friends are going to really work for CLG. They've got AoE Hell. Double Lift has his ultimate. Shen has the taunt coming out. Chauster has Curse of the Sad Mummy. And of course, Sona with the Crescendo. It's going to be a lot of CC very quickly all at once.
But they had the CC Hell game number 2. And that's the thing though, if you're going to be locking people up, it's assumed that you're going to have damage nearby. And game number 2, it didn't really quite happen. They really didn't even get many team fights in before they lost out.
Not really, no. And that's kind of scary because they do have decent DPS late game. Shen can really hurt. Amumu can deal a pretty good amount of damage, but it's not the highest amount. And if you look over, Extinct is going to deal a lot, Angush is going to deal a lot, Creatin's going to deal a lot, and it's going to be, can CLG match up the damage? They have more CC for sure, but just because it's really that Katarina doesn't have CC, and they have more AoE CC, but it's going to be hard for them to win team fights still just because they may not have the damage. They have to really lock down everybody, and they can definitely trounce them. But if not, it can go either way very quickly.
So hopefully we'll get this pause resolved. Yeah, it's just a few sound issues actually coming from CLG. So hopefully.
I mean, Loco Doco deciding he wants to hear the game. Weird, I know.
Who thought?
Yeah, wanting the game to be audible. How unbecoming.
Yeah. So.
But of course, I mean, these players, they're going to be playing it to their max. Whoever loses going down to lose. We keep mentioning this, but you do not want to be down there. The teams that are down there, which I believe right now it's Zubu Blaze, Beat Playground. I mean, there's a few more teams down there, but just Moscow 5 as well. It's a scary place full of scary teams.
Oh.
All right. So, internet's down the entire hotel. I'm drinking some water.
Yeah.
Oh, it's empty.
Well, we still have the VOD recording going on. So,
just get casual. Lean back in the chairs.
Is internet really down for the whole hotel? Oh my god.
I'm looking at XSplit right now. I'm just seeing zero.
Now I'm seeing 0 viewers. Wow.
Oh, well,
We still have, you know what, I think we should actually still put this VOD up.
I mean, we're still gonna. The game should still progress, I believe. It looks like.
You know what, we may have been DC'd from that server.
I don't know if we're still connected to the game.
Ugh.
Are we still connected to a game?
I think we are. Well, it's yeah.
Well, it's hard to tell because we're in spectator mode.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just let's stop this for now. Let's
Shenanigans going on. We were not really spectating the game for a while, but the Riot support was awesome. They got us back in. Didn't take a little while, but you know what? We've missed really no gameplay. We saw what was going on before. People going back towards the lanes with the 2v1 going up top, 2v2, 1v2 down bottom.
Yep.
And it looks like the one thing we did miss was Chaucer showing up top and not really able to accomplish anything. No kills going out. CS still being pretty equal across the board.
Yep. So yeah, we'll we got the swap. We got the Batoy and Cretin up there in the top lane.
HaRleLuYaR and Shen both at 1 CS.
Yeah. So it's yeah, not a whole lot missed.
And that's unfortunate. You know, Shen doesn't have the highest damage with Whirlpool Blade, and that's the big issue too. It's like the cooldown and the damage, and it's weird to say it because normally it's like, well, last hitting isn't that hard once you practice it enough. It's not so much that he can't last hit; it's that he has such a limited range when he can go in for that last hit that he gets punished.
Right. So hopefully the message has been passed on. We should be getting the unpause here in just a moment.
Go ahead and check one thing out. Lots of chat going on between the players. Can't really. Oh wait, yeah, actually that is being shown. Whoops, forgot we're showing that. I'm incredibly. Whoops. Hopefully nothing rude was said.
I think we got it.
Yeah. I was gonna like, well, we can look at the chat. Then I realized, wait, no.
Wait a minute.
We're streaming it. Wait a second. Wait
a minute.
And players not known for saying the most stream appropriate things.
Yeah.
Ever, but more importantly during pauses.
There we go.
Oh, cool. We're going back in.
Just in time. Here we go. Oh God.
All right.
Get that block out of the way.
Yeah, this should. I think it'll catch up a little bit.
And for the time being, though, we'll just have to watch Angush just place
the
those
direction
blades.
camera's still definitely moving around. Apparently, Locodoco's going for a very, very aggressive tower dive.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd positioning you would normally see from a Sona of this caliber, but Angush, he's there, back turned. How rude. There we go.
All
We got
right.
it.
All right.
Everything's back to normal. Sigh of relief.
And Angush, you know, he took the lead for about half a second, but 2 to CS still for the top laners.
You know, and you know what they say it many times. You know, technology is the backbone of esports, and sometimes you know it does inevitably fail, but it's okay. We're
This
back.
is the spinal tap of esports apparently. But we're back in. We're alive. Angush taking down very low in the bot lane though, taking a lot of pressures. The Ezreal Sona lane, lots of aggression, lots of just the Hymn of Valor. Plus the constant missing shots, Essence Fluxes. Double Up is just going to be making, I'd say Angush play like a bullet hell. He's constantly dodging. He makes one mistake, takes too much damage, going to have to retreat.
Pretty much, and he already has had to, coming back with wards and a few more potions to the name, just so he can stay down for a little while longer and survive, at the very least, until he hits 6, until he has the ultimate and can just sustain down in bot just a little while longer.
Shen, I mean, it's still 10 to 10 in CS. It's weird
wow.
how... Oh.
Maluno with the scream, just getting angry at Orion. Nothing to you, Jen.
It really is weird how just the lane is built entirely around getting experience in the 1v2. I mean, it's still 10 to 10 despite the fact that Angush went back to base, but Hotshot has a lead just because he's level 4 versus level 3.
Yep.
And Angush going aggressive. Here comes Pluto.
He did not get what he wanted to down in the mid, but he will try something here in the bot. Locodoco ignited, thrown down to Q, but there's a very low double lift in the brush.
No mana double lift.
No mana. He's only relying on auto attacks. The Rupture pops him up, but the first blood still goes to Ezreal, and double buff at that if the gold wasn't already huge enough. Now he's got a double buff in a 2v1 situation. That was brutal.
That was a great play. But actually, Hotshot GG getting stunned, getting bursted. One more auto attack is enough.
Willie, very low. Drink the potion as fast as you can. You score very low, but that is... So both of the ADs getting some quick kills down here, but definitely the double lift got the better part of that one.
He has a double buff. Maluno being shut down the jungle. Now this bot turret down to 200 HP. This is a 6-minute tower push.
That's a pretty huge gain. This early on. And it just up until now, this has been an even gold game, but with that one turret, CLG Prime shifts on over into the lead.
And watch Locodoco already head towards that top lane. The plan is, all right, we got that turret, we're just going to swap around now.
Yes.
And they want to make sure that either They 2v2 top lane, prevent their own turret from going down, or they 2v1 and get another turret in response. And that's going to be a very, very big deal if they can get 2 quick turrets. The gold lead, it's only 600, not a lot necessarily, but this is very, very early on in the game. And that bot turret being down, that's a lot of presence on the map gone. That means that Dragon, if CLG pushes hard in the bot lane, they might be able to secure Dragon and Curse. You know, Creatine did get a kill. That is Vayne getting an early kill, and Vayne does not want early kills. Vayne does not really get early kills unless you're going to win the game really hard from what we've seen.
Right. And yeah, and we're seeing the itemization between these two ADs also. Doublelift going for the BF sword, wants some damage, and Creatine though wants to be a little bit more mobile and sustained, has the tier 2 boots and the Vamp Scepter and the Dorans.
There is a Cho'Gath up top.
Yeah, there is.
I mean, they want to snowball Vayne. Vayne's going to be the big part of Curse's team. Vayne and Katarina.
There you go.
And it's going to be all about that kind of like those resets, those snowballs. One character, if they're allowed to stay alive, if Vayne gets a lot of damage off, if Katarina can get the resets, that's going to be
so
huge.
Patient, Loco, Doko, not going to get caught in a rupture. The Condemn actually pushing Loco away a little bit too far, but it's okay. The Silver Bolts are there with all that true damage to help seal the deal onto Sona. Wonderful camp out by Balloon. He decided to be patient, bided his time. The payoff was huge.
Oh, double taking a lot of damage.
Literally lands to the face. One more Silver Bolt from Creatine. That's enough for the kill there. That's a 2 kills top lane there for CURSE.EU. Now they've already made back the gold that they lost, letting tier 1 bot drop.
And Angush doing well at bot lane, 33 CS to 16 CS. That kill onto Shen really shutting down Hotshot GG's experience. Angush already hitting level 6 now. And this is kind of scary because Vayne getting 3 kills, we've seen that win games.
Yes.
That's been why some team will win a game, just because Vayne gets ahead early on. Now this top turret being pressured quite a bit. I mean, Choster is level 6. If they can get a kill now, but well, Creative does have that cleanse, not too easy to take down. And that's kind of the scary part. It's just Vayne, she has cleanse still up, she has flash still up. She was able to chase down Doublelift because of the move speed and tumble provided from her passive. And this is going to be very, very hard for CLG to come back. They have to shut down Creatine, but still make sure TkSing doesn't get too out of control mid lane. And he's 63 CS to 52. He is a little bit ahead right now.
Yep. And the last thing you want to do when you get an early tower, just like CLG got, is to give up kills in succession, because that the gold lead completely blown. And actually that really puts Angush into a great place, because when the wave inevitably pushes back to the bot tier 2, that is a lot of time for HaRleLuYaR to free farm. That's just going to get the Triforce quicker, that's going to get you to GA quicker, and that's going to be a huge team fight presence.
And that's an issue because, well, with that turret down, it can build up. There's going to be a place where Angush with minimal ward coverage can farm safely. And because there is now a safety net, and normally when you take an early turret, you are ahead, which was the case, but that is no longer, as look at Double have taken so much damage. Creatine, now he's got the double buff. Maybe that was just a very, very unique buff transfer, taking the course for about 2 minutes. And well, if they can keep winning the lane, this is going to be just devastating.
And Maluna's got a double buff. There's 3 blue buffs on the map right now, actually, all the passing. But Doublelift chunked out way too huge, has to back off, and Maluna realized, hey, you know what, there's still an opportunity in the mid also, but he actually may stick around here in top lane. Meanwhile, Chowster down here and bought the taunt, followed up by the banish toss onto Angush. He's in full retreat. Ghost heard that one, but there's the curse of the sad mummy taking out the HaRleLuYaR.
And because Chowster went down, there's great kill, great pickup, making Hotshot a little bit more relevant, but at the same time, that's a long cooldown. That's Curse of the Sad Mummy. That's a flash. That's a Ghost of Cleanse. So confused. Oh, Loco Doko.
Oh, the cleanse. Help, not be able to get the kill, but forced out the ulti, forced out a lot of things.
A lot of long cooldowns. Look at CLG's cooldowns. They only have Sin United up and Ezreal's ultimate in terms of cooldowns they can use, and that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Crescendo level 1 takes forever to come back. Same with Curse of the Sad Mummy, and that's going to really hurt them. It'd be good for CURSE.EU right now to go for an early dragon. They can go for objectives. They're going to keep up their pressure.
Right.
And they still have Flash and Creatine. And this is you know, an equal game, but the control is definitely in EU's favor right now.
And also look at all the great offensive ward coverage coming in from CURSE.EU also. So right now, top side of the map belongs to Curse. There's really no way you can test it there. The ward coverage is too great. There is no oracles yet in CLG time. Has Maluna actually gotten one? Not yet, but yeah, if he sticks onto the same gameplay that he's been doing this entire series, he should actually have one in the next few minutes.
And that's going to provide a lot of coverage. You know, with those early turrets going down, you can go for more aggressive wards. There's less map control for both sides in that respect. It's going to be a bit more important for bot side turret to be down, just because you had that drag control, and right now that's going to be more relevant.
Oof.
But it looks like Rage is just going to try and keep killing double lift.
Double lift, it is not safe to farm up there. 1-2 does not get the stun off of the condemn, but still has the ultimate up and still has tons of damage with that extra movement speed. It is not. Ezreal cannot farm. Ezreal simply cannot farm.
He cannot farm against the Vayne. Vayne just has too much chase. Arcane Shift gets too far away, but if Vayne has her ultimate up, and even just the passive and tumble combined provides so much mobility, so much control. Chaucer's headed up towards top lane, doesn't have his ultimate up though.
We'll see what happens. He just wants to try and throw down a ward, but he may actually regret it. You got Lulu in chase, wants to slow. Lulu is also out there in front. If he can get a great rupture, they could also do equally as well, but Loco Toko just edging out through the try. Does not get hit with the rupture, luckily enough.
CLG, they only have one ultimate up. It's going to be Stand United.
Nice. You got the interrupt of the Katarina ult, but the damage has already been done. Extinct is ignited, running back in through mid, but Big Fat is already too weak. So it's kind of an even damage trade, but...
and this is scary. Hotshot can't use the ultimate. Oh, okay, now he can.
Okay, now he can.
No, tower shot, now he can. But he could not get the ultimate for a while because Angush was there with a bit too much or too little HP, so he couldn't reliably get the stun off.
Double of tries. Tries, he might. He just can't. It's just, the poke is too strong.
I mean, Vayne has a Zeal, has a chase potential. She's got crit, she's got move speed, and her base damage with the ultimates is really high.
Yeah.
And they need Hotshot GG to hold, but I mean, Angush, he keeps doing a little bit of pressure, then he takes a tower shot and evens it out.
A little bit of pressure, tower shot, pressure, tower shot.
Bot, though.
Chaucer's coming on in. He does have the ultimate up, making a repeat what happened last time, and now Angush knows. You see the Amumu, you have to flash, otherwise the chain CC will be too strong. It is still the biggest strength of CLG Prime, but it's still a concern. Meeting up with the ward, Chester will be spotted going back through the bot try, but here comes Malunu. Was spotted, Hotshot wisely backs off, as it's going to allow Curse to push here in bot. Meanwhile, in top, you got Patoy speeding out of there.
Whimsing right out of there, because guess what? A blue buff, I believe it just went to extinct, just with the extra CDR, is going to be a much more annoying Katarina versus Big Fat LP. But that's blue buff shut down on Orion. That's important, just because right now she uses a lot of mana, I believe. Oh, no Chalice. Chalice is finished on the Big Fat LP, and that's not enough mana regen. It's nice, it's definitely noticeable, but you need a lot more early on.
Yeah, and Oriana is one of those champs. You need the blue buff. You're spamming out your abilities so much. And the fact that you've lost jungle control on your own side this early, it's not just Big Fat being behind. It's the entire
Hotshot
team.
taking forever to interrupt that. And he did have the advantage. Angush did not have mana to fight him right there. He could have just been annoying, waste a lot of his time, and that's... it might be emotions hitting CLG.
Near insulting even.
Yeah,
I know.
That was a good second and a half.
It was.
And Hotshot, he knows you can bully him. He knows you can just kind of just mess him around right now, smack him beside the face.
Great in here, back in top, throwing down the ult. The bush is warded, by the way, Loco. There is the cleanse coming on in. Will he able to get the kill? There's a move coming on in. Lulu ult perfectly timed just to get the pop-up, just delay a fraction of a second before Chester can get the ultimate off Patoy. Does he still have the flash? Yes, he does. Goes over, back up into the wall, and to safety. There's Big Fat, though, with the ultimate, keeping Vayne behind in the top river. Is the damage going to be enough? Yes, auto attack from Ezreal going to deal. There's the True Shot Barrage. Getting Lou, you will not leave here. But look at all of the effort. Look at how many ults it took just to take out those two members of CURSE.EU. And while everyone is often displaced, that is a dragon for CURSE.EU.
That was Curse of the Sad Mummy, Command Shockwave, Crescendo, True Shot Barrage, Stand United, and that was a really close escape.
Yeah.
Big Fat LP had been a couple seconds slower coming up that river. That would have been an escape.
Oh, actually, no, all the ult. As you know,
that was every single ult
ult
used to take out those two. They do lose Dragon in response, so it's not even that big of a net gain. They need to take out this top turret. They need to take it out fast because Vayne is, they're headed up there. Yeah.
That actually is no. Dragon's worth roughly about 2 kills.
Yeah,
so it's basically just
equal.
nothing. It's nothing unless CLG gets his tower.
The nice thing is Vayne is shut down from farming, but she's already finished her Phantom Dancer. They're too scared to go up there. Extinct actually. They just don't have the time to take out this turret. So much was used, but for a dead game.
Yeah, and those ults, all of them, down for so long. There's a good, still a minute or two.
Only one level 11, and that's going to be Big Fat LP. So Hotshot GG, Stand United still has a 200-second cooldown. That is massive.
There's still a good 2 minutes where CURSE.EU just has complete
They have everything. They've got the control. It's like, what do you do if you're CLG.NA right now?
You wait.
Wait.
You hurry up and wait.
And alright, they do have double of his ultimate back up. True Shot Barrage is going to be very nice. Command Shot should be up in a few seconds.
Yeah.
But that's not how they're playing. They want the AoE coming out from Chaucer in terms of CC. They want Hotshot to be able to split push from that bot lane. On a side note, very, very good job coming out from Angush, stopping the ultimate teleport from Hotshot with his own Equilibrium Strike.
Fantastic job there, and they could have made the fight a little bit easier.
That would have been much better for
That would have been much better,
CLG.
and probably wouldn't have to use every ult to actually seal that, but man,
they would have
fantastic.
probably still lost Dragon, but they might have been able to push faster, might have been able to go ahead, take out a turret, and that was just a nice little play there, stopping that ultimate from going through.
Pluto out in front, but they have actually been cleaned up by CLG, so they know something is up. They know they're being camped out in their own jungle, and they actually see the transition as they're going up to the blue up area. Meanwhile, bot lane, Angush, free damage on a hot shot, and CLG just making, Curse just making their rounds. You have the oracles on Maluno, just making sure you clear out all of the garbage.
Creatin, he's got the Phantom Dancer now. Like he's ramped up very quickly. 136 CS doubles 123, so not super far ahead. But still, look at Extinct at the mid lane, 161 to 140. So just kind of nice CS leads across every single lane, except the jungle where Chaucer's ahead by about 12 CS. So they're behind in farm. They're equal, really just because of some of the kills, and it's a close match still, but it's the late game presence coming out from the team with Katarina, Fade, and HaRleLuYaR. Shen, the problem is right now, he can't 1v1 HaRleLuYaR. He doesn't have the farm, he doesn't have the items. Shen is great once he picks up a Wits and possibly a Triforce just because he deals so much damage. It scales him so well because he has really good base stats for that. But you just can't fight him right now.
And the problem with Shen being in that spot is that eliminates the potential for a split push later on in the game. If you're looking to split push later on, that means you are a bigger force in your opponent. You can push them around. And when you have someone like Angush just being so well farmed and so well fed, it completely just negates the plan outright.
And right now, Curse, they're looking for that leg. And just looking at HaRleLuYaR's items, she has a Heart of Gold, has a Philosopher's Stone. It's all about waiting, and this turret will be going down.
There you go.
That's a nice little chunk of gold right now in favor of CURSE.EU, and they're edging out very slowly, but they have the gold on the right people right now. It's such a low kill game. They've all been relatively low kill games, except for maybe game one in favor of CLG North America, but it's looking kind of rough right now. CLG, they're going to need to start grouping up. Their opens are back up. Now they can make their big plays. Now they can make some really cool fights happen.
Yeah, but also remember, though, that CLG had this very minuscule lead earlier on in the game, and 2 kills is all it is to just bring the game back to even. If they can get 2 kills, if they can sneak the next dragon, or just to throw it out there just because it's equal amount of gold of the Baron, not saying it's very likely, but if they happen
if
to.
They can,
that lead vanishes.
I do love how Angush at the bot lane ran out of mana, and then Hotshot is like, wait, now I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's
turned around
backing more just to get mana than it is for like anything else.
It's that once he runs out of mana, that is a problem. HaRleLuYaR does have a very mana dependent just because, well, all of her skills, unlike most fighters, she doesn't really have a decent passive for offensive skills. Hit and style, you need to hit that W, you need that active to really do your DPS.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny to watch that, but that might be Hotshot GG's saving grace down there. It's like, you may not be able to 1v1 in a burst fight, but if the fight lasts long enough, guess what? She'll run
But
I can beat it down.
But the fact is that Angush has enough time cleared to go back, get mana, come back, and is still not lost the creep lead.
He's going
and look
for
at
this
how
chase.
much damage he's doing to Hotshot. Ignite go down, Ghost being popped, shield up just to reduce some damage, but here comes Extinct, looking to finish the job, waiting for the Shunpo.
God.
That was with the shield up on Shen, with the Shunpo, all the blades.
Actually, that wasn't a Shumpo to proc that. That was actually just Sinister Steel. He used Shumpo to get to a ward sooner, had to blow Flash to do that kill, but still, I mean, he exploded right there. That's another kill. Dragon should get up relatively soon. They're going to have control of the area because of the Oracles to sweep through there, clean it up. IonSpark now finished on Shen, can have a lot more fight, but still, I mean, that's another kill, and now that mid turret being looked at as all of CURSE.EU just roaming around so aggressively. I'm loving the style. They're just going for kills. They're going just push right now. But Double Up does take top turret, so they want to make something happen out of that.
Yep. So Hotshot getting the Ionic Spark. He means he's looking to clear waves at the very least. He recognizes he's behind in farm, and that's also one of the few champs who can actually itemize into Ionic Spark is Shen. So hopefully he'll be able to push back a little bit on Angush, but seeing as how the last sort of events went, it may not be very likely, but we'll see. We'll see. It's still 20. It's the 20-minute mark. We're just now heading into the mid game, and some of these champs are just getting even more dangerous. Creatin is actually very close. Just a few more creeps actually getting to the BF sword, and we'll eventually build on in to the Infinity Edge, which the damage output just skyrockets at that point.
Like, I feel like we've been saying, like, oh my god, CURSE.EU so much, but really it's the team comps. It's the fact that, alright, CLG, they do have a decent late game, but they're built around this AoE composition. AoE compositions, if they're not at the right level of gold, sometimes you have to just be equal, sometimes you can be behind, sometimes you have to be ahead. If they don't have enough gold, they can just lose a fight just because they don't do enough damage.
Yeah. Now, Curse, they have the Oracles clear out the ward in the Dragon Pit and convincingly take it for themselves. Hasha throws down the ward, but I don't think there's a whole lot that CLG can do about it other than outside of a lucky true shot barrage. There it goes, not going to get it.
Close, but...
That's close. It's a good effort, but...
Well, the problem is you have to deal with Feast into a Smite, and
yeah.
Oddly enough, well, Feast wasn't used there, so I really actually got that last hit.
But it also, Maluto's at full stacks already, so he wouldn't have be...
It's really no real benefit. It's just to secure it, and they were feeling confident already.
Exactly.
Though Angush still got it, so they could have messed that up. That could have gone to a double of theirs. So, oopsie, but
yeah, and like we said before, you know, just like one objective like Dragon could be enough.
Yeah, it's all about teetering. It's all about these small little gains. Like when IReLuYaR finishes her Trinity Force, that's gonna be a big deal just because now that the item's complete, you know, she can just sit there versus Shen. Like ZionSpartan will not cover that difference.
Double Lift tried to shift out of trouble, but there's IReLuYaR with the equal beam strike. Shen with the ultimate. The only way you'll be able to protect your AD, and does now join the fight. Wants to defend this 4-man push from Curse in mid because you got Vayne actually lagging a little bit behind. Does have the red buff. Should be retransitioning shortly. So there's a small opportunity here from CLG if they want to get aggressive. But alas, Double Lift did have to back, did have to heal. So there's a lot of pressure onto CLG Prime here from CURSE.EU.
Oh, hotshot GG. If he spotted going back there,
oh man,
they're going to take that turret.
Yeah, that's so brazen out there. He's like, the ult is down. They saw him use the ult.
And look at Curse. They're still pushing. They're just like, well, he's okay. Yeah, let's do this.
It's like it's a race. It's basically a race, or CLG has decided to just allow the tower to fall. They know they can't defend it at this point, and possibly try to ruck over at the.
Oh, they could have made it a fight though.
With the Curse of the Sad Mommy, Angush going down very low. The first one to fall in this fight. There's too much damage coming from CLG Prime, and Maluto is not with the team. He has been split up into the top river, but Toy with the flash over the wall got very low and also out of mana, and Hotshot leading the charge wants to take a tower in response. Creates it now here with a nice bandage toss over to Vayne, but does get popped up by the Rupture. Lots of truth damage coming on in, but there's a Sono only for Extinct. Manages to get the kill. Feast coming on in, gonna help out Vayne, take out the Shen, forcing out the cleanse, forcing out the flash. That is a 1 for 2 so far in CLG Prime's favor. Chowster got very low, but he's still a brave mummy. And now tier 2 in mid, falling. CLG Prime grabbing that. It is now back to an even game.
And they delayed long enough, even without the Stand United, they were able to go ahead, get that AoE fight down. They hit enough people. I don't know if it was all 5 being hit by that Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it felt like 4, and in the end, not everyone was underneath the turret, but so much got used on Angush there, trying to keep him alive. He was stuck under the turret, had the aggro, was taking a lot of damage, but guess what? Wild Growth did not save him. Blue Shield did not save him, so the retreat, I mean, Patoa was out of mana, they could not really disengage well. Yeah. And still, the gold still only 600 in favor of CLG after taking 2 turrets. This mid turret, well,
that was gone.
Goodbye mid turret.
It was nice knowing you.
So gold still equal. CLG though, they use their cooldowns. If they can just wait for them to come back up, if they can not let too much ground get lost while waiting for them to just these long cooldowns, as Stand United's still a good 60 seconds away. Same with about Curse the Sad Mummy. Once that's back up, they can just get into fights like that.
Chester with that Oracle's now helping to clear out some of the coverage. And Maluna though, that last fight, he was just like, you know what? I got this Oracle's. I got to hold on to it. I'm out of here. And
yeah,
as bad as it looked, that was the right choice.
He needed to make sure he didn't engage too much. They still picked up Hotshot. It was 1 for 3 in the end.
Yeah.
And that could have been a lot worse. But you know, I'd say it's okay given the circumstances.
Right. And
was
even
that 1
then,
for 3 or 1 for 2 actually?
That's a 1 for 2.
Oh, 1 for 2. Okay, my bad.
But the thing is though, there's 2 towers that fell off.
Yeah, the 2 towers are the big thing. That's what CLG really needs now. So they have those turrets gone. They can push mid and hard. Baron is now very easy to aggress on. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that CURSE.EU was already there. Yeah. But now, turrets has always been CLG's main focus, and especially with their Shen, it's a split push composition. Not having turrets is going to be the basis. You push, you take the turrets, you take objectives, maybe not get kills. But gold's still equal, so a lot of fight in both these teams. Yep.
And now that Shen's managed to itemize a little bit further on in, he may be able to last a little bit longer with, against Angush. Angush does, however, now have the training force completely done. He's going to be working up next towards that Guardian Angels. That's the natural item progression for IReLuYaR, so you're going to have the Exolite pretty soon. And that's going to be so important in these next few team fights, especially when you have major objectives that you want to press, like the Baron.
So what really has to happen for CURSE.EU to win a straight up like AoE team fight, they have to not get hit by the AoE, would be the best thing. But it's going to be up to Maluna to possibly silence Big Fat LP before he can get his combo off to try and like counteract their initiation. They're going to be stuck in place because of a Mumu, but if they can get better CC that isn't just a root onto Hotshot GG, onto Big Fat LP or Double Lift, that's going to be the big deal. And it's going to come a lot to the Rupture. One good Rupture could win a fight, and that's scary because it is not a reliable skill. Yeah,
there is also a plan B though on CURSE.EU, and we actually saw it during the whole Ultimate Fest up top lane, and that is the wild growth on Lulu, because a lot of these champs still need to get to very close quarters in order to get the chain CC off, and if a wonderfully timed, wonderfully positioned Lulu ult pops up enough members of CLG Prime, that could actually be all the time bought that you need to single out the champs.
CLG just sending a Banish Toss over the ridge. It's like, alright, we get a kill. Yeah, let's see if we can do this. We can win a fight. And if they hit 5, they possibly could have done it.
Are they going to race it? They could. Oh, they're hiding in the pit just for now, seeing if they can't bait CURSE.EU into something. They may actually fall for it. Angush going out in front. Wait, where's the bandage toss? There it is. Does not land. Maluna out in front. Angush goes right into the middle of the pit. Big Fat LP taking too much damage from HaRleLuYaR and the Baron. Maluna does go down. Here comes the ult from Amumu, but the damage has already been done. Angush actually gets to safety. The wild growth still up, keeping Hotshot stuck inside the pit, but the ultimate will not be enough, and that is a 4-for-1 in favor of CURSE.EU. That was a plan gone wrong from CLG.
Who was CLG baiting there?
I don't
themselves
know.
Or Curse?
I think they baited themselves.
I mean, they waited too long. Actually, Double trying to fight now. Extinct really low. He might be able to do some damage here, at least prevent the Baron. Angush having to run out. Baron not going to be finished.
Curse, do not do what CLG did to make them lose game
Patoy,
number 2.
run, Patoy.
Patoy is the flash is up.
Cleanse.
Cleanse. Oh, flash in response. At least Double Lift got that one. It's still a net gain for Curse though, and wow.
4 for 1, 4 for 2 in the end. They did take an Oracles off Maluna, which is going to be nice for them.
And
but,
3 stacks.
I mean, they waited too long to get into the fight there. It was going to be a good fight if they had Choster either flash in or bandage Choster in right away. Yeah. But they were trying to wait a bit too long, trying to get the perfect setup, and that just delayed it too long. Angush got the Blade Surge over the wall, eliminated Big Fat LP before the fight could even begin. And of course, Creaton, he did get hit by Curse of the Sad Moment, cleansed it right off, took out Choster, took out Loco Doka, and Double Up did escape, but did not look that good. All right, this is an okay circumstance to be in, though.
Yes.
They see Patoy down. They're going for the Baron. Cooldown's not quite up for them, but if they can get it.
That could be huge.
Luno has Flash. Luno has Consume and Smite Up. He could steal this.
It is a very close race to put on Rupture. There will not be a steal happening for the Cho'Gath today. He will go down. That is even more stacks gone. Amumu getting credit for both the Baron and for the Cho kill. Extinct caught behind, and Hotshot GG leading the charge. You have the you had the ultimate up on Vayne, does not have it anymore, and one taunt. Nice condemn, very well timed. You're saving yourself a little bit more. Nice tumble out of the bandage toss too, but that is still
nice try, Choster.
But that is still your front line and some of your major damage from CURSE.EU gone. They cannot defend this tier 3 in mid. The inhibitor will no doubt go down here also, and what seems to be a major control point for CURSE.EU. CLG comes straight on back.
I mean,
brute forces that Baron and takes it.
And it was so close. Maluna, had he gotten the Consume off, that would have been a steal.
That
but
was
unfortunately,
great.
you know, he didn't have the vision. Used the Rupture last second, did not get there in time. And really, that's what it came down to. Once Maluna went in, he was dead no matter what. Even if they got Baron, because he was trying to go and just hit at the last second, that put him in such a bad position because once they killed Maluna, it's like, well, you're still here, we'll take you out too. And it cost them an inhibitor in the end. I don't know if they could have held 4v5, but they definitely can't with 3v5.
And the worst part too about Maluna also is that you're such a tiny, tiny Cho.
Oh yeah, he's so getting closer to adorable than scary.
He's so tiny.
Only 1 stack right now, and well, now a 4,000 gold lead with CLG having a lot of Baron still left. About 2.5 minutes, I'd say.
Yeah, and Maluna's been also playing a lot of the control game, kind of like just being there for the CC. Only as level 2 the ultimate. It's still going to take quite a while to actually build up to the big tanky Cho that you're used to. That's a good start. You got 1 stack.
Okay, it's just a blue wolf, only worth 6 gold. But hey, it doesn't matter. It's whatever you eat, not it's what you.
Right.
It's that you get to eat, not what you eat.
Yeah.
Like, Cho'Gath is not what he eats, he's just Cho'Gath.
Right, so many wolves and growing.
Yeah, so many wolves, so many just minions, whatever he can. Blue buff going straight to double lift right there.
I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but that's still...
Big Fat LP not quite nearby, and well, now he has Athene's, now he's a Deathfire, Rabadon's Death Cap. I think he's okay, just not getting blue buff for a bit.
Yeah.
They secure it quickly, they can push on, and what's going to be the big deal, I'd say, is double lift using his Mystic Shot.
Yeah, let's face it, he's 6-1-3 right now. Does he have the most farm on the team? He has the most farm in the game. So it makes sense. It makes sense to give the big man both buffs.
This is going to be scary, though, because Baron buff, it's still got, you know, a little bit of time. Oh, this actually may not be the scary at all. Angush getting caught out.
The only one caught in the Amumu ult, though, and that was a little bit too hasty from CLG Prime. That may have actually been the flaw buff, which may allow CURSE.EU to sort of maneuver back into this. There's a Rupture, there's CC coming on in, and CURSE, they can still fight back knowing that that massive AoE is gone. There's still the Sona ult to worry about. There's still the Orianna ult to worry about.
But Creatine has Cleanse. That's going to be
Yes.
the big factor.
That is a huge thing.
They do give it the tower, though, and, well, it's still a very scary Vayne, but the Baron buff a bit too intimidating. Chaucer's ultimate, even though it's... Oh, he's going to have some fun right now.
Hey, it's the piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. You want to clear that ward. It's going to kill time. It's going to keep you there just for a second longer, which sometimes is more than enough, but there's still only a minute left on that Baron buff. CLG Prime, their time to push is very limited still. They did manage to get the mid inhib. They're trying for another, and also remember, there's so many super minis now pushing here. CURSE.EU, their attention is somewhat split at the moment.
If they can get one good catch, one good kill, CLG North American take out this turret, take out this team, and advance
Oh,
in
hot
winners,
shot.
be the only North American team still alive.
Not just Malphite can just stand there and tank a turret. How much armor does he have right now?
270, we saw Malphite earlier, actually.
Exactly. Like a champ hotshot with all of those shields, standing right in front, brave, chin up to the tower. I don't care if you do hit me, it ain't gonna do
They
jack.
can't poke back because of Sona and the Baron, but
Yes.
this is just so hard for CURSE.EU to hold. This is the perfect strategy. Even if Hotshot takes damage,
Yep.
guess what? He's being killed by two different things. Baron buff now gone. Are they going to fight this?
I think they may. There's a cleanse being used by Creatine, but Chester caught out of the back, and Angush a little bit too far deep into enemy territory. Wanted to go to the back line of CLG Prime, but could not get anything. Creatine still also up onto the stairs. Wants to get some damage, but there's Sona with the ult getting Vayne under wraps, but there may actually go for a route here. There's the sound down on the big fat. Can Creatine live on this? Guardian Angel.
Oh, Maluno ticking away, barely alive.
Oh, wow.
It's
Maluno.
3 for 2 in favor of CURSE.EU. They still have that top turret, which has no HP. Actually, if no one stays there and defend, it's going to die to that creep wave right there.
Oh, yeah. It's nothing.
Are they gonna get this?
It's
got 3 HP.
3 health.
All right, Maluno, get there.
Maluno, can you do it?
Get there.
Can you defend the turret?
Oh,
will he be able to?
they got it. Oh my God. Oh, barely.
Somehow
getting it.
defends
Perfect.
the 3 health turret. Where is Heimerdinger when you need him?
But whatever, they're alive, and that's the important thing. That mid inhibitor should be back relatively soon. They're looking powerful. They're behind gold, but they still have that late game team. Extinct got melted that fight, but he got the reset from Hotshot GG. Got a few spells on a double lift, almost took him down himself, and that's the big thing.
Yeah.
Extinct is now scary. Creatine is now scary. They have the late game. They're at the late game.
Yes.
But they're barely hanging on still. They have 3 HP on that top inhibitor turret.
Yep.
Mid inhibitor is going to be responding soon. They need to hold just for a few more minutes, get 1 or 2 good team fights, and they'll be back in this game.
Hey, man, as they say, the game is not over until that Nexus goes down. So you have to stick it out and see what you can do from there. The Baron should actually be up in a few minutes, and also that Guardian Angel on Creatine will be back up in about 4. So there's still a nice timing attack window that CLG Prime can still actually keep the push up. Mid-inhib has respawned. There should be one last super minion wave or 2 that still needs to be dealt with. But I think right now everyone's starting to get prepped and ready, because when the Baron respawns, that is going to be a mad dash to gain control of that.
I believe they've already killed off the last of the super minions, so they should be pushing out now. They
Yep.
didn't make sure that no creep ever pushes that top turret down, so that's going to be a big factor.
Oh, man.
They still have it up at least, and they want to keep it up as long as possible.
Yeah, and someone from Curse is have to go up there and take care of that wave.
Going to be Angush.
It's going to be Angush. He can definitely use some of the farm right now. He's very close to actually finishing off his own Guardian Angel, and have 2 would be amazing right now. But look, Ezreal Doublelift has actually got 1 of his own now.
And look at Hotshot GG's build. That's double Negatron cloak. Really
wow.
trying to get through Extinct's damage right there.
Yeah.
You can't really do much deal with Vayne besides build a lot of armor, and he has a Randuin's, he has a chain, but he's very tanky himself.
Yeah.
I mean, if Hotshot GG goes down, that might just be the start of a snowball, but he's going to go in, he's going to go in strong, and make sure the enemy team does focus him down. Oh. This 3 HP turret does go down. It lasted so long, but if CLG ever did push, it was going to die.
There you go. Baron has respawned. Can Maluno actually get the steal this time? go down to about 6,000, but Prime decides to break off.
They're scared.
They are a little bit scared. Angush now has his own GA completed, so there's still an extra life available to both teams. But that's the thing, it's the front liner with the GA against the back liner with the GA. If CURSE.EU can still manage to penetrate the back line and get the GA propped on double lift, odds are he's already going to be surrounded, he's not going to be living for very long. But Angush, though, he's going to be the first one on in. If he dies, that's fine.
They know he's going to die.
They know he's going to die, so he's going to come back up, and he's still going to be able to provide quite a bit of damage and quite a bit of CC.
It's almost going to be who can kill the frontliner faster.
Pretty much.
And that's scary because Hotshot GG, all right, he's super duper tanky, but Vayne, true damage will go right through his armor.
Yes.
So it's really going to be who can delay the longest, who can keep their back line alive as long as possible, and that's not easy for either side.
Yeah, and Extinct drinking those elixirs because it's the end game, it's the late game. So when you cannot build any more possible items, that's when you start drinking belly on up to the bar, get a little bit more health. He could, but also
the game can end right now, and he knows that. That's why he has these potions.
It could, and let's face it too, gold is a little bit slim at this point.
Yeah. They're trying to pick anything up they can. It's only a 4,000 gold difference. That's not massive given the 37-minute mark. That's not the hugest gold lead. So neither team's going to be confident. And of course, Katarina, Vayne, so good late game.
But we're getting to the point though where a gold lead can start to feel insignificant. At which point, if this goes on for another 10 minutes,
it's almost going to be just the base skills. Oh, this could be a good catch. Shots are going forward, but looks like Miluno going to go ahead and retreat, stay alive. It's going to be the fact that a rupture could decide the game. First, this had maybe the base skills right now are just mattering so much. Well, both teams not confident to go for Baron, not confident to fight each other, and it makes sense because they're both so damn scary.
Give this game another 10 minutes, gold isn't going to mean jack. It's just one team fight. And
it's going to be one team fight, one catch. It's like, oh, that guy landed the stun, we win.
Yeah, and we've seen CLG Prime. They have been a little bit too quick on the trigger. We saw Chester actually blow the Amumu ult a little bit too quickly earlier, but now they recognize that they can outnumber CLG. They did get a little peek of Orianna in the top lane, and they tried their best. They tried to pick someone off. Chester took about 25% of his health away, and with that kind of pressure, Curse, are they actually going to double back? Are they going to start this Baron? I think
he did not take enough damage for the confident
No, he did
Baron.
not.
This could be Curse
if
after CLG's did not work out.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Trap over.
Trap's blown.
Everybody go home.
It's a trap. You can't do it. Just cannot do it at this juncture. You already know the game plan. They already know they're waiting, and CLG Prime taking the next best route, might as well push back up in mid. That is a naked inhibitor both in mid and in top, and right now CURSE.EU is in a struggle just to race CLG Prime back to their own base.
CLG's confident they can win a fight if CURSE.EU starts it, and this is going to force the fight out of them.
And this is a commitment, full commitment from CLG Prime. They have nowhere to leave if they lose this fight. Angush out in front, should be using that extra life in just a second. Big Bat taking a little bit of damage from a turret too, and there is the Amumu ult just to keep the rest of Curse away. That is Shen go down and Cho. The frontline tanks are now gone. Sona ult only getting Vayne, is exhausted but still doing damage. Extinct waiting for the resets. Big Bat very low, but Toy, can you help clean up? Creatine out front, one shot taking down Orianna, helping a little bit from the turret, and double lift somehow manages to land. Penta-kill!
Double lift, baby! CLG North America with the Panda, gonna take out this inhib, gonna go for these Nexus turrets, gonna go ahead, stay in winners, and stay alive.
USA! USA! USA!
But CURSE.EU, like, damn, did they not perform well? Looking so good. CLG though, they're keeping that bald eagle flapping. They're staying alive. They are here, and they're taking this game. Nexus will be exploding. God damn it, double lift.
Why do you have to toy with our hearts so much? Wonderful game 3. That is what we've been wanting all day. Fantastic job. Wow. Are you crying?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Eyes a little watered up because goddamn. I mean, that was such. I was so scared for CLG that game. It felt like Curse had the control, and they didn't have control early on. But just a few good fights. The one forced disengage from Baron. And of course, the sneaky Baron really turned it around for CLG. Just a surprise strategy. They may have planned it, they may have not planned it, but they saw their opening, they went for it, and it worked.
Yeah, it did. And just a little bit bad positioning from Curse on that last fight.
Well, that last fight, it was weird because they were going for Big Fat LP. It's like, get him down. He matters so much, and he does.
Yeah.
But everybody dove after him. Miluno could not get his feast off before the ultimate landed, and Big Fat LP got enough damage off. And that was just one or two more auto attack, or not auto attacks, but one or two less command attacks and shockwaves from, not shockwaves, dissonances from Big Fat LP could have been the game.
Yeah, and
But-
you saw it, like, right at the tail end of that fight, too, was hanging on by the edge of the fight on just a thread of
And
health.
he got what he needed to, but double
Yeah.
the entire time. It's like, they're going for him. I'm just going to Mystic Shot, Essence Flux. I'm just going to kill you guys.
Right.
And he did. He got the Penta CLG. Gotta be feeling so good right now.
Yeah.
Which means we got Curse versus Curse coming and lose tomorrow.
Wow. Yep, that's going to be a guaranteed team kill in the loser's bracket. CURSE.EU and CURSE.NA coming up tomorrow. That has got to sting. I'm sure they cannot be happy with that one, but may the best curse
May the best
win.
Curse win, yeah.
May the best curse win. Hey, well, curse or die.
Yeah.
Liquid was handing
Curse or
these out
die.
earlier today, too.
Loving the handouts of the Curse bands. It's like, now I feel super biased. Like, I got the Curse band. Where's the CLG band? But you know what? CLG, they may not have bands on us right now, but they're still going to winners. They're now, I believe, secured into top 8, I believe. No. Yes?
I think, yes.
So top 8 for sure, which is definitely a good spot to be in. So far, they've advanced the most of the North American teams, and they're looking really good.
Amazing. They're looking absolutely amazing, and we hope they can continue on in. It would be great to see them into the grand finals also once again for the second IPL in a row.
I mean, there's a lot of teams I'd like to see in the grand finals.
Oh, there
it
are,
might
but
be
there are
like a
many.
20 versus 20, but
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
But that was a fantastic series. Wow. What do we do from there?
You say there's going to be many more awesome games
Yes.
coming up. I believe we have one more set on this stream and one more set on the main stream. Actually, isn't there I heard there's a show match going on. Not too sure on the details, though.
Maybe.
Maybe.
There might be a show match. Might be an interesting one.
Yeah. All right. We'll see what happens
We'll
with
see.
that.
Yeah, and once again, thanks to all of our fantastic sponsors which help make this possible. And thanks to all of you watching at home. We really appreciate it, whether it be on IGN.com or over on the Xbox Live app or even on Twitch.
Whatever you're watching.
Whatever
on.
you're
Just-
watching. On,
okay.
If you're watching it on your toaster,
If your
be
computer
great.
does not do video anymore, something happened to it, you're listening to it like a radio show.
yeah,
That's okay.
I've
done it with
heard
cell phones
stories.
before.
I've heard stories of DJ Wheat just like audio only while he's like driving around town to do errands.
I've done that before. Just,
You've
you
done
know,
that too?
Yeah, I've used my cell phone. I'm just like, well, I can't touch it anymore. Just set it to the side, put mount
Yep.
volume on the max. Like, let's listen to some games.
Let's do it. So, thank you guys for joining us. We will be back in just a little bit for more League of Legends action. This is IPL5.
Stack up very favorably against them, although this is the lower bracket that M5 is struggling in, so anything could really happen. And if it's one team that might be able to surprise M5, it could be Meat Playground, because I doubt they really know a lot about them.
Yeah, there's definitely a gap there, and we've seen M5 take some losses. Though, to be fair, let's talk about who they lost to. It's Azubu Blaze, Type A Assassins. It's definitely a top tier team. So there's no harm there, and I think they were a little bit surprised themselves from some of the strength of some of these teams. So. I don't know. We'll see what can happen here. Who's going to come out on top? I think that Meat Playground. Did you actually see the games earlier with Fear?
I did see the games earlier. They were actually playing Vladimir in the mid lane at one point. They were also playing. They just had interesting stuff. Like Xhazard got his fan favorite Malphite in the top lane in game number 1. They just ran these compositions that kind of what they called counteracted the fact that there was a composition from the side of Team Fear that they really wanted to run, and they kind of hit this niche in between where they're like, well, we're going to be able to shut this down. Fear was running this kind of, not really assassin heavy, but they wanted to jump in, isolate a target very quick in a team fight, take them out of the fight, and that was about that. What Meat Playground did was they ran tankier champions like Ryze, like Vladimir. They had a Lulu ultimate. They had the Malphite ultimate to interrupt all of that. And unfortunately for Team Fear, by the time they got their team fight all together, it just fell apart because they were in no position to dominate, and Meat Playground was just far too tanky.
Well, and I think one of the keys for Meat Playground is how strong Light Sludge looked earlier on, and he's been potentially one of the top NAs for a while, but hasn't really had the biggest chance to show it. NK can be really aggressive in the jungle as well, but you look at the game against Fear in particular, and Light Sludge was playing Caitlyn in those games, and he was constantly dealing damage. Like, even if Caitlyn doesn't have any sort of steroid ability and doesn't scale into the late game as significantly as other champions, he was constantly dealing damage. You compare that with Aphromoo on the other side, and there were some fights that were engaged when he's not in position, so he's not dealing any damage, and then when the fight actually happens, all of a sudden he's, either jumps into the middle of the team himself or he's being overwhelmed by the rest of Meat Playground. And so that was kind of an AD battle that they had won. But as a team, I think a big part of Meat Playground is for them to get Pobelter in a good situation, because I think the rest of the team tends to be pretty safe. But Pobelter, he's a very aggressive mid player. I think a lot of people have a lot of respect for him as a mid. Like, I've been talking with everyone today, and they refer to him as the prodigy. Jatt was saying he's going to be the first pick of the 2015 LOL draft. But Pobelter,
when he gets to be able to play in Season 3.
But Pobelter, he's super aggressive, and a lot of times he'll die early on. So he's a huge boomer bust player. And even against Fear, he actually got caught out of position a lot of times as Rise, and then it would just work out okay, partially because of the rest of his team being able to win their situations.
And what we do have in the picks and bans is, looks like Meat Playground did a little bit of their own research, banning out Evelynn, Rengar, and Shen. Haven't really seen a lot of Shen from the side of Moscow 5 recently, but of course, Evelynn
Darien,
and Rengar.
All times, Darien's been incredible for Shen. And you're right, they have been playing newer champions recently, but a big part of that whole Yi game that everyone got excited about was the fact that Darien was uber tanky on Shen.
That indeed. We also have Ezreal Amumu being picked up, as well as Nunu. So Meat Playground snipes away Nunu, not wanting M5 to have that. Of course, they were the ones that kind of brought Nunu support into the bottom lane in the first place. Of course, we all know about the Empire. We know about the Kog'Maw Nunu bottom lane. And taking that one away, Ezreal and Amumu, of course, being picked up. What I'm really interested to see is, Riot did, of course, their spotlights on the players. And Alex each picked Ryze as his favorite champion. Well, that's Pobelter's favorite champion, if I recall correctly. He was playing it earlier today.
Yeah.
Haven't seen Alex each play Rise for a long time as well.
For the longest time, I thought that Morgana was Pobelter's best champion, and you're right, he's very strong in both Morgana and Rise. He's been kind of, jumping around in a lot of champions recently. He's been trying to see what works. We've seen him play a lot of Anivia. He played some Anivia earlier this tournament, some Orianna and whatnot. But one of the issues with those champions is if he gets himself caught out of position in fights, they have no way of retaliating. Rise, on the other hand, he was caught out a couple of times, but he's tanky enough, it doesn't matter. Morgana, if you're caught out as Morgana, that's fine, because you're expecting to be in the middle of the team. So I really like the way that those actually fit his playstyle, and it's going to be interesting to see. Malphite, okay, so you talked about earlier.
That's definitely X-Hazard right there.
Malphite's, his signature. NK Inc., his best champion is Nunu. And, he's been playing a lot of Lee Sin this tournament, but Lee Sin being banned, otherwise that would clearly be a first pick not to allow Diamondprox to have it. But Nunu, is definitely his strongest jungler, and we've seen some really aggressive play from him in the past with it.
Well, the interesting thing was, too, that M5 second banned out Lee Sin, so they kind of got a ban on themselves there, but you did mention that they didn't want Meat Playground to get it either.
They would have definitely first picked that if it hadn't been banned, but yeah.
Yeah, so if, there's a Nunu here could be a support Nunu, it could still be technically a jungle Nunu, and Diamondprox, on the other hand, picking up
I don't know that I've ever seen Lemon God play support Nunu, though, and
I don't know either.
You're right, there is that flexibility, though, right now.
It would go perfect with the Caitlyn, though, because that attack speed steroid means she could go pure damaging and then get a lot of extra damage on her headshot.
I was actually talking with Loco, and he said that, he was using it as a negative, that Double Lift's thick-headed, but he was saying that Double Lift doesn't think that Caitlyn can be played without a Nunu support.
Really?
Here in this situation, even with the Nunu in the jungle, if that's where they go, it could be that support again. Then they're still gonna have the Blood Boil later on, but because she doesn't have any innate steroid, it is. So it is going to be Nunu support. Don't I, look like an ass now? But there's the Morgana as well, and I definitely think that Morgana is Pobelter's strongest champion. He's very capable mechanically of picking up those early kills early on, hitting those binds, but it's definitely, I don't know, he can get somewhat out of position later on in team fights, and it'll be okay.
And still really interested to see what they're going to pick up on M5 side for Alex each. Looking at what's on the table, they took out Evelynn. Diana, of course, is not available. Katarina's still on the table, and I've seen Alex each play a little bit of Katarina before. And,
wow. I honestly, I thought that Alex Each would always pick Katarina in front of Yi, and I was talking with someone about this yesterday. He likes those champions that have really great sustain damage, but also once they get a reset on their cooldowns, can take over fights. And Evelynn and Katarina, I thought were picks before Yi, but oh boy, if he's just picking them outright.
I'm really excited to see this because I didn't get a chance to see the Pentakill Yi last night because I was casting on this stream and it was on the main stage, and I was like, I was so bummed out to hear about it. Hopefully we could see Alex East doing some really awesome things at Yi. Taking a look at Meat Playground's side, there's only 2 champions that could potentially stop it. Well, 3 technically if Caitlyn's going to be using her traps as well. 2 of those are on Cho'Gath, and one of those is on Malphite, and one of those is their only initiation method. So if he's going to come into the fight on cleanup duty, Malphite ultimate, you can kind of cancel that one out there. If X-Hadger's going to save that one, well, then we have an Amumu ultimate. We have a Sona Crescendo coming across from M5. He really needs to use that before the fight gets to that point where Yi's going to come in on cleanup duty.
Yeah, I think that the key thing that you said there is Yi coming in on cleanup duty, because Yi, he can't start off the fight. They have a team, and Diamond, he's liked Amumu all weekend, and we actually saw he went Sork Shoes on Amumu in the past because it gives him that quick burst damage. But if they can't, what really needs to happen, they need to get Darien into the middle of the team and force Meat Playground, into an AoE, and then get Diamond Procs into the middle of them in order to set up Alex each. If Meat Playground, if they kite backwards enough and are able to shut down that front line, not allow M5 to just get all of Meat Playground in an AoE, then maybe he won't have the opportunities to come in, because he does have to play cleanup. He can't start off the fight himself, and the long range from Caitlyn in particular could allow them to just slowly wear them down. And then Cho is perfect at, those ruptures allow you to kite so easily, and that could completely shut down both Olaf and Amumu if they, want to try and get an engage.
Well, here's the interesting thing here. I thought there was going to be a Malphite in top lane, but they do have the Olaf on the side of M5.
We all thought a lot of things.
Well, we did think a lot of it. I thought it was going to be a Malphite versus Olaf matchup, which of course is a little bit in favor of Olaf, but NK Inc. and X-Hazard swapping it up. They're going to have Cho'Gath in the top lane against Olaf, which is a much better matchup for the top lane over there, and they're going to wind up having Malphite go in the jungle, which of course relieves a little bit of pressure on that mid lane. He's only going to have to worry about getting caught by bindings and Morgana once she hits level 6, so he's going to get a little bit of free farm, because Malphite really can't gank until he has that level 6.
Yeah, he does tend to be a pretty quick farmer, and then one of the strengths of Malphite is coming in, usually against bruisers, as a counter initiation kind of fight. Like you're very reactionary as Malphite usually. So it's going to be kind of interesting. Amumu can be a little bit more aggressive early on, but you're right. Both of those junglers are very 6 reliant, but it's going to be scarier to see what Diamond Procs can do with Amumu, because if you hit your bandage toss and have the follow up with the ultimate, there's basically no getting away from it. Like, that is going to be a kill. And then later on in the game, if he's able to get into the middle of the teams and he's tanky enough and he gets the nice ultimate set up for Alex, then again, that's going to be a really scary situation.
We got the dreaded pause coming out here, but we have seen Diamond Procs on Amumu doing some interesting things in the early stages of the game. You usually don't see Amumu getting very aggressive and going into the enemy jungle to counter jungle, but we've seen M5 lure enemy teams to the opposite side of the map, let Amumu go in there, kind of bully out the enemy jungler, take away big raids. We saw him stealing a red buff in a game previously in the tournament. So he's got a really different style and approach to what normal Amumus will do. We've seen him start at his own red buff and then go and invade on the enemy blue, all sorts of things like that.
And that's actually really key, because in the Curse versus M5 matchup, Curse actually picked Maokai, and the point of having the Maokai, you have that really aggressive jungler that pressures the mid lane. Like, that is where Maokai is at his best, when you can pressure the mid lane. And so the thought is you pressure Master Yi, try and shut him down. But because Diamond Procs was so aggressive with counter jungling and whatnot on Amumu, who you don't normally think of in those regards, it actually shut down that aggression. And I'm kind of curious whether or not Meat Playground, if they considered sending an aggressive jungler mid and having that combo of a snare into a Morgana bind or something like that, or if they just recognize that wasn't going to be an option against Diamond Procs, so they just want to play their own game.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were going to have the jungle Cho'Gath for, but of course then that leads that top lane matchup. You never want Darien to snowball on an enemy team. It's also packing that summoner teleport, so that means M5 probably going to be very proactive again across the map. We do see here they are probably going to go for the lane swap as Ezreal and Center in the top lane, but Meat Playground, they're going buddy-buddy here. They want to do something at level 1.
Yeah, they definitely want to invade this blue, because they see that Olaf is running teleport, and one of the most common things to do with Olaf when you're running teleport is just to start off at that blue. And the concern is going to be that Amumu is really blue dependent, but either they're going to get the blue off of Darien or they're going to get the blue off of Diamond Procs. Either way is a big victory for them, and they have a very strong level 1 team, so they're going to want to invade here, and definitely keeping the blue off of either of those members of M5 will be key.
So going to have to see here, Meat Playground is going to be motioning in here. Blue buff won't be spawning for about another 10 seconds or so, which means these wolves are going to be taken. Alex Each, he's going to walk into a rush, find NK Inc. Flash, automatically burned right there. And that's already a victory for Meat Playground.
Yeah, the nice reaction time there gets out immediately. Amumu, he is on his blue side. He's going to be able to go over to the red, but he's a little bit behind. And you actually see M5, they're making their way down to the blue, so they're going to try and get Amumu that blue rather than starting with that red. They want to make sure he can get it. NK Inc., he got a long, he actually got a great pull that he didn't need to use his smite for, but then it actually reset on him. So it was a smiteless pull, but it reset, forcing him to use the smite, which is very unfortunate in this situation. Now Cho'Gath is actually coming up to try and see what's going on here. They do have the ward up there, but Diamondprox, it's a huge, person advantage. There's no way they're going to defend that. They do grab it for him fairly easily.
We have to see if Diamondprox is going to recognize the fact that, hey, maybe he's going to go for that invade on the enemy red buff, and if he does, well, as you said before, NK Inc.'s not going to have that smite available, so it's going to be a very hard buff to take indeed. But Darian, in the meantime, going to teleport down this bottom lane where Caitlyn and Nunu already have an advantage, pushing this lane into the tower. However, he does have the extra CS from the jungle camps they took.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, though. Normally, he would want to teleport back to base, and he would have enough time to teleport into lane. But because of how hard Caitlyn and Nunu can push, they actually threw it, the minions into the turret. So he actually couldn't teleport, and that you normally would have expected that. And he had to just, he couldn't recall, and he had to force the teleport out right away. He is actually coming over potentially for the blue, or I guess for the wolves himself. The blue is down. But we'll see what's going on in the rest of these lanes. And I'm curious to see what happens in this mid lane, because one of the things we've seen from Master Yi so far is that he doesn't really lose any lane matchup. He has really free harass, and then he has the heal as well. But we'll see what Cobalt can do here. Already taking a lot of damage.
Man, that's just Master Yi's Alpha Strike doing what it's supposed to do. But Diamondprox, in the meantime, double blast Ahoy, going to come up here in this 1v2 lane. Hazard in a really bad spot. So going to take some tower shots. Ghost Pepper's going to be A-OK, and Genja going to wind up picking up first blood on Israel.
Yeah, that's actually one of the most common ganks in the game now that we're seeing, which is when you have a 1v2 situation, to set the jungler up as you're hitting the turret. Everyone's hitting level 3 at the same time, and usually you'll see the jungler try and counter that out. So I'm a little bit surprised that Malphite didn't make his way over there, but not only does that give them the kill, it gives them the option of taking down this turret. So we'll see whether or not they take that. But so far, Alex Itch, he's actually chasing down Pobelter. He gets the Ignite, just not enough to take him down. He almost could have gotten another Alpha Strike to take him down, but Alpha Strike early on was way too long of a cooldown, so you see it's still not up. So just barely not able to grab that, but already a lot of damage.
Bottom lane looks like Hazard might be making a move on Darian. Ghost has been popped though, but this tower is not going to last very long. Meanwhile, in top lane though, Ezreal and Sona, Genja, Ghost Pepper going to be taking down that top turret first. So Meat Playground, this is actually going to be in response after they were the ones that shoved the lane forward into the tower first.
Oh, and Pobelter actually came back into lane without going back, so he just used some health potions. But now he's at a serious disadvantage because Alex Itch can just meditate, heal back up. Yeah, I think he knows that he's safe enough. Like, he won't instantly die to an Alpha Strike. It'll take like 2 Alpha Strikes to take him down, but it's still a dangerous spot and a huge early gold lead, primarily because of that turret top. But we'll see, at Meat Playground, they're going to try and even this up, but a lot of times that top turret, it's a little bit more common, a little bit more valuable early on in the game, because now the bottom turret, it could actually result in a stalled lane down bot if it pushes up to the second turret and they can't follow.
The interesting thing here is going to be, does Meat Playground swap the lanes back up to get the 2v2 in top lane, or do they stay in bottom lane to try to force an early dragon attempt? M5 looks to make an issue of this top lane still, as there's still only X-Hazard up there. Diamondprox once again loses the blue buff, doesn't matter that he has the red buff. There goes the tantrum, the auto attacks. X-Hazard going to be tough to get out of this one. Diamondprox flashes ahead of him, but Alex Each from mid lane going to seal the deal with another Alpha Strike.
Yeah, really nice play from both of them, and Alex Each and Diamondprox, they really, I look at them as a combo because they just do so much together out of that mid lane in the jungle, whereas Darian tends to be on more of an island. So getting that early pressure, and it's kind of a lack of ward stop as well. So they've already lost a couple of ganks up there. It's a 2-0 advantage, an early lead, but Light Sludge, he's still pushing down this bottom lane, and we've seen so far in this tournament how strong Light Sludge's Caitlyn is, and it seems to be actually his favorite champion.
Looks like they're actually forcing M5 to be the ones on the swap backwards, so that means that they're going to give X-Hazard a little bit of breathing room up there before Darian can actually get back over. Teleport is still not available, so that gives Cho'Gath a little bit of free fire and a chance to catch himself back up into this one. He was down by about 17 CS compared to Olaf. On the flip side, though, Caitlyn 50 CS compared to Ezreal's 32, so they took down the tower. They took all the early CS from the lane because M5 was busy going on the jungle invade. Caitlyn was able to sit back, get about 10 CS ahead of both Ezreal and Olaf at the beginning stage of the game, and now it's transitioning over. Meat Playground is doing a good job of making M5 be the one to adapt to what they're doing, but M5 now recognizing this. Caitlyn didn't go back and buy items whatsoever at all. Ezreal's been back twice already, so M5 is going to be easily taking down this dragon.
Yeah, they have the pink. They have 5 members down bot, so they're going to be able to grab that. A lot of times Amumu can get pretty low, but with this many members to take it down, it'll drop pretty quickly, so not really a concern. They grab the dragon. They build up on their gold lead, so 2,400 right now. Now Caitlyn and Nunu, they're actually in a really dangerous spot because it's a 5-man tower dive down bottom. Lemon, he keeps an eye on them. There's the Ezreal coming in. Light Sledge, I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of there.
I don't know, Light Sledge should be the target. Flashes over the bandage Shasta, so he might be okay. Alex ECZ is going to go deep underneath the tower, though. Activates that Highlander. He's going to be able to get out of there, and surprisingly, Meat Playground lives.
Yeah, that was 5v2, and they were able to get out. And now Morgana and Malphite both coming down, trying to see if they need to force a situation or if they just need to come in behind, as some of them are maybe low. But it leaves Cho'Gath up top, so Xhazard, he can kind of catch up some. And it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen in this lane now, Caitlyn, Nunu versus Ezreal and Sona, because I would normally say that advantage is going to be towards the Caitlyn and Nunu. I mean, Caitlyn is just such a strong champion. She easily outranges Ezreal. But Ezreal, he's bought some early HP, so getting the Ruby Crystal on his way to a phage, he's very tanky at this point in the game, which means that if they force a fight on Caitlyn and can just burst her down, she's not going to have anywhere near enough damage to take down Ezreal in the same amount of time.
Exactly. You have Ghosty Pepper playing one of his favorite champions in the world, Sona, where he's been quoted saying he could 1v9 an entire team. So if Sona's going to get aggressive, as soon as that level 6 pops, Light Sledge went back, bought a BF sword. No Dorans, no HP, nothing. The only survivability he has is that move speed bonus in his net. So if Ghosty Pepper hits level 6, he has flash available. He's got Ignite on his support as well. And actually, Genja's the one taking exhaust here on Ezreal, so they're going to be able to land that exhaust, chase after it, that flash crescendo, arcane shift forward into exhaust, and Caitlyn's not going to be able to get away.
Xhazard, he was as close as you can get to being spotted out by Alex H, and he probably would have gone down in that situation. His flash was still down, so he is safe in that spot, but that was kind of scary. And honestly, I'd be curious to hear what team he was referring to that he thinks he could 1v9, because so far, you know, that hasn't happened this tournament. He's definitely a really strong support, but I'm curious what that was in reference to.
I think it's just him saying that he really likes to play Sona.
Right.
There was a point in time where they were banning out Sona against Ghosty Pepper because of how powerful he was on the champion, but Meat Playground feels like they can deal with this. We're going to have to see if it does wind up being that big driving force that he says it can be.
And you see in the top lane, that early advantage, it wasn't just in CS, but it was also pretty significantly in levels. So Darian, he was actually able to take some jungle farm as well, but 74 to 39, and he has a 2-level advantage in that lane. So he should be in control of that lane. Xhazard doesn't need as much farm as Olaf does, particularly since he's going for a snowball build, but we'll see how that progresses. They are trying to be aggressive down this bottom lane as well, and Cobalt are kind of chasing off Alex Each there, but usually you see more of a support build on Olaf. You go quickly into tanking items. We've seen Darian a lot in the past. He likes rushing Warmogs, for instance. But usually when you go the Brutalizer, it's because you want to get early kills and you want to snowball.
I actually don't think I've seen Darian play this style of Olaf all too often. Last time I've usually seen him in that 1v2 lane, and he goes for the Warmog's armor, even going for a Force of Nature and just building straight pure tank. He's adapted that build onto his Rengar as well, which we saw earlier in the tournament. But interestingly enough, he's going for the damage here, which makes me kind of think that maybe we're going to have a full tanky kind of a Mumu build. He's got the Mercury treads already.
Well, and that's something that we hadn't seen from yes, Mercury Jets. We hadn't seen from Diamond Prox earlier this tournament. He was running the Sork shoes to try and get that quick burst, but against the Spell Shield and, you know, against the kind of kiting and poking that Meat Playground has, that can be kind of difficult if you go for that full tanky. You need to know if you're going with a spell pen build on Pluto that you're going to get a hard engage. Otherwise, they're just going to slowly wear you down. So, you know, it's kind of interesting. It kind of, the Olaf build, it kind of gives M5, you know, more of a poke team, because Olaf, he actually does have decent poke when you run Brutalizer. You get the cooldown reduction, you get the armor pen as well. But the biggest thing for it is it allows them to split that lane, so they don't have to win full 5v5s. They can get Alex each into small little 3v3s, and then Olaf can just lane against Xhazard all day.
One of the best parts about MashE, he can't be slowed whatsoever, so that Nunu's not going to have any effect with those icy blasts, except for potentially dealing a little bit of damage. But like you said, going back to Olaf, he's going to scale great off that extra attack damage.
Light Sludge, the Ezreal ult's coming in. It doesn't actually get him, but there's the Master E as well. That was very close. They were going to try and just burst him down immediately. Darian actually chasing off Xhazard, but that Spell Shield right at the right time. Pobelter, he actually saw the Ezreal through the ward in the river, and he knew they were going to try and insta-kill Light Sludge, so really smart play on his part.
Meat Player gonna have to be very careful about this mid lane situation. Alex each could potentially just burst down Pobelter and 1 or 2 more Alpha Strikes. A little bit of poke from Ghostly Pepper. That's gonna be a dead Morgana. So M5 though gonna back off. Seeing that Meat Playground has grouped up over here, set for Light Sludge. He's been on that bottom lane 1v1ing against Ezreal as that tower's being poked down. It looks like M5
He's gonna drop quickly.
Did you see that? Nunu actually catches the fact that Alex each is coming down here as his Diamond Frost. Light Sludge trying to run away. Curse this side Mummy. He cleanses it off and then the flash away though. Alex each still on Yi. Gonna chase him down. Ignite ticking away. That's 1 for Alex each. And can Meat Playground get the turnaround or is M5 gonna walk away?
Yeah, and that really hurts because Light Sludge, he had an early CS advantage, but he's 2 levels behind Genja right now. Ghostly Pepper getting caught out of position. He throws off his ultimate to try and get away from that bind, but it's too much for him. But M5 forcing the mid and then forcing him out. There's actually the flash from Alex each, avoiding that NK Inc ult, and Pobelter still trying to chase them down, but they will be able to retreat now. But picking up that kill onto Light Sludge to keep up that 2-level advantage on Genja, or at least a 1-level advantage now, is definitely really key.
And unfortunately for Ghostly Pepper, he says he could 1v9, but that was a 1v3 and he didn't come out too well on that one.
Yeah, he needs to keep his range a little bit. You know, I think it's the item build. You need to get Madreds or something like that on Sona in order to 1v9. But
I was kind of thinking maybe with the Frozen Mallet AD Sona, which interestingly enough, we're going to have to see if that Ruby Crystal on Olaf turns into a phage for a Frozen Mallet or if he's going to be building into that tanky Warmog's armor and he just wants that Brutalizer for a little bit of early mid-game damage. This could also be indicative of what M5 likes to do, which is around the 20-minute mark or so, they decide, hey, we're going to get in a fight, and they just win somehow.
yeah, and any other Olaf, I would probably say that's going to be moving towards a HaRleLuYaR, and that Ruby Crystal would be upgraded into a Kindle Gem. But you're right, Darian, he really likes going for that early Warmogs because it's not that much of a gold investment, but all you need is Warmogs, and instantly you're the tankiest guy in the game, and that just allows him to really set up the rest of his team. So we'll see what he goes with there. The Dragon's actually going down pretty quickly. X-Hazard being zoned off by Genja. He tries to go in for the steal, but Diamondprox is able to hold on to it. And so that almost could have been a feast steal, except that Genja made a smart play there, was able to zone him off.
Yeah, Alex each in the meantime has picked up a needlessly large rod, Sorcerer's Shoes, in addition to that Negatron both 109 CS and 2 kills. He is very, very farmed. Doesn't have to worry about getting slowed down or crowd controlled or anything with that Highlander going off. So he's going to be able to run away, poke at that turret, and then just get away from Meat Playground. Just really, really easy.
Yeah, but if they can make him force that using that ultimate, then it means he's not going to be able to get the resets in the fights. Because unlike Katarina, his reset is tied to him having his ultimate up. So that's definitely a cooldown he doesn't want to lose right before a really key fight. But Meat Playground, you know, getting the turret, forcing them back. Olaf, Darian actually trying to come down into the mid lane, see if they're forcing a fight there. But they will be able to retreat effectively and try and narrow that gold lead.
Well, just like you said, they blow the ultimate from Alex each, and they're able to respond by taking the tower down, because as you said, he's not going to be able to get those resets on anybody. He's not going to be able to chain together those alpha strikes. X-Hazard and Darian, in the meantime, trading blows in the top lane. Darian's still getting a little bit of the best of X-Hazard. However, he has caught up in CS relatively nice. 92 compared to 125. Rather than being down by like almost 40 to 50 CS, he's only down by about 30 or so now.
Yeah, but Genja's in control of that bottom lane, so he has the level advantage against Caitlyn. He's able to, you know, kite outside of Caitlyn's range and just farm effectively. Mostly, it seems Light Sludge isn't even laning against him because he doesn't want to have to deal with that sort of harass. But the tower does go down. 2 turrets are down for Meat Playground right now. M5's just kind of slowly wearing them down. It's those objectives are giving them that 4 gold lead for the 4K gold lead for the most part. But we'll see what Meat Playground can do. It's an even game so far. Usually the games that Meat Playground holds even, you know, they can be kind of interesting. It's when they fall behind early, when they, you know, start feeding or get caught out of position that they really are in trouble.
Darian's going to be in a tight spot. That's to pop the Ragnarok, but there's the Soul Shackles coming out from Morgana. Will not get the stun though, but will get the extra damage. Ice Blast from Nunu and the Dark Binding going to be enough, and Darian being caught in the enemy jungle, unfortunately going to fall to Meat Playground.
Yeah, and usually Olaf can escape, but being in the jungle like that, it's, you know, kind of twisty and turvy. He's not able to get out of there like you would in the lane. So Darian, for a while now, he's been sitting up in the top lane, but he keeps on running through the jungle to try and group with his team mid, and Meat Playground just kind of recognizes it. So it was a great opportunity for him. They caught him while he was making that transition, and it was kind of like he had been training them to catch him, and, you know, they just took advantage of it.
Yeah, even the fact that Moscow 5 has a ward over by Meat Playground to blue buff to see when the team is going to be moving over there. Darian kind of has every kind of tool he needs to see when they were going to be collapsing in on him. He ran down and around through the wolves. He wanted to take those away before he came up, so maybe just a little bit of greed for Olaf there caused him to wind up falling in that engagement. We do see he has gone back though, picked up the pieces for Warmog's armor, so that Brutalizer might be one of the only damaging items he winds up building this entire game.
Yeah, and Olaf really doesn't need a lot of damage, but I think he's primarily getting it for the cooldown reduction. You know, the armor pen as well, it gives Olaf some of that poke, but the cooldown reduction is huge. It really ramps up his damage very quickly. And M5, they are trying to pressure this mid, but NK8 trying to stall, not going to be able to do it. So M5 grabs another turret, and the mid turret in particular opens up the rest of the map for M5 to, you know, force the fights.
Look at the damage that Alex is just dishing out on the poor Lemon God there. He's just chunking away at Nunu's HP down to half already. Flash forward though from NK8. Gonna get the unstoppable force. Morgana ultimate. Morgana binding not gonna land.
They're gonna
really
turn this
turn
around.
The crescendo there. M5 completely turning it around on Meat Playground right now.
Yeah, the Stone ultimate started it off, and when they weren't able to grab Alex Ich with that ultimate, they pulled themselves into a bad situation. They weren't able to follow up on it. All their CCs are down, and they're a really ult-heavy team, so losing both of those ultimates early on was really key, and just having the Amumu follow-up, they were all clumped together. It allowed Alex Ich and Diamond to just absolutely wreck them, and that's a really scary prospect. X-Hazard as well, he's in a dangerous situation here. I think he's going to be able to get back in time. Diamond not actually going to go for it, so he does retreat to his turret, but that's 2 second turrets down for that one fight.
Yeah, Meat Playground said they lost their ultimates and they're losing towers because of it. So Alex keeps taking that up. Doesn't really matter. They can always meditate away. He has the blue buff. It's going to be on a relatively short cooldown. Not going to be able to run out of mana anytime soon. Getting all that farm as well because he is just chunking away at minions as well as champions at this point in time. M5 going to continue their dominance of the map, completely invading Meat Playground's jungle, taking control of their entire side. Although there are pings going down from Meat Playground saying, hey, we have one lane push a lot farther. We're going to try to get that one. Genja having to shift and flash away from this, but there's the side switch charge shifting over the wall. I think he's going to be able to get away from this one.
Pretty close to getting it. He doesn't have the flash up though, so he's not going to be in range. The one more rupture will probably come, but just not going to be enough to get him. Ezreal just barely out of the range by that time, so they do back out of there. But that last team fight from Meat Playground, it seemed a little pressed on their part. Like they were a little bit concerned about the fact that M5 was just slowly split pushing him and taking advantages, so they wanted to force a fight with Malphite. They weren't able to get the good initiation that they needed, and it really pulled them into a dangerous spot, not able to grab Alex there either, so they do back off. But X-Hazard, he's incredibly tanky at this point. He's had his feast stacks for a while now, and so if he can set up the fights effectively for his team, you know, we'll see what Light Sludge can do in this situation.
And Alex
wow, oh
away.
my
Light
god.
Sludge at half HP. Pobelter barely above a half HP there. That Master Yi is dealing a lot of damage. Death cap acquired already, and this is sub 20 minutes into the game, so he's just going to be hitting like a truck at this point in time. Meat Playground wisely turning around and running back to the safety of their base. They actually don't have that second middle tower either. Pobelter going to have to run away from Darian. Did catch him with a nice dark binding and pool combination to slow him down, but they're going to cede that blue buff as they've actually done. Talked about just a couple seconds ago. M5 in complete dominance of Meat Playground's jungle, all forward on the opposite side of the river now. Meat Playground just has to turtle, has to wait for the M5 engage. As you said before, they were pressed for that team fight. They wanted to try to make something happen. Now they have to wait for M5 to just overcommit, like Gosu Pepper right here.
Yeah, Pobelter, he actually gets the quick kill after the bind. Pobelter, he has to back off though. They're all very low. Alex Ich, he could maybe get a combo, so he wants to chase them down. Lemon's down. He actually could get this very quickly. Malphite jumps in as well. Light Sludge is still safe, and Alex actually backs off without using that first Alpha Strike, but there he jumps in. Light Sludge almost going down as well. The Feast, but now he has the Meditate. The Rupture will prevent it, and we'll see if M5 can maybe win this.
Oh, actually, Alex Ich is going to get taken down by a nice ultimate there. Ace in the hole from Light Sludge. However, he will wind up knocking down Cho'Gath. So one of the two members of the tanky front line from Meat Playground has been down. They are going to get 1 kill for 2 in this. So M5 coming out slightly ahead. Oracle Slicer still surviving that fight as well. Actually, there's a 2 for 2 because Sona died so early she's revived already. But M5 still in a little bit of a better position because of the established map presence. They have the Oracle Slicer to clear out any vision Meat Playground had on the map as well. And they're still going to transition this into the Global Objective Dragon.
Yeah, but still, you saw, you know, what Meat Playground kind of wants to do with their team. They want to be able to pick off individual members and just kite and never give Yi a chance to Alpha Strike in. And so they were able to, you know, just force him into a situation where Yi was doing nothing the entire fight for the most part. He threw in 1 Alpha Strike, but for a long period of time, he was just sitting on the outside waiting for that opportunity to go in, and Meat Playground wasn't giving it to him. Then they were able to dive on him and pick up that kill. So that's really key for their team. But honestly, with how much damage Yi is dealing with this Alpha Strike, I'm surprised that they didn't go for an Aegis on this team. And, you know, kind of anticipate that, because it's really wrecking their team right now. 2 Alpha Strikes will basically win a team fight if he can get that second Alpha Strike off.
a look at the builds running down, we actually see Yoko's Ghostblade being acquired by Darian on Olaf, so he's just going to get the extra burst of move speed. Ragnarok, of course, popping up. He's going to be able to run into that back line and get to Light Sludge's Caitlyn. Tazzer now finding Ghosty Pepper. Ghosty Pepper likes getting caught out a lot, I seem to see here, as he is just going to be taking a couple shots from Xhazard, dodging the Rupture that he should be able to get out of this one A-OK, but he is running straight towards an Alex each, so wisely Xhazard backs off.
Yeah, he's fine. He has enough mobility, and he's able to, get that reaction time down where he can dodge those ruptures, so really impressive play. But one concern is that M5, they recognize that Meat Playground, they're all making their way down bot, and so it allows them to clear out some of the wards in this top jungle. Ezreal can push down the top lane as well, and that might actually set them up for a nice engage coming forward. So they have the vision up there, and they might be able to force a fight that would be to Meat Playground's detriment.
Yeah, we'll have to see about this one. Unstoppable Force from Malphite. NK Inc. waited to use it last fight. They took out Ghosty Pepper. They didn't have the crescendo. M5 went to go in for an engage. Meat Playground wisely backed off after Propelcher got absolutely vaporized by M5. Ooh, and Lemongod's in a bad spot here. Darian is going to get Dark Binding, though, so they're not going to be able to chase onto him there.
And now here's the scary thing for Meat Playground. Caitlyn, later on in the game, she really struggles against really heavy tanks. She doesn't have that attack speed steroid. So a lot of times her damage will be ineffectual once Darian can grab that armor. And then because he has so much HP already with that Warmogs, the burst damage that Morgana or anyone else has is going to be just completely insignificant. And this is what we saw yesterday, where the reason for the Master Yi pentakill, it was Darian. He was so tanky that the entire team was trying to 5v1 him and couldn't take him down fast enough. And so if Darian can get in the team, it'll set them up. But Meat Playground, they're coming up. They were forcing the Baron, and Darian, he's actually going to back them off. So they're not in the best situation right here. They're all split, but Master Yi, he's actually going to try and come in from the backside.
We watched Diamond Fox barely miss that bandage shots going across on the Light Sludge. They got that load and Curse to the side Mummy, and like you said, lights out for Meat Playground. If they get caught out of position here by M5, they're going to be a really bad spot.
They're in. M5's going to force this fight. They came in behind them. They're forcing Meat Playground in a situation where they can't escape. They can't kite from the Amumu Yi combo.
They're going to go in forward. Goes to cover. There's a Curse to the side Mummy. Crescendo's going to come out after the Unstoppable Force. There it is. Goes across all the remaining members of Meat Playground. Getting vaporized by Alex. He's triple kill, quadra kill. Are we going to get a pentakill?
Yes, it is the pentakill, I believe.
No, Ezreal
got the last one.
Oh,
but there it is.
Genja.
It's the setup, and they have a tanky team that Meat Playground doesn't have enough damage to take them down immediately, and if they get caught by an Amumu ult, it is over, because then Master Yi, if he gets 2 Alpha Strikes in, he's going to be able to get the 3rd, he's going to get the 4th, and just continue to pick up those kills. They are going to get the Baron off of this as well, and just really impressive play by Moscow 5. You saw it yesterday. Master Yi is just absolutely insane when you have the team that sets him up. And M5 starting off that fight, rather than sitting around at the Baron, which is kind of what you normally expect, Genja was baiting on the one side, and because they already had the better ward coverage, Meat Playground assumed that Moscow 5 was just hanging out in these bushes over here because that's where Genja was. And in the meantime, they swept in behind them and were able to take them out of position.
And just taking another look at that fight, it's almost impossible for a Master Yi not to get his reset when everybody is huddled together in a corner. They literally herded Meat Playground into basically a pen of death. That's what it was. They were all caught in this little teeny tiny corner in the jungle. Master Yi's Alpha Strike hits everybody, and as soon as it hits everybody in that Curse this side Mummy Crescendo, the squishy targets like the support and the AD carry are going to fall. That sets up more resets for Alex each, and they just rip apart those tanks. As you mentioned before, because of the fact that M5's building tanky, Caitlyn might not be able to chunk through them unless she has that new Blood Boil. Caitlyn's dead. Well, the tanks are going to start wailing away. Alex each's pure damage is going to shine through, and Cho'Gath and Malphite, they really don't have a lot of magic resist. They have armor. They're building Frozen Heart, so they're going for what could be a Sunfire Cape. There's a Wit's End on Cho'Gath, but other than that, there's no magic resistance across the board from Meat Playground.
Yeah, there is a big lack. They have the HP that they're hoping they can just get down Alex H. If they can focus down Alex H, then the armor will protect them against Olaf and Ezreal. So if Alex H drops in a fight, then Meat Playground, they're in a great situation, and that's what their game plan is. That's why they're not getting that magic resist. But so far it hasn't worked for them, and so far this tournament, the games that M5's been able to win, they've been pretty even games, and then it's just one team fight from M5, and that's it. It's GG. It happened against Curse the first time they played. It was an even game, and then one team fight, M5 got Baron, and it was over. And now a 12k gold lead, and Baron after that one fight. And you have to imagine that Meat Playground doesn't really have the best chance of coming back. stacks.
Rupture goes down. Genji's going to Arcane Shift away from that one. A Baron buff M5 sieging a Meat Playground towers isn't really the best thing in the world for Meat Playground. They still do have the potential to land a bunch of ultimates in here and potentially take out M5. Of course, they have the Morgana ultimate, those Soul Shackles going off. If there's a Rupture from Cho'Gath to start things off, and then an Unstoppable Force from Malphite after the M5 ultimates have been used. If the Curse of the Side Mummy, then Unstoppable Force goes, Sona's going to crescendo and shut down Meat Playground's little AoE there. They can force a crescendo out of Ghosty Pepper because he's been a little antsy all game. They can get that crescendo out. That's going to be one key crowd control effect that M5 doesn't have that Meat Playground might be able to turn things around because of.
Yeah, but this is scary right now because M5, they're slowly wearing down Meat Playground. And not only that, Caitlyn is not a champion that really excels coming from behind. You know, she needs to have enough damage to take down these tanks, and it's going to be tough to see if they do. Not only that, X-Hazard, he lost 3 of those stacks in that previous fight, so he's not nearly as tanky as he could be, but they still, you're right, have quick first pick-off potentially, they can grab it, but Diamond, he forces the perfect ultimate, the Ezreal, the Sona as well, and now Master Yi's coming in trying to clean things up.
Now, Alex Each is the only target of that Unstoppable Force. Absolute Zero will go up, but Alex Each was channeling the Meditate the entire time. There's the Alpha Strikes, double kill has been acquired, Darren got himself a kill on that fight, as did Diamond Prox. It's a complete ace, and M5 going to take the inhibitor and probably just take the game here.
Yeah, that is going to be a Nexus kill. M5 take down game number 1, and that Master Yi, if you can't shut him down in fights, you know, M5, they're just using him so effectively, so that could be the really scary tactic for this tournament that teams start to have to consider banning out, but they still have Katarina, they have Ezreal, they have a zillion, a number of other strategies that they could run, and there is the game number 1. M5 takes down Meat Playground, 17-5. 17k gold lead at the end of that game.
11-1-4 on Alex Each's Master Yi. I can't really say that like it was basically one-sided the entire time. We had M5 12.7k on Alex Each in gold, 10.6k on Genja. Genja actually, if you took a look at what he was building throughout the course of the game, he went double Dorans, Ruby Crystal, then wound up buying that Phage and a Sheen, stopped, got a BF sword, then decided to go back and finish the Trinity Force, and never actually finished his Bloodthirster. Yep. He just went straight for all these different items.
Well, and that's something that's very common on Caitlyn, but the issue was he didn't have the same early survivability that Ezreal had. You know, so they were able to kind of bully him around to that bottom lane. But, you know, really, they were looking for opportunities around the map. They were trying to get quick kills with the Malphite and Morgana, and they just weren't able to get them. M5 was too reflexive. They were too, you know, safe as a team.
And they had the crowd control to back it up. When Malphite was going to be ganking, there was a crescendo and a Curse of the Sad Mummy. So these team fights that Meat Playground really wanted to try to force just really never culminated. We saw a couple times there, Pobelter was able to catch somebody out with a Soul Shackles and a Dark Binding to start an engagement. Unstoppable Force did kind of break things up, but once M5 knew how to layer their skills, and once NK Inc. was so focused on trying to stop Master Yi once he was that far ahead, they just kind of fell apart, and M5 just seeped in through the cracks and busted them apart.
And one of the scary things is that Meat Playground had a team that was very cooldown dependent, and they knew that they needed to use all of their abilities on Alex Each. Otherwise, he was going to be able to win every single team fight. So that meant that they couldn't necessarily use the Morgana ultimates or the Malphite ultimates on, you know, some of the other threats of the team. And, you know, that allowed Diamond in particular to get in the middle of their team and do, you know, very well. But we'll see what's going to happen in game number 2, guys. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back to see if Meat Playground can come back. This is the losers bracket of IPL5.
Master Yi, if they don't ban it out, were they going to pick something like that mid-Riven that they played yesterday? But looks like we're not going to get to see that.
Yeah, they just automatically ban that out. And a lot of times in, you know, tournament situations, like particularly this is the losers bracket. This is potentially the last game that Meat Playground will play at IPL5. You know, you don't go for that risk. Maybe they think in their head they can do something differently to deal with that Master Yi pick, but it really just absolutely wrecked them. So you don't want to risk that. If you're wrong, then you're screwed. So they back off. Zyra and Nunu being banned. Nunu definitely a favorite champion of Meat Playground, but you know, we'll see. I think it's funny because all of those bans for Meat Playground are probably going to be targeted towards Alex Each. I mean, you know, they can't probably let him have Diana with that first pick. They can't let him have Evelyn because he's just so strong with Evelyn. Katarina has to be a choice, but Lee Sin actually being banned, actually that's right there because Diamond Prox, if they had that as the first pick, then that would have been really scary.
It really wouldn't have mattered what Alex Each was playing at that point. He still also has Zillion in his repertoire.
Right.
If you have a Zillion and a Lee Sin and they wind up picking a hyper carry in the game like a Vayne or a Kog'Maw, well, that's even worse than potentially letting him have Evelyn.
Yeah, and Zilean works really well with that Lee Sin hyper-aggressive counter jungle. M5 actually banning out Diana themselves, so they recognize, all right, there's a couple of champions open that we're going to like. Let's just ban out Diana. We'll take one of those and force, Pobelter into, something a little more standard that we know we can beat. And there's the Rengar ban. Evelynn being picked out. So we saw actually Evelynn versus Curse earlier in this tournament in the group stage, and that's definitely still a really strong pick, even with the nerfs to Deathfires in particular.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised actually that Alex is still playing Evelynn. Of course, he's a very talented Evelynn player, but the way he phrased it the Season 2 championships was, well, we only play OP champions. And when the nerf came to Deathfire Grass, Evelynn became a lot less OP, but there's still something about her that he really, really likes. I guess she goes well with that mid-game teamfight mentality still. Well, even though she can't get the Deathfire Grass, he started rushing Abyssal Scepter on her, and that helped out depending on with the Amumu coming in. The Sorcerer Shoes you were talking about that Diamond Prox likes to build on him now, that just added a little bit of extra damage in those fights they like to go for.
And Evelynn, with Deathfire's Grasp, she could 100% to 0 almost any champion in the game. Without Deathfire's Grasp, she's still taking him down 90% to 0. So not, the biggest drop-off as far as her assassination abilities. It does hurt her some in teamfights, but, once you get Evelynn going, she has the shield, she has massive AoE damage, and that's the thing. If you keep Evelynn alive through a long fight, and that's what M5 does. They tend to play really long fights where they just are cycling out their members and not letting anyone die early on. Then Evelynn will just slowly wreck your team. And so Meat Playground, they need to be able to deal with that. One of the best ways is with tanky champions, lots of CC, and in particular, keeping Shen off of Darien.
They had me really, really excited for a moment. We saw Taric and Misfortune being hovered over, which is a super aggressive bottom lane, but it looks like they're going to play a little bit more standard, a little bit more familiar, picking up that Ezreal and a Mumu again for Diamond Prox. On Meat Playground side, though, they have picked up a little bit more aggressive support with that Blitzcrank, and Shen was left open this time, so they are going to gobble that one up very quickly. Could potentially be jungle or top lane still.
Yeah, so they have a couple of options there, but we'll see what NK Inc. actually decides to jungle him. He could go with that Shen. I think a lot of times his go-to after Nunu, after Lee Sin, is something like Maokai, so still a really aggressive jungler, but we'll see where they go. Katarina being picked up potentially, and that's always going to be a strong pick, but I'm kind of curious. It's going to be an interesting mid lane. Katarina's not usually the best laner, but neither is Evelynn, so it could be kind of just a stalemate farm fest until a little bit later.
The thing is, too, both these champions have such roaming potential that if Evelynn's going to want to roam, say, into the bottom lane or top lane, Katarina can roam into the same to try to counteract, or the opposite to try to force a fight somewhere else on the map. So what we're going to potentially have is, let's farm up until we get the items we need, let's farm up until we hit this point, and then split off in different directions. There's going to be fights on both sides of the map.
And we've seen Light Sludge play a lot in the past, both Corki and Ezreal. He's been pulling out Caitlyn this weekend and now swapping it up for Tristana. So Tristana still has the long range that Caitlyn does in the late game and allows Light Sludge that opportunity to just sit outside of a fight safely and constantly poke in, but a little bit more burst damage early on, and then mid game big drop off. So Light Sludge really needs to get going early on. They want to be picking up kills and try and snowball both Katarina and Tristana. So that's going to be really exciting to see if they can do that.
Interestingly enough, Meat Playground, they banned out Master Yi, which Alex each was using last game. Now they have Katarina and Tristana, two resetting champions of their own. So potentially have a situation where Meat Playground pulls out a single target, they burst it down very quickly, get those resets, and then re-engage in a 5v4 situation because that Blitzcrank has already isolated one target. M5, kind of recognizing this, they pick up that very tanky support character in Taric, also going to offer a lot of CC with his Dazzle, potentially a level 1 fight as well. And there's a I thought it was Trundle for a second, but it switched at the last second on me. And we are going to have Xin Zhao, and M5 loves their Xin Zhao.
Yeah, we've seen Xin on both Diamond and Darien, but that's definitely a strong pick. And again, he doesn't like going for the damage usually early on. A lot of times you see Xin, you kind of think a snowball, assassin kind of champion. In the past, when I've actually seen Darien play Xin, he'll go for Warmogs or even Sunfire. And so if he's behind, he can go for a fast Sunfire cape, and he's just plenty tanky enough in that situation for his team. But we'll see where they go. They grab Olaf last, so I'm curious. I think Olaf's going to be in the jungle. They have swapped to NK Inc. right now, and that would mean that it's Shen versus Xin top, and that's definitely a lane that it's an even, it's a skill matchup, but Shen is at a big advantage early on before jungle pressure starts coming in.
The thing is, too, because Xin Zhao's going to need a couple of items, if he builds tanky, he's going to have a little bit extra damage, so he's going to have the 3 Talon Strike. He's going to be able to challenge people now with his passive, so he's going to have that little bit of extra armor penetration. But Shen is going to be very beefy. He's going to have a lot of HP, and he's also going to be able to, where Xin Zhao can excel in gaining life back in trades by hitting them 3 times, Shen's going to be doing the same thing with Vorpal Blade, so it's going to be just a brawl fest back and forth. And since Shen is innately more tanky, Xin Zhao, if he's building that extra HP rather than going for straight damage, might not come out ahead in those trades. And if Hazard is running Ignite, so that's a very deadly kind of Shen.
Yeah, the Ignite definitely makes it a little bit more aggressive, so both of them looking for kills in that lane. I really like the Olaf pickup, though, because you had mentioned, Blitzcrank, when his hook is down, he's really not that strong. He can be a little bit later in the game, but level 1, I think people instantly see Blitzcrank a lot of times and think, oh, wow, they have a really strong level 1 team, Blitzcrank, go. But if you can actually bait out the hook and then go in with a high sustained damage team, which is actually what M5 has with both Evelynn and Ezreal early on, then you can win that situation. Then Tarek can try and pick people off. So I would normally think that they might go for an invade, but they're actually probably going to sit back partially because of that Amumu pick. So Amumu, really just is such a safe jungler and is so strong at level 1s that it kind of shuts down that early aggression.
So you're going to have to see if there is any sort of level 1 shenanigans. Like you said, people are just like, Blitzcrank, level 1 champion, this is great. But Tarek's got Dazzle. Evelynn might not have the most damage in the world. Xin Zhao could have that knock-up, or he could actually get the AoE slow if Meat Playground groups up as 5 again, and they do decide to engage them head-on. Xin Zhao's going to get that AoE slow from his Audacious Charge, and it's really going to, kind of wreck the mentality of Meat Playground. If you get AoE slowed there, and you want to burn your Summoner spells to try to get away from that because you put yourself in a bad position, well, you're all going to be behind. Whoever burns those flashes in lane, you're going to be at a disadvantage. And if, Ghosty Pepper's Tarek is there around there to also add that Dazzle CC into the fray, well, that's a really bad spot to be in.
Yeah, and we'll see. He's starting off with actually 4 wards, so I don't think that Meat Playground is going to be looking for any sort of early aggression. Otherwise, you would kind of expect Blitzcrank to go for the boots. But the early wards, they can definitely drop a few and protect themselves against Diamond early on, so that'll be really nice. And then also Olaf, because he's such a strong jungler, he will win that jungling 1v1 matchup, Olaf versus Amumu. So he can prevent some of that aggression himself. But the concern is going to be who's keeping an eye on Evelynn, because Alex Idge, he really likes to leave that mid lane, and in particular help out Diamond in the jungle. And if Olaf is caught by both Amumu and Evelynn, he's clearly not going to win that one.
I'm actually curious to see here, Blitzcrank picking up those old consumables, going for the massive amount of wards. Does that mean they're going to try to ward the enemy buffs and potentially go for a late invade and pull one over the wall?
Sometimes it does. I mean, that is a possibility, and they are actually making their way in. So I kind of thought that they would just sit back for a little bit. Diamond, he is going for that red again, and so Meat Playground, they're up by the blue side. They can just get the pull over the wall and take it fairly safely. They're sticking together as a team, but they don't have vision of the rest of M5 right now, or any one of M5, so they don't know really what's going on. They do have a ward back at their own blue, so they did drop that to try and keep an eye on things. But M5 not even going to force this. Just Alex, keep an eye on him, make sure that nothing too fishy is going on.
He's gonna be really careful there too. Even though he's invisible, if one of those members of Meat Playground steps out just a little bit, he's gonna be revealed. They had the Blitzcrank right there. They could potentially try to turn around and pick up a level 1 kill, but as we talked about before, it looks like they're just gonna be going for this invade on the blue buff. Blitzcrank there means they're probably just gonna pull over the wall, try to secure it for themselves. NK is gonna pick that up and take that away from Amumu. With the ward back at base at home, that means of course they're gonna know when Amumu goes to try to counter jungle the blue buff away, and they'll be able to collapse it on him there.
Yeah, and you see Alex just keeping an eye just to know what Meat Playground's doing, so they're not that concerned. They're actually going to move up for a blue steal themselves, so his positioning here, it made sure that Meat Playground wasn't leaving. They were definitely going for that blue, and now actually Tristana's going up top, and I think that Evelynn actually saw that, but Diamond, he's going to try and steal this really quickly. X-Hazard, the rest of Meat Playground's coming down as well. They're going to try and force this. He gets the smite, but the question is if they can follow up, and it seems will be able to get out in time, but it's going to be very close.
There's a taunt and under to land, and now Gosu Pepper in a bad spot. Does flash away from the hook, but he flashes to the side into a wall. It's going to be first blood on Gosu Pepper for sure there, but the rest of M5 is going to be able to get out of there. He's making it really hard for them, though. Mute Playground spending a lot of time doing this. With that ward in the brush, though, they're able to secure the kill.
Yeah, and his first reaction, or immediate reaction, was to flash to the side. I'm a little bit surprised he just didn't flash right down the river because he was almost at max range of the Blitzcrank hook, and he would have been able to get away, most likely. But while that was all going on, Darian, he actually picks up red buff. And so I believe they did see that Mute Playground was sending Tristana top, so they know that it's a dual lane, but Darian stole the enemy Wraiths and red buff while that fight's going on. So even though Mute Playground got the first blood on Katarina, which is a huge advantage, like that's going to make things very difficult on Alex, they lost something themselves. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how that affects that top lane and whether Amumu comes for a gank and uses that red buff on Xin to pick up a kill.
We're also going to have to see here that 14 CS that Tristana's accumulated in lane without Xin Zhao around the Blitz. Actually charging it into Blitzcrank. There's a flash that has to be burned.
Don't give it up.
Tristana's dealing a lot of damage. She gets that red buff. It's going to be an unwinnable lane for Xin Zhao, so Darian's going to have to play really safe now.
Yeah, if he dies early on, then that's, I mean, that lane would be over, and it would prevent any sort of aggression from Moscow 5 for the next, 10 minutes of the game. It would just completely throw the game in Mute Playground's favor, so they have to watch out there. But Olaf coming down, NK Inc., and Diamond Prox is waiting for him, and this is the common gank. When you see the 2v1, you come in right at that 4-minute mark. NK Inc., he's walking right into Diamond. He actually gets him as he's about to teleport out of there. It's a red buff versus a redless NK Inc. He actually dodges that bandage and gets out of there, so he is going to be safe, but it was a very close one. And Alex came down bot for X Hazard in the meantime. He was able to pick up his kill.
That was a nice run there from Evelyn. I thought we were going to be able to see this until later stages of the game, but recognizing they had that 1v2 lane, knowing that the jungler is coming into the top lane for Mute Playground, that leaves a completely exposed Shen in the bottom lane. So Alajeet's coming in from behind the tower. They apply the pressure from Ezreal, from Tarek, of course, that crowd control, the dazzle, forcing Shen back, taking a lot of extra damage. Alajeet on cleanup duty once again. This champion he really likes to. Let's start calling him a janitor.
Yeah, and that brings him back in, even into this lane almost with Katarina. He's still a little bit behind, but he has a couple of minions here to get as well. So, it's going to be really scary if he gets off to a good start. Pobelter taking a turret shot, which is really devastating in this lane. Every hit is definitely going to matter, but Diamond's actually coming in the mid. He's going to make his way around. If he gets the bandage toss on Pobelter, Pobelter's down, and he actually uses the Shumpo aggressively, which means he's in a dangerous spot. The flash out, the bandage toss missing from Diamond, so Pobelter is able to get out of there.
He did blow the summoner spell of Flasher, so Pobelter's going to have to be extremely careful, knowing that Diamond Prox is going to be roaming around and ganking a lot sooner than most of Mumus are going to be doing, so he's not afraid to go in for those level 3 ganks. Double boss still taken away means that he could potentially just come back around for Pobelter, so you have to keep keeping that in mind. We do have pings going down this top lane, though. Diamond Prox trying to get into a minion, don't know what he was trying to do there, but the bandage toss has been burned, and Tristana and Blitzcrank going to back away for a bit.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the bandage toss was for. I was thinking it might be to, in case Light Sludge actually moved in range to attack or harass Darian, but it seemed like he was a little bit too far away to get there in time. But even so, he's going to hold on to the top lane, so not the big of a deal, and it's a 400 gold advantage for Mute Playground right now. Alex Itch, he seems pretty comfortable in the mid lane now, but having that magic resist on Katarina's base damage is already so high. Same thing with Evelyn, that you can go for those defensive builds and then try for that fast abyssal, and that's really going to shut down the damage of Alex in that 1v1, and could give Pobelter the advantage he's looking for.
It does show that he wants to be a little bit more, not passive in this lane, but he wants to build defensively, knowing that his flash is down as well. But Mumu wants to come in for the gank. He has the Negatron close, like you said, Alex Each not going to be able to burst him down nearly as fast, so Pobelter will have a little bit extra time to get out of there. And it's not an extra step or an extra item he's buying, because as you said, it will just become that abyssal step.
And Katarina already has enough damage that just 2 cycles of her abilities, so a QW combo and then a QW combo into an ult, will easily be able to take down anyone. So it's not like you're missing out on that much. She still has plenty of damage early on, and Mute Playground, they're trying to force this fight. Shen, he's trying to chase down Genji. He's waiting on that arcane shift. He does force it out, and NK Inc., they might go for his find the turret, but they do back off just in time. Yeah,
decided to turn on. There was a ward in the middle of the by the dragon pit of the river, so both teams actually had that down. So IM5 knew exactly what was going on from Mute Playground side, reacting to it very nicely. The arcane shift was burned, but by that time, he was far too out of range for an Undertow to even tag onto him, so Ezreal relatively safe. Good heads-up play there by the bottom lane.
And Light Sludge actually out-farming Genja right now, so he's really comfortable, and once he gets levels in particular on Tristana needs to hit a big core item, but then get the levels for the passive upgrade, for the range upgrade through her passive, then that could really be dangerous late game. I mean, Tristana, I think people forget a lot of times how strong Tristana can be late game. She actually has a 90% attack speed buff on her Q. That's just 90%. That's absurd.
It's a ridiculous amount of damage. So he's just grouping up early on by M5 in the bottom lane. We see them all like level 4, level 6 or so. They want to get this tower down as quick as possible. Vix Hazard comes in here. He's going to wind up dying. They have a lot of crowd control on the side of M5 and a lot of champions around. They did this last game too.
Yeah.
They wound up going down and took a very early dragon. They got the early tower as well due to the lane swap. And it's just working out very well for them. Meat Playground, though, in a little bit of a better position to try to contest this. It is a 3v4.
Yeah, so M5, they do have the advantage if they can force a fight, but Diamond, he's actually not level 6 yet, and they really need that ultimate, so they actually transition up to the blue, and will be able to steal that, and Gank, he's going to try and get that back. They have the ward over the wall, so he could potentially steal that, but it looks like he's actually maybe going to force the fight, putting himself in a bad situation there. Diamond still a half level away from 6, but they do secure that blue.
Yeah, Hazard was just waiting in the wings as well. However, he wasn't going to want to go in on that one. Like we said, it was a 3v4. Meat Playground, though, the more they sit around and delay, yes, Moscow 5's on in lane, they're not farming up, but neither are those champions on Meat Playground. However, as you mentioned before, it is netting Tristana get a lot of farm here. It looks like they're actually going to go engage. Alex Ish goes in, Len Kane getting absolutely blown up. Pobelter pops a Death Lotus, but I don't think it's going to be enough damage. M5, oh, Diamond Cross getting extremely low. Pobelter's going to get the reset. He could clean up here.
And now the Shen ult trying to help him out. Alex Ish, he gets the kill there, but Pobelter, he could turn around in just a couple of seconds. He will get another target on his Shumpo, but he actually uses it to get back to a ward. Ghost Pepper's trying to hunt him off, make sure he can't get out of there, but Pobelter turns away. So a one fight for M5, but just barely in that situation. You know, they were looking for a little bit better gains, than they received. They were in a great situation to maybe clean up, but Pobelter getting the reset, turning around, and now Light Sludge not only getting the turret, but almost getting Darien as well. So the turret drop, it will pull Meat Playground back into this game.
Lemon God actually wants to go in here. He still has the Power Fist active. Darien, however, going to turn around the 3-talent strike. Lemon God is at about half HP, so is a potential to trade there. Darien might wind up falling to Light Sludge, though, so he does have to be careful. The entire time, M5 Meat Playground been dancing around by that Dragon Pit and by that blue buff. Tristana was sitting back and farming. 83 CS compared to the 52 of Genja's Ezreal at this point in time. And you mentioned before how Tristana falls off really hard in the mid stage of the game, but then slowly climbs back up the later and later the game goes on, giving it this early gold advantage. Yes, they lost the Dragon. Yes, M5 got a tower, but there's a 30 CS advantage and a tower on the side of Meat Playground now. So Tristana, she gets that core item before Ezreal can get that core item. She also skipped the Doran's Blade to do so, going just for a Vampiric Scepter after that. She could potentially get into a point with the mid game where she's comfortable enough to still keep on pace with Ezreal.
Yeah, but you need to hit a couple of big items first on Tristana because, once you hit that mid-game, you're only relying on your single target auto attack damage as opposed to the burst that you have early on. We'll see what they do. Meat Playground, they're going for this Dragon. M5 wasn't able to get it last time, and M5, they're walking in with just Diamond and Alex Ish. They will be coming in here. Gosu as well. Gosu's almost going down, though. Pobelter could actually clean up here because they pick up a couple of kills. Genja tries to get out of there. Alex Ish as well, but there is a 2 or 3 for 0 for Meat Playground, and they also are able to grab that Dragon. So really impressive play overall.
Shutdown spree onto Alex Ish's Evelyn as well. So Shen's gonna be getting a little bit extra gold, getting himself back in here with that GP10 ticking up as well. Olaf picking up a Philosopher's Stone, another Heart of Gold on the team. So there's a lot of GP10s going around. They know that they're gonna have to wait for Tristana to get through that mid-game hump and to go into the later stage of the game. So after picking up those kills, getting the extra global gold from Dragon, going back, buying those investment items, as you would say, and going for the later stages of the game. And Light Sludge, of course, getting assists on most of those kills. She's 0-0 and 3 now, 91 CS compared to Ezreal's 69. That is a lot of gold on Tristana.
Yeah, and she has a level advantage over Ezreal, which is not something that happened in the previous game. So out-farming Genja and out-leveling him as well, which should allow Light Sludge to actually lane in that 1v1 and continue that farm advantage and continue to farm. So that's definitely going to be very fortuitous for them. But one of the concerns for Meat Playground is watching watching Darien's item build, because I think he's probably going to go for the Sunfire. We'll see. I mean, he could just go for that Warmogs, but once he finishes up one of those first tanking items, that's the timing where M5, they're actually going to force a fight. So the second Darien finishes that big item, they're going to force a fight, and they will likely have enough damage to take that down.
Because Pepper taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane, as well as Lemon God. Diamond Fox is waiting off to the side. Meat Playground has a ward in the Tri-Brush, though, so they know that something's up. They're going to back away. NK Inc. in the meantime moving through this mid lane. Maybe they're going to try to get a jump on the Alex each over here. Katarina and Evelyn just trading damage back and forth. NK Inc. with the red buff, not actually going to throw an undertows or anything, so just passing through and making Alex play a little bit more passive. Pings down on the jungle as Darian might be coming in here, trying to turn on the pull belter, or maybe just getting the farm while Alex each goes back to play. And I mean, the next core item you might want to be getting on Evelyn, she has a Haunting Guide, so makes you think she's going to be going for that Abyssal Scepter. Yeah. If she can farm up, if she gets 1 or 2 more kills from roaming around, by the time Darian gets that big tanky item like the Sunfire Cape, maybe going for that Warmog's armor, at the same time, if Evelyn can get that Abyssal Scepter, then it's going to be an absolutely devastating team. But you have the tank, you'll have the magic penetration from Evelyn, you'll have the AoE ultimate as well, and with the slow coming out from Jinzhao, Curse to the side, Mummy from Amumu, that's going to be almost everybody from Meat Playground being hit with that. So M5, if they're going to do something aggressive, they need that Evelyn to get just a little bit more far and to be at the point where when her team initiates and her tank is sitting there absorbing the damage from Meat Playground, she can just melt down those targets.
I think that's partially why Meat Playground's trying to be aggressive here, but this is interesting. I'm actually just noticing Light Sludge, he maxed Explosive Shot first, and that's actually been a big change to Tristana, where they made the Explosive Shot, the range, level up with your passive. So it actually makes it a viable option in team fights later on, but the bigger thing is you get a little bit more burst and you get some cooldown reduction on your rocket jump, which is, you know, just Tristana throughout history been the standard build, but by getting that Explosive Shot, it means that it's like a split push Tristana almost. Like, he's just going to be able to super farm because he can just really quickly clear those minions, and you see that minion wave dying very quickly as well, and that's going to allow him to keep up farming this game and really get to that late game build.
Well, that 1v2 lane as well, let him just constantly shove the tower into Darian's face and deny him that gold by having those minions constantly push towards the tower. The threat of not only that healing debuff and the damage over time, but the, like you said, the quick burst damage from Tristana, he wasn't able to really go up and secure a lot of CS. He does have more than Shen in the lane though, because Shen was pushed out by the Ezreal Taric, the threat of the crowd control there coming out from Dazzle. Regardless of the fact though, as you said, wherever Tristana is going to be farming, that lane is going to naturally push, and if she leaves the tower alive, the lane is going to wind up resetting itself and deny all that experience and farm to whoever she's going to wind up laning against.
X-Hazard with the taunt onto Genja. Lemon God following it up as well. He will drop very quickly the Ignite going onto him. He's trying to get out of there, but it should be one more attack. X-Hazard will be able to grab that. So Genja trying to keep up on farm, trying to lane versus X-Hazard. They catch him out of position, and it's because of the defensive wards from M5. And you see a lot of times they do have wards pretty aggressively in their jungle, but at least on the bot side, the wards are on their own side. And so Genja actually having no vision there, just planning on using his Arcane Shift to get out of there. But we'll see how that sets him behind, because now Light Sludge, he gets a little bit more free farm time. He can slow down the game a little more. Every single death from M5, it slows down the game for Meat Playground and allows them to just continue to farm and build on their gold lead.
That 4K gold advantage is indicative of why Meat Playground has those wards and why they're able to catch M5 out of position this game as opposed to last. Last game, M5 had the early gold advantage. They warded forward on the opposite side of the map. They were constantly moving through Meat Playground's jungle. They completely owned the map that game. Now Meat Playground has the forward advantage. They've knocked down all the outer towers except for that bottom one from M5, so they have established forward map presence. We constantly see Katarina and Tristana poking onto the other side of the river. That means that they have security in their own side of the map. So Genja, thinking it was like last game, pushing out by himself all the way past his river, all the way up into the enemy blue buff area, he was just completely caught out of position from that one. And now Meat Playground, as you said, the gold lead, the wards are being able to secure on the map. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up an Oracle's Elixir, start clearing out those of M5 as they push forward here. That's indicative of how they've taken the reins of control in this game.
Well, the scariest thing is where's the gold, because Shen, he doesn't need that much. He got a Sunfire Cape himself, which means he's going to be almost impossible for M5 to take down. So he's going to be very tanky. But all of the gold for Meat Playground is essentially on Light Sludge and Katarina, and when Katarina gets off to a good start, it's almost impossible to shut her down later on in the game. She has her Abyssal Scepter and is almost done with that Rabadon's as well before the 20-minute mark. So that is terrifying to consider that they're going against the Katarina, and that with how strong Light Sludge has been on those long-range 80 carries, that they have Tristana farming very well as well.
We were talking about before, they need to have Evelyn and Jinzhao finish their items at relatively the same time so they have a team fight. It looks like Alex each going to get pulled here. Has to burn the flash. Meat Playground, though, they're giving chase to M5.
Yeah, and M5 has to back out of there. Xin actually jumping in, so he thinks he's tanky enough now. He's right on top of Pobelter, and that is exactly what M5 needed. Genja taking it down with the ultimate, and M5 can turn this around now. The quick kill on the Pobelter. It doesn't matter how farmed the Katarina is if you can drop her that quickly. M5 absolutely devastating Meat Playground in this fight. X-Hazard as well, going to be the last man standing, but he should go down shortly as well. The taunt right into Alex Ich over the wall, and M5 picks up 4 kills, 4-0 when they were at a 4K disadvantage, and it all started with catching out Katarina.
We can look at the time of the game. It's about 17 and a half minutes into the game. Around the 18 to 20 minute mark, M5 decides, okay, it's time to team fight. We're just going to win. Doesn't matter how far behind they were. Like you said, didn't matter how far Pobelter was. They instantly jumped on Katarina. She was evaporated from the fight. Then M5 is like, okay, there's a bunch of champions here. We see champions. Let's kill these champions.
And the interesting thing is, it wasn't exactly when Darian finished his items, but you know, getting the chain vest, getting the null magic mantle as well. He was very tanky, and you get, you know, a little bit of a boost from your ultimate. But he dives right into the enemy team, and you don't consider Xin that tanky early on. But he forces them all to clump on him, which set up Diamond Prox for a perfect ult. There's the Lemon God pull onto Alex Ich, though, trying to chase him down the exhaust as well. Alex is certainly going to go down if Pobelter can just get in range, just at Shupo onto Lemon, and there's the pickup. So he gets the double buff, he gets the shutdown as well. So Alex Ich getting a little careless there, trying to pick up some extra farm, and does go down.
Once again, that's another circumstance where M5 was on Meat Playground side of the map, and they didn't have a lot of ward coverage. They have one ward over by the Dragon Pit, and another one up towards the mid lane by the river, but there's no coverage over towards the blue buff of Meat Playground. They had no idea where they were or when they were respawning after that fight, so Alex Ich, maybe he thought he was safe for a bit. If he recalled in the bush, he might have been okay, but he just literally recalled in plain sight of everybody.
Well, it's Evelyn, so, you know, how often do you expect someone to walk up as you're going invisible? You know, if it's just a second longer, and Blitz wouldn't even be able to find him. So, you know, just really quick thinking from Lemon God being able to make his way down there, and Alex just not expecting to be caught that quickly. So he does actually finish his Abyssal Scepter, and he does have an Elixir as well. So that's going to be really dangerous. And for him to be potting up, you know, he's set with his build, and they're looking to force a fight. And there's the Sunfire on Darian. That it really is devastating how tanky Xin can be early on in this game. And then you just dive into the enemy team, and it sets up the rest of M5 so perfectly.
We had an Aegis of the Legion being acquired by Diamond Proxys and Mumu as well, so they are going to be looking for that team fight within the next few minutes. Blue Elixir has been used by Alex Ich, and they want to fight at this tower. Meat Playground comes and engages them. M5 is ready for this one. Well, almost ready for this one. They just need their support to group up with everybody else. Darian, in the meantime, is still split pushing down the bottom lane, keeping X-Hazard busy. Could be dangerous. Actually, Stand Unit is on cooldown, so M5 doesn't even have to worry about this, but they will just rotate around here. If they can't get that mid lane tower, they're going to go elsewhere for one.
Yeah, but they're pushing him underneath the turret. They can get the stun from Ghost of Pepper. Alex Ich actually not going for it, just dropping a ward. But the Amumu ult just for X-Hazard, and he's not dropping as quickly as I think they would have liked. And now Pobelter coming in for the turnaround. Meat Playground, this is exactly the kind of fight that they would like. And Alex Ich on the other side, the knockback from Light Sledge, and actually the cleanse as well. He gets out of there. Alex Ich is now stuck in their enemy base.
That is not a good play there by M5. They used the Curse of the Summon to secure one kill when all they needed to do was stop what Meat Playground was doing. Alex Ich putting up the fight of his life, not being able to take down Lemon God there though. But that Curse of the Sad Mummy just for Shen. Shen was so tanky with the Sunfire Cape already as well. He had so much HP they couldn't burst him down in time. If they just let him get away and got the tower, they would have come out miles ahead in the next team fight without a Shen in there. But because they took so much tower damage, they went into the fight. The rest of Meat Playground came in. Pobelter just cleaned up duty because everybody from M5 got so low.
And it seemed like maybe a miscommunication from M5, which is not something you expect from them. Usually they're, you know, one of the top at that. But it seemed to me like Diamond was trying to force the fight, expecting Alex Ich to rotate in from the backside. But Alex, he just dropped the ward and backed off. He didn't want to fight underneath the turret. And then they pulled themselves in a little bit too deep. But using that ultimate for just Shen and not being able to use it to shut down Pobelter like in the previous fight was devastating. And it showed that Meat Playground, they still have the damage. And the gold lead still at a 5k gold lead to take down M5 if they get the right situations.
The thing is, even though M5 had won that previous team fight at a gold disadvantage, like you said before, Meat Playground was still ahead. Now they're even further ahead. So fighting under that tower, not necessarily the best decision in the world. And now we have two very tanky champions on the side of Meat Playground. Sunfire Cape, like you said already, on Shen. Warmog's armor being acquired by NK Inc. on Olaf. Katarina, scary as ever, Abyssal Scepter and Death Cap.
The Infinity Edge being finished on Tristana, which, you know, is just what you're looking for to ramp up that damage. And when she has the tanks in front of her, if they can keep Tristana safe on the backline, and Pobelter, if he can, you know, wait a little bit, then NK Inc. and Shen are going to be so tanky that they're probably going to be able to set up the fights fairly nicely for the rest of Meat Playground.
We were talking about how Tristana has that weak mid-game point. She's 0-0-5 right now, so she hasn't died. She hasn't gotten kills, but she's been a part of at least almost half the kills on her team. Ezreal on the flip side, Genja 1-1-6, he has a Trinity Force. But like you said already, Tristana cut the one corner, got this single Doran's Blade, has that Infinity Edge. When she gets the Zeal and starts turning into a Phantom Dancer, she's going to outclass just that burst damage coming out from the Trinity Force of Ezreal. And in these team fights we've seen already, when Meat Playground is together and Katarina goes with the reset, they're going to have to focus on Katarina and try to melt her down as quickly as possible. If they focus on a target that can't have that happen, like if Olaf initiates with a Ragnarok, if Shen gets a taunt down, or if Stand United is available, since it wasn't last fight, they Stand United on Katarina and keep her alive long enough, Light Sludge is going to be able to outclass the DPS from Ezreal.
They're coming in behind Meat Playground, though. Diamondprox might try and force this. He does see the ward, though, with his oracles, so he backs off in the last second. But there's the Lemon God pull. It just barely doesn't hit. And now Meat Playground, they just want to slow down this game a bit because they can allow Shen to split push and that massive minion wave down bottom. It's actually going to be pretty close to taking a turret, but you know, we'll see how much damage it does and what it forces, how it forces M5 to react.
M5, they do have to be careful because they've been scattered out by the ward. They do end up actually clearing it out. However, they baited out the Blitzcrank pull. I thought that was potentially an initiation method for them, but they're still worried about that Shen Stand Unity coming in and completely turning a fight around. So Genja going to go into this bottom lane, take up all that delicious farm that's sitting down there. Oh, Pobelter's not going to let him, though. Coming with the Shunbo, Deadload is coming in, Sinister Steel as well. Pobelter just completely cleaning that one up, and Meat Playground just looks to be really taking it to M5.
Yeah, that's really scary when Katarina has that much damage at this point. If they can't insta-kill Katarina in these fights, Katarina is going to win almost every fight for Meat Playground. And now not only do they get the turret, but Shen is split pushing top, and then they force them off of the bot turret. So, you know, running at them to force them back, and actually the pull over the wall into Alex Ich is actually going to force a fight. Alex Ich he is in a safe situation. He forces Lemon God to back off, and so they do hold on to their turret, but they do get some damage, and Xhazard is going to get this top tier 2 as well.
So 2 inner towers now have been taken down by Meat Playground. They got, what is this now, a 5-to-1 tower advantage. It's a 7,000 gold lead, 4 kills in ahead, 12-8, and they're just absolutely in control of this matchup. They're doing what M5 was doing to them last game, except for the fact M5 had that one strong team fight around the Dragon Pit area where they bursted down Pobelter. If they keep that Shen Stand United up, they keep up the split pushing tactic, they keep M5 distracted long enough so that Shen can push into those bases, start hitting on those inhibitor turrets, get those waves pushing down. It's going to be very difficult for M5 to come back. With that Stand United up, Pobelter's going to be safe.
Darian just using his ultimate, getting over there, the hook almost hitting Alex Ich. They do back off, but you're right. I mean, the Stand United, they're going to be fairly tanky as a team. I mean, they already are. You know, it's going to be tough for M5 to make any sort of fight. And you were talking about, you know, or we were talking about how M5, they hit that one fight in the game, and I think they thought the fight earlier on was it. So, you know, a little bit surprised that Meat Playground is making this comeback now. NK Inc. coming over to maybe take that blue, or I don't know if they're going to just pass it off to Xhazard, but NK Inc. grabbing it last second, so that's going to be fine. M5, I don't know, we'll see. The key is just being able to burst down Pobelter because his damage output is just so absurd right now.
9-1-1 on Katarina as well, so they do take her out of the fight. There's not a lot of other players at Meat Playground that are super fed. Tristana, we did talk about the fact that she's starting to come over that mid-game hump. She has a decent amount of farm. No kills on her though, so all her gold is in assists. So she's scary, but she's not as scary as she could be if Katarina maybe split half of those kills with her. Then the damage would kind of be separated. But now we're talking about burst down Katarina. It'll be a lot more difficult when Katarina acquires a Guardian Angel.
Yeah, or even a Zonia's, so either way, but there's the Guardian Angel, so, I mean, that is just a brutal, oh, she actually already had it, but Yeah, that's really just devastating. Like, there's almost no way, you know, to deal with as much damage as Katarina's going to be dealing out, and the fact that they don't have enough damage to take her down. But we'll see what M5 does. Meat Playground still playing very passively, and it's interesting to see. It's a 7K gold lead, but they're scared of M5 right now, and I don't think they recognize how much of a gold lead they have. They don't feel like they're that much ahead, and they saw the fight earlier on where they were just obliterated by M5. They don't want to allow that to happen again, and knowing that, you know, it's 12-8 in their minds, they're still really even in this game, and so not pushing advantages that they might be needing to.
That's the one thing that M5 has over Meat Playground. They have the psychological advantages. They have the LAN experience under their belts. Meat Playground, they're a very young team. Like we were talking about before, Paul Belter, he might be the star of the League of Legends draft in 2015 or something like that. He's a very young kid, and right now, his team is completely reliant on him not dying, not being caught out of position. If he does go super aggressive like he has the tendency to do, he knows he's just going to completely throw the game for him. And you're a young team playing against M5, one of the best teams in the world. They were put on the stage at Season 2 Finals. The only team they lost to were the Taipei Assassins. So this is very intimidating for Meat Playground. They don't want to mess up, but if they don't act while they're so much farther ahead, M5 is going to get the items they need to once again take that big team fight and completely turn it around.
But at Meat Playground, they know one fight from M5 could just seal the game for them. Diamond trying to chase in, not going to be able to get the targets that he wants, but still forcing them back, maybe to see if Meat Playground, if they leave any stragglers, knowing that, you know, they saw Katarina up by that Baron, you know, that there's Shen down bot as well, or, you know, even if it forces Meat Playground to make a poor mistake. But M5, rather than fighting the main team, they're going to focus down X-Hazard now, and with no team to respond, it doesn't matter how tanky he is if they can just completely cordon him off here.
That was a weird initiation there by Alex Ichi. He
wow.
winds up dropping the ultimate there from Evelyn. X-Hazard's just going to walk all the way around out of there. M5 maybe looking to think that they could have cut him off there, and the ultimate was well worth it, but now M5 is going to be a lot weaker if Meat Playground goes in for this team fight with the Evelyn ultimate down. That is a huge source of damage right now.
And it seemed like he went in, like you said, thinking they could cut off, but then he was, the bigger thing was he was surprised by how much damage Shen did with, you know, just the Sunfire Cape and the Wit's End, because he dropped Alex Ich just a little tick, but pretty quickly. And a taunt, you know, a couple of attacks could have been enough to take down Evelyn almost, and you know, that would have been pretty terrifying for them. So they back off. Shen is split pushing bot once again, and M5 kind of at a loss right now, but they're just kind of slowly making their way back into this, making sure that they can just slowly farm and try and get really late into that game where some of their carries come back into a really strong point.
At this point in time, Meat Playground needs to make M5 be the one that makes a decision. Do they defend this tower and have the Shen ultimate come in, or do they give it up? With really nice arcade shit there from the engine, nullifying one of Blitzcrank's pulls there. So that's going to have that down. That's going to be the initiation Meat Playground wants to do. Catch the one person out of position and chain the Katarina off of that. M5, do they protect this tower? Do they give it up and seed a little bit and play turtle defense? Or do they go down on X-Hazard here on the bottom lane?
Well, they're trying to grab him, but they just don't have enough damage to take down quickly. The Katarina, or Evelyn ultimate, actually trying to force him back, and Darian jumps in the middle of the team. There's the Amumu ult, the Ezreal as well, which is what they were looking for. Can Meat Playground turn it around, though, with his Katarina ultimate? Oh,
the good thing about that was X-Hazard got caught over the walls. Well, Katarina's Guardian Angel has her bird. X-Hazard is going to be zoning out Alex East at the same time, but here comes Paul Belter. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. Katarina with the triple kill there. That's what Meat Playground really wanted to have happen. Alex Each in the meantime being chased out by X-Hazard, but that's all she wrote there. Darian extremely, extremely low. Alex Each very low. Both of them have to go back, and that went awesome for Meat Playground.
Yeah, just the longer the fights go on, even though M5, they had basically the perfect fight from their perspective, they just weren't able to pick up the kills, and they were slowly worn down to where Pobelter could jump in. Once all the CC from the ultimates was down, in particular, Tarek, Pobelter waiting for that Tarek stun, got off the full chain ultimate, and the entire time, Light Sludge was perfectly safe in the back line, just pecking away at M5, and it was a really quick turnaround for them. Alex Ich uses the DFG, tries to chase down X-Hazard, is actually forced to flash over the wall, and he will be able to pick up this kill, but we'll see if he can get out. So yeah, he's actually going to have plenty of time. So that stalls them a little bit.
There.
Stalls them a little bit. You know, they have to wait for X-Hazard to come back. But the scary thing is going to be, you know, how strong Meat Playground was in that previous fight. and that turret is ready to pop. The second Meat Playground just decides to come as a team and go for it, it's going to be down, and that's an exposed inhibitor.
Light Sludge right now might be the most intimidating carry I've ever seen to not ever kill somebody on the enemy team. Has the Phantom Dancer, has an Infinity Edge, he has a little more sustenance off the Doran's Blade and the Vampiric Scepter at this point. He also, of course, like you said, because of the way Meat Playground's team operates, he's going to be in the back lanes just firing away with that extended range from Tristana's passive, while Blitzcrank, Olaf, Shen, and Katarina are forcing M5 back and in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, so they lose their top turret, but they force M5 mid, and Shen's not there. There's 15 seconds left until that ultimate's up. Maybe more like 20 seconds. They get down the turret, they can go bot, but the question is, can they escape? And because Darian was up top, they should be able to. Light Sludge actually using his rocket jump to go after this inhibitor, and they're going to drop this before M5 can force a fight.
They do drop the inhibitor, or almost drop the inhibitor. There we go. NK is going to finish that off. If M5 does collapse, the Light Sludge not going to have that rocket jump. It is available now, though. It was a very dangerous thing for Meat Playground to do. I think they were hesitating once again, a little bit psyched themselves out there, thinking like, oh shoot, they're going to collapse on us. Last time this happened, we don't have the Shen ultimate available. They took the fight, and they wound up winning it very handily, just like last game when they forced them into a corner and surprised them from behind by Baron Pit. Meat Playground, though, they decided to go for it anyway, which is what they need to do.
Great decision for Meat Playground. I mean, whoever is the play caller there, that was fantastic, because M5, they were in no situation where they could defend. Meat Playground now has a massive lead with that inhibitor to go along with their gold lead, and M5 didn't actually, I don't think, recognize that the Shen ultimate was down since it was so close to coming back. They kind of assumed it was up. Even so, I don't know if they were in a situation where they could have won with only 4 of them there anyway, because Darian was up top. They were all kind of split all over the place, so they couldn't take advantage of Meat Playground's play, and it really helped them out. Light Sludge actually getting caught up in the top lane. Alex Itch chasing him down. That is the strength of that Evelynn play later on. That's, once again, going to slow down Meat Playground for a little bit. Hopefully allow them to stall long enough to get up that inhibitor.
This is one thing that M5 can continue to do, because, alright, Xhazard, he's super tanky. You can't let him, you can let him split push alone, but when he hits the base, you need to dedicate at least 2 or 3 champions to stop him, but you might not be able to kill him. You can, however, catch out the other members of Meat Playground, like Light Sludge, who we were talking about. He sits in the back, he's been farming away and split pushing with that very powerful explosive shot. Alex Each recognizes this, takes it away, and now M5, they get this Baron, they could be in a good spot to at least stall or fight against Meat Playground.
But Meat Playground, even if M5 gets this Baron, Meat Playground is going to want to stall them to prevent them from going back and allow Shen to get back in that situation. NK Inc. runs right into the Baron, though, and gets the Baron steal. And not only that, they get the Baron steal, but Shen, he's going to have enough time to take down this turret, so that is massive for Meat Playground. That was M5's big hope for a comeback, to get the Baron and stall off that game. Meat Playground just shutting it down. Awesome play from NK Inc.
Popped the Ragnarok, ran in there and smote it like a boss. Blitzcrank pull as well, adding a little bit of extra added damage in there. Now M5, sad that they don't get the gold, they don't get the Baron buff. Meat Playground, they had that Baron buff. Guardian Angel's going to be coming back up and Cobalt turn a little bit. Lemon got caught out here by Alex Each a little bit. Stand United has been burned, and that is a huge game for M5. Alex Each might pay for it with his life, though. He is going to wind up coming around and taking down Lemon God as he comes back in. The rest of M5 coming in, though. Xhazard now in a, what is this, a 4-5v2 situation right here comes Cobelter. Can he get a reset? If he does, it's going to be lights out for M5. Curse this side, Mummy goes off. A fail flash on the Wolf, and Darian not going to get Light Sludge. He's nice and safe for now.
Meat Playground is almost winning this 5v3, though. Genja goes over the other side. There's the Banish Toss not hitting onto Xhazard. Genja, though, with that red buff, will be able to take him down. A couple more Mystic shots, but he is incredibly tanky. Going to actually turn back last second, but it's not going to be enough. And that's scary to see how long it took M5 to take them down. And you saw it with the Baron. First off, Olaf, he didn't come in time to just last second smite steal it. He was just tanky enough. He just walked up and killed the Baron himself. He was just attacking it in M5's team. And there, M5 didn't have enough damage to take out the rest of them either. So even though it was 5v3, Meat Playground almost turned that around. That doesn't bode well for when they get together as a full team.
Thankfully for Meat Playground, Katarina's Guardian Angel did not come back up while that fight was going on. Had they stalled out long enough and the Guardian Angel had been burned, that would mean that they had to wind up waiting or at least play a little bit more passively, because Pobelter still can be bursted down. He uses Zion's Hourglass as well. He has that to live a little bit longer. The thing is, that was one of the weirdest team fights I've ever seen. It was kind of like everybody started, like 2 or 3 people started fighting, everybody sort of trickled in, M5 all of a sudden came in this big bum rush of 4 extra people, Meat Playground kind of using that Dragon Pit as a wall to go back and forth over, trying to cycle their members in and out of the fight, and because of that, they had the big beefy front line of Shen just tanking away all the damage in the world, and like you said, M5 couldn't burst him down in enough time. However, they did switch our targets down to Pobelter. They eventually were able to chase after him, and because of just, I think, the superior positioning, because of where that Dragon Wall was and how Meat Playground is utilizing it, eventually M5 was able to come out ahead, but in a straight-up team fight in the open, they just don't have the damage to take down both Olaf and Shen.
Yeah, it's still a massive uphill battle for M5, but even so, Meat Playground, they're going to lose the inhibitor, and they already lost the Baron. So, you know, Baron down from all of their members at this point, you know, so that's definitely not what they wanted out of that situation. And M5 is stalling despite the massive gold lead from Meat Playground, and you have to start wondering if Meat Playground is maybe going to throw this, or, you know, M5 just going to come back. So, inhibitor is respawning there. You know, they just have to defend a couple more minion waves, but M5, once again, they're going after Shen. He's split off. He does get that recall out of there, so he's going to be safe, but you have to wonder, is Meat Playground, are they just going to force it in? They have a huge gold lead. Will they just jump in, try and just outright take these 2 inhibitors from M5, or are they still kind of scared?
What they have to do is they have to establish some sort of forward presence. Whether they go after the exposed inhibitor, push minions into the base, and at least pressure M5 to keep them in their base until that Baron winds up respawning. It's still going to be a couple of minutes before that happens. If Meat Playground wants to play it safe, that Baron is going to be the next big fight we're going to see. If they want to be a little bit pushy and try to take an inhibitor, force M5 back, we could potentially see a fight where M5 decides to cede the inhibitor, gives Meat Playground that established position so they can just wait. Can just wait for that Baron, or M5 is going to get into that engagement. Pobelter is going to clean up with his Guardian Angel available now and Stand United, and it's going to be lights out for M5.
And Alex, he's sitting in behind. He wants to make sure he can get on that back line and completely shut down Light Sludge. If they pick up a quick kill there, and he doesn't have any QSS, he doesn't have a GA, then that could really help them in this next team fight. But the rest of M5 trying to force it, and Alex Itch, he's still hanging out behind them, and they have no idea he's there. So this fight could happen any second now as that inhibitor is close to going down.
Thing is too, if he at least zones out Light Sludge, Pobelter's going to jump into the rest of M5. Engage going down. Box using the curse this time. Mommy, only 2 members. Ragnarok from Olaf going to break down, but look at the burst from Alex East. Light Sludge is evaporated from the map. Pobelter going with Katarina now, gets stunned off. I don't think he actually activated his ult, but yes he did. Guardian Angel goes down. Olaf's going to shut down Evelyn, but Darian's going to pick up a kill on Olaf. Pobelter revives, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, Baron.
They're going to drop him very quickly out of there. There's the double kill for Xin. Genja does go down. X-Hazard picking up that kill, but he should be able to go down as well. But look at the minions in this bot inhibitor. They're almost going to take it themselves. X-Hazard, he does finally drop, but they have to get back to that inhibitor quickly. The minions finally taking it out, and so despite the fact that M5's able to take that win, they're still in a really dangerous spot. But dear God, Evelyn late game, Light Sludge, he really needs to be able to pick up some magic resist. I don't know if he necessarily needs to get the GA. He might just go that route, but he probably will want to get a QSS. It really just comes down to his own personal preference. I know double lift, he'll only go for that QSS, but he needs to get something to protect him against that Evelyn, because even though Pobelter is incredibly strong, they can't fight without their AD carry. And it looked like a terrible fight from M5 at first, because Diamond using his ultimate on Olaf, of all people, Olaf and Blitzcrank, yeah, not something you expect. However, by forcing the fight on the front line, it distracted Meat Playground from the back line. Their all eyes are on Amumu. They're like, oh, you know, Amumu's right here. He ulted us. We're safe. And it allowed Alex Itch to just jump right on Light Sludge and get out of there.
The one big misplay there by Meat Playground in the fight was once the Amumu ultimate was burned, they grouped together. When they grouped together, they're like, all right, we're just going to group up, push forward, let Katarina do her thing after we land an undertow or land a taunt. All 4 of the 5 of them, because Shen was split off to the opposite side when the Curse of the Sad Mummy went off. 4 out of the 5 of them get hit with that Evelyn ultimate. The shield from Evelyn is absolutely massive at that point. She's able to burst down Light Sludge with the Deathfire grasp. Good on her, actually, to be able to point out Light Sludge in the middle of all 4 of those champions from Meat Playground. They just bursted her down, and then there was no sustained AD damage. Katarina, you know, she had to jump into the fray. Alex Each was eventually taken up by the true damage from Olaf, but they just picked apart Meat Playground after that one. So normally when you think about it, grouping up and pushing is a good idea, especially when the ultimate that holds you in place has already been burned. But when Alex Each, he loves playing Evelyn because he always sneaks in from behind, he always catches the enemy team off guard, and I think he just lives for the thrill of that.
Yeah, now M5 maybe going to force a fight here. Meat Playground just holding them at that Baron, and they can allow that bot lane to push. And so that's the concern. Even though M5, you know, they won the fight, they might lose the war as a result of it. So they have to back off. I don't know if they can actually defend this Baron if Meat Playground plays this slow enough, because just very slowly they're going to lose their base. But you know, if they do defend it, they need to force a fight quickly. They know the GA is down for Pobelter, so if they catch him off with that with Evelyn or with the Mumu, they could drop him very quickly. But they need to make sure they put pressure on Light Sludge. He has that magic resist now, so he's not going to die quite so easily against Evelyn. And now Meat Playground, they are going to be forcing this Baron.
This is the interesting position where, now that they're starting the Baron, I guess it doesn't matter as much, but I don't really know if I'm Lemon God if I want to pull a member of M5 at this point.
Yeah, it's probably a situation where they just want to retreat, but Darian trying to force the fight. Diamond just trying to walk in. He's getting very low without even actually using his ultimate, and that could be the killer for M5.
He is going to get 3 members of Meat Playground. There's the Evelyn ultimate coming down. Pobelter's going to clean up on a Mumu, but Evelyn's going to get Shen and Blitzcrank as well as Olaf, so Pobelter has to pop that Zanya's. He's got no HP left. Genja's going to arcane shift forward. Light Sludge is the only one alive now. Alex Each with a triple kill. Baron, is he going to get the quadra?
Oh, he's looking for it. No, he backs off last second. I thought he had the movement speed. He would just pop another W and pick that up.
So there's a good reason they got to go back, though, because the Nexus turns dying.
But another one fight from M5. They just have so much AoE damage, and I think a lot of it's coming from Ezreal. So, you know, once that just streaks across the entire team, they're just destroying Meat Playground. And Meat Playground, they're still grouping. They're, you know, getting in these tight clumps. So that's one of the concerns with the Baron fight, is that you do tend to group in that river. But M5 taking complete advantage of it. That gold lead is down to 3K now, and M5 has the Baron. That's easily going to stall this game long enough for M5 to get back that inhibitor. But Meat Playground right now, they have to be just absolutely terrified that they haven't just given this game away, and M5 isn't going to just run over them now.
And that's the thing, M5 has been behind for basically the entire game. They had that one team fight toward the mid-stage of the game where they just obliterated Meat Playground, but then Meat Playground just came back and asserted their dominance on M5. 2 series of lost team fights from seemingly out of nowhere from M5, even though their inhibitors are down. Light Sludge, you gotta be careful. What happened last time? You went from 0 to 100 to 0 in basically 2 seconds flat. Alex Each 15, 4, and 5. He has become super scary. We were talking about how he needed to get those champion kills in the early game to get items to match Xin Zhao. Once that happened, once he got those kills and they turned into those items, the snowball started rolling and they haven't been able to shut it down since.
And Meat Playground is just so surprised by how much magic damage M5 has, because usually against you know, burst damage teams, you can get health, and that'll usually be enough. Armor, you know, tends to counter out physical damage because it's more sustained, but magic resist, you can get magic resist, but oftentimes HP is just enough. It's clearly not in this situation, so they've bought Negatron cloaks now because they are just dropping way too quickly. They had the Thorn Mails earlier on because they thought that was their primary concern, but now M5 is pushing in. It might have been a little bit too late. Light Sludge is still down, so there's one turret down. They might be able to drop this next one as well once Evelyn gets up there, and then with the exposed inhibitor, they could take this just before Light Sludge gets there.
I don't really like the acquisition of those Thorn Mails. They thought maybe it was just the Ezreal and the Xin Zhao damage coming in. Had they gotten a Guardian Angel or something, it would have been a lot harder. But here comes a fight from M5. Curse to the side, Mummy hits everybody except for Xazar, who has to flash over the wall out of his own base. Genja's going to come in here, start the killing, gets the tower down. Tarek actually going to pick up the first kill on Olaf. Lemon God getting extremely low. Pobelter once again. Guardian Angel has been popped. Going to try to get forward and revive, trying to take out Alex Each. It's not going to be enough. Not even the Zanya's Hourglass being activated that time around. And M5 taking the inhibitor. I think they want game.
They're looking for the Nexus now. It was the perfect fight from M5 right before Light Sludge came out, so the perfect timing. He came out the last second. There's the taunt. Darian's going to go down. Light Sludge picks up one kill. Genja as well underneath the turret, taking a lot of damage. If they can keep on following, they want to force this, and so M5 not going to be able to finish it right now, but the concern now is that they're not going to be aced by them, but there it is, the AoE. They burst down Blitzcrank, Alex is looking for another kill. They're able to get another one. Genja is still up, and look at those cooldowns on those revives. Genja, there's no way that Light Sludge is going to be able to defend this. They're pushing in for the Nexus to end this game.
That was a huge, it was a really quick cooldown on the Evelynn ultimate, and they are going to shut down Light Sludge. M5, no HP left to spare, doesn't matter because Meat Playground's Nexus has no HP left. They're going to come from behind in an amazing comeback here and take a victory over Meat Playground, who for the longest time looked like they were going to upset the Russians.
Absolutely. I mean, hell of a play from M5 overall to be able to take down Meat Playground in that situation. And you have to look back. There was a period of time where they were scared of M5. They had a massive gold lead, and they just didn't push it. They weren't able to commit, even with an almost exposed inhibitor. They had that bot lane turret. It was so low. They had taken it down with the first push. They probably, I feel like, could have run down to that bot lane just as a team and poked it down with Tristana. But even so, they were just constantly afraid of Alex Ich, and it held off a little bit too long. Alex Ich, once he finished his build, he was unstoppable in those fights.
And one of the things, too, is you're talking about that bottom lane. That was the lane that Shen was split pushing the entire time. That was the lane that Meat Playground kept contesting. M5 would try to defend against, and they'd get in these prolonged engagements where Shen would not die, and Meat Playground would show up, and Pobelter was getting triple kills. That bottom lane, for the longest point of time, had the most action on the map. They just forgot about it. They forgot that Shen split pushed it to oblivion. They forgot the towers and the inhibitors were so low. Had they just rotated to that and stalled out a little bit longer, that one engagement when they came into the mid lane, we listed like 16 different possibilities of what happened. The one that we didn't list was M5 takes the fight, and the bottom lane pushes naturally. Had that bottom lane been the central focus in the beginning, they could have switched between bot lane and mid lane, forced M5 to kind of split up and be out of position. Alex Ich would have never been behind them because he would have had to be in his base defending one of those lanes, and Meat Playground would have certainly just probably ended the game there.
Yeah, but you saw even when they were pushing down the mid, he was still coming in behind them. And the concern is that, maybe you're out of position as Evelynn. That was like a big risk by M5. It was a fantastic play, Alex Ich coming in from behind. But if it didn't work, then it meant that Meat Playground was in their base, and that was GG. Like, that game would have been over because Meat Playground, they were barreling in. If Alex Ich wasn't able to kill Evelynn or Tristana at that point in the game, Meat Playground would have had enough of an advantage to win that game. But because it paid off, it was something of a risk. It forced themselves into a situation where they needed to commit to a fight, but it paid off, and they were able to win. And then people from Meat Playground getting picked off occasionally. So, M5 getting picked off a little bit early on in the game, but Meat Playground a little bit later. And that late game Evelynn, I don't care what they did to, Deathfire's Grass. That's
she still
absurd.
hurts.
She is insanely strong late in the game. And the fact that she can come in Viz on your AD carry, because this entire tournament we've seen so far, AD carries, that is it. Who your AD carry is and who they are late game, that decides every single match. And for Evelynn to be able to come in, that's why Evelynn is banned almost every single game against M5. Because losing the AD carry battle, that's GG.
And another thing you bring up is a very good point here. Taking a look at M5, okay, Ezreal didn't have the most kills on his team, but he was 4, 4, and 18, so he still participated in 22 out of their 29 kills. 17 kills went to Alex Ich. On the flip side from Meat Playground, Katarina had 13 kills out of the 19. She was all of their kills. 1, 4, and 9. Light Sludge didn't even get a kill until the second to last team fight in that entire game. So he was ahead of Ezreal for the majority of the game, but because of those kills, we can take even a quick look at the gold counts over here. 14k compared to 13.2k on Tristana. She wound up being 1 CS behind Ezreal, but almost a full 1,000 gold behind him because of all the kills he was able to accumulate in that matchup. Had Pobelter, like I said, given even less than half of those kills to Light Sludge, he would have been the one tearing through the enemy ranks. He would have been the one absolutely dominating. They would have had 2 forces to reckon with, one in the back and one in the front, and there would have been a reason to peel back to defend Light Sludge from Evelynn, maybe have that Blitzcrank hang back a little bit or wait for that Blitzcrank initiation. That would have also given a little bit of a pause and hesitation to Meat Playground's play, and we could have seen them do some of those little stall tactic strategies that might have won them the game.
But again, there's no question, even with that win, 2-0 for M5, they're still in the losers bracket. Meat Playground looking very impressive, but you also have to wonder what's going on with M5 right now, because Meat Playground, they weren't expected to compete coming in this tournament. I mean, part of it is they've really shown up as a team.
Definitely.
And, if you're going to talk about, how NA teams are doing now, you have to consider Meat Playground in that mix almost, and, how CLG.NA has been doing so far in this tournament. So
one of the things, too, at
definitely
Meat
an interesting
Playground
switch.
is they've never been to a LAN before, have they?
I don't believe so.
So this is
Cobalter has, but not the rest of the team.
This is the first time.
Xhazard has also.
Xhazard has.
And
I'm pretty sure
Lemon God.
some of them they've been at LAN
Individuals,
events,
yes.
but they've never been together. So they've only had success online, which normally it's harder to have success online than it is at a LAN events. Case in point, teams like Team Solo Mid, where they've won IPL tournaments before, they've done really well on LAN, but they haven't had the same results online. It's really scary to think about the fact that if the top teams, even M5, they have really good LAN presence, they're not good online. Meat Playground, they're apparently really good in person, as they found out this weekend, and still dominating online. So that bodes very, very well for their future if Pobelter could age quicker.
Yeah, Pobelter, that's going to be kind of the key for their team. But
Light Sludge as well.
Light Sludge, I mean, he's been insane this tournament. Light Sludge is definitely a really strong AD carry. We've seen that in a number of situations. But that's going to be it for this losers round bracket, guys. At least for tonight. Is that, I believe,
the last match for tonight.
So that's going to be it for this stream. You guys can check out rebroadcast. Make sure to check out and thank any of our sponsors. Make sure to go buy Speed Stick if you're interested. Don't sweat it, handle it. That's always a cool one. But thanks, guys, for watching. M5, really impressive play. And now we get to go over and see what's on that main stream.
It's TSM and a Zubu Blade.